Ding! World Boss. Frostmane the Ancient Glacier. Level 80. I knew it! Damon's crimson eyes lit up with interest, his grin widening like a wolf scenting blood. A world boss? Here? Completely unexpected, but as soon as he sensed the mana signature, he had a strong feeling that it had to be something powerful. Naturally, he was not planning to let this big boy escape. He was not in the least worried about Robert or his progress. In fact, there was a surprise waiting for the guy if he actually tried to go deeper than the 6th breakpoint. That surprise was enough to buy him some time. For now, he was going to hunt down this massive beauty of a monster happily. The creature simply looked regal and majestic. It was a big boy with ice crystal tusks and a hide like frost-forged steel. Damon studied the beast with a predatory gleam. Frostmane's aura pulsed with a cold fury, its massive paws cracking the frost beneath it with every step. Jagged shards of ice jutted from its back like a crown, and Damon felt that hunger surge in his blood. "Tasty," he whispered, licking his lips. The bear's blood smelled unexpectedly divine. Seeing Damon eyeing it like a piece of steak, the Frostmane roared in anger. A blast of frigid air exploded from its maw, forming a ring of ice spikes. "Come at me, you oversized snowball," he taunted, and dashed straight to it, summoning his crimson fire lance in his hand. With a roar that split the air, the bear lunged, fangs like icicles, claws like frozen razors. The two of them collided with a bang as Damon faced the world boss head-on. Unlike his previous fight, he had no shortcuts hidden in his sleeve for this one. He would be testing the limits of his new body in the most straightforward method, a good old dog fight, or, in this case, a bear fight. Boom! The two attacks collided, and surprisingly, both of them were pushed back. The frost wave that burst from the big boy completely blocked the powerful crimson lance. Damon found himself evenly matched with the damned bear. "No wonder you are a world boss," he grinned. The bear, on the other hand, wasn't all that pleased. The Frostmane let out an earth-shaking roar. Its massive head swung with the force of a wrecking ball, tusks glowing with a savage blue light that crackled like a living blizzard. "Bring it on," he growled, the fire lance in his hand blazing brighter, its heat searing through the cold air. "Show me what makes you a world boss, Frosty." In response, the bear slammed its claws into the ground. The next second, a shimmering ice field erupted outward, the temperature dropping in an instant. Damon's breath crystallized in front of him, his skin stinging from the sudden cold. His movement slowed fractionally, but his grin remained. Isn't this ice domain? He was already aware of this skill. He didn't think the big bear would be able to use a skill this advanced. Typically, only a Lord-rank creature can use a skill this advanced. It looked like this bear was indeed a very special beast. Blood did not lie. He gathered his strength and activated Blood Surge, even though he wasn't officially given the skill. Learning blood manipulation was enough to personally activate a few skills he was extremely familiar with. He knew these skills like the back of his hand. They were the core racial skills for all vampires. Immediately, the system as well acknowledged his experience, and a new notification chimed in. "Ding! You have learned a new skill, Blood Surge." Blood Surge uses innate blood energy to greatly enhance physical attributes and magical affinity. When activated, Blood Surge temporarily boosts strength, agility, and mana by 50%. Lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. While active, the user's aura glows crimson, and blood magic skills receive a synergy bonus. Damon felt a surge of heat ignite in his veins as the new skill integrated seamlessly into his repertoire. His crimson aura brightened, flaring like a living flame, instantly pushing back the creeping frost that sought to slow him down. His grin widened into a predator's smile. "Now we're talking," he growled, feeling his strength multiply with each heartbeat. Frostmane roared, its own aura intensifying as it recognized the threat. Shards of ice burst from its hide, swirling like blades in a deadly dance. Damon's vision narrowed to the beast in front of him, the world around them fading into the background. Let's end this. He lunged forward, his fire lance igniting with renewed fury. Every step cracked the frozen earth, his movements now a blur of speed and strength. The Frostmane met him head-on, but Damon's crimson glow collided with the bear's frost storm in a shockwave that shattered the ice field like glass. Damon roared, his aura burning brighter than ever. His lance swung in a deadly arc, striking true as it tore into Frostmane's side, slicing through its steel-hard hide and carving into its heart. The bear let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the cavernous ice plains, then crumbled to its knees, the icy light in its eyes flickering. In a straight-up power contest, it paled in comparison to the newly evolved vampire. There was nothing it could do anymore. In a few more attacks, Damon completely chipped away at its health and brought it to its last breath. Strings of blood energy burst from the massive bear and shot forward towards Damon. With a big smile, he happily absorbed all of it. With the blood manipulation skill in his repertoire, he no longer needed to be in direct contact with the target to absorb blood energy. Things were going to get a lot more interesting now. Soon he absorbed every last bit of the blood energy of the massive beast, leaving its dead body drop to the ground. Immediately, a few system-wide notifications rang out celebrating his achievements. System announcement. Ding! Blood God has defeated the world boss Frostmane, the ancient glacier. Ding! Blood God has received 1,000 fame points. Ding! Blood God has received 1,000 reputation points with the city of Trendelen. Ding! Blood God has received 1,000 gold coins. Damon quickly ignored all the other notifications and went for the main thing he was looking for. Ding! Blood extraction was successful. Ding! You have acquired the new skill Frost Rain. Ding! You have gained +5 ice affinity. Frost Rain. Summon a snowstorm that lashes a wide area, bombarding enemies with icy shards. Each shard deals moderate ice damage and has a chance to slow enemies by 20% for 5 seconds. If the target is already bleeding, the shards will freeze the blood, stunning them for 1 second. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 2 minutes. An AoE skill, not bad. I needed one of these. Damon nodded. There was also his level up notification and a few other usual ones that he cleared away. It was time to dig around and see what the big boy had dropped. Straight away, he found the shimmering evolution stone from the corpse. There was also a big-ass mana core. He tossed both of them into a spatial ring. There was a stack of polar bear meat and polar bear hide, which he put away as well. Lastly, there was a helmet on the ground, a regal helmet crafted from the bear's icy crown. Blue runes danced along its surface, glowing faintly with the remnants of Frostmane's mana. Frostmane's crown, unique helmet, +30 ice resistance, +10% mana regeneration, +20% skill cooldown reduction, special effect, Ice Dominion, allows the user to create a small ice domain for 15 seconds, slowing enemies and boosting ice affinity skills. Cooldown 10 minutes. Nice! Damon quickly equipped it and walked back to the town. There was usually a good quest associated with a world boss, and he hadn't received breadcrumbs for anything like that from the drops, so he wanted to check if the helmet would trigger something if he equipped it, and wandered into the city. Damon spent a good 15 minutes walking about, but no luck. Finally, he decided to head back to the frozen caverns when all of a sudden the local chat became extremely active. The few players in the area were excitedly discussing about the odd event which involved nude players resurrecting one after the other in the city local graveyard. Has this game completely gone to the dogs? What is wrong with everyone these days? How can you be so shameless and only wear your underwear? At least they're wearing underwear. Look at that dude. See how old he is, and still he dares to walk around in his underwear? Perverted freak! Damn, there's a big hole in that man's underwear. Warning, old man junk alert. Old man junk alert. Don't see you will want to puke. Do these guys belong to some cult or something? Why are all of them in the same getup? Maybe there's some nude streaking event going on. I doubt it. Look at these perverted faces. Most of these are old men. Shameless old guys must have done something freaky and got caught. Some NPC should have sent them all to the graveyard. So they decided to follow my lead, huh? Damon couldn't help but burst out laughing as he read the chat messages. Luckily, no one guessed that these were Frozen Throne Guild members. Otherwise, the guild reputation would have sunk to the bottom of that same endless pool. But he was sure it was only a matter of time. This procession of underwear elders was simply too eye-catching. Damon casually walked towards the graveyard, just in time to catch the sight of Mendoza hurriedly putting on his clothes and gear. His hands were trembling as he fumbled with his armor straps, his face flushed a deep crimson. His eyes darted around, catching sight of Damon's amused expression. "You!" Mendoza's voice cracked as he pointed a shaky finger at him, half accusing, half desperate. "Why didn't you warn us, you fucking imbecile? Why the hell did you not warn us that there was a monster lurking in that water? We are in this state because of you!" He gestured wildly to his own still half-naked state and the rows of other embarrassed players now scrambling to cover themselves. Damon's grin widened, his red eyes gleaming. "Oh, always so quick to blame me. Why is it my responsibility to know what's under the water? Wait, now that I think about it, I'm wrong. It should be my responsibility. After all, I happen to have something the bunch of you don't." Immediately, everyone's ears perked up, and including the elders, everyone turned to look at Damon as if he was finally revealing a great big secret. They would finally come to know the power behind his explosive strength. What are you all looking at? I'm talking about common sense. Common sense! Something that is quite uncommon these days. When you have an endless, freezing, mysterious pool, always assume there is something underneath. Okay. Food for thought for the future. Mendoza's face darkened. Everyone became speechless. Even Robert, who was standing indifferently in the back and wearing his clothes, looked momentarily stunned by Damon's savage sense of humor. Only one person ended up giggling out loud. Damon's gaze shifted as he saw who was appreciating his joke, and he immediately froze. There at the back, the usually cold and frosty Ice Queen was giggling beside herself with tears in her eyes. Damon couldn't help but become embarrassed as he scratched his head. "Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk," he quipped. "Please go ahead and get dressed. We wouldn't want to traumatize the NPCs with your aged assets." He waved his hand dismissively, as if brushing off a minor annoyance, and started walking away. Mendoza's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes blazing with frustration. "This isn't over, blood god," he growled, finally managing to buckle his chest plate. "The Frozen Throne will have your head for this." Damon snorted. "Yeah, sure. Take a number and get in line." Coincidentally, just as he was walking away, an old man approached him. "That crown," he spoke with tears welling up in his eyes. Many prying eyes were eavesdropping on his conversation, but there was nothing he could do about it. Else he might spook the NPC, and he might as well forget about the rest of the quest. "Yes, Senior, I managed to kill it after a lot of effort," Damon answered respectfully. His eyes widened, and he sank to his knees. "Thank the gods! That monster has plagued us for decades, destroyed crops, killed livestock, and even took my son. I can't believe it's finally over." Damon grinned. So it was a quest trigger after all. Lucky me. The man's tear-streaked face lit up. "Hero, please, would you come to the village square and accept the blessings of the people? They must see the one who brought this terror to its end." "Sure," Damon said. He was not one for public praises and accolades, but who was he to deny the wishes of an old pitiful man? Besides, he mused, this could be a good opportunity to soak up some rep points, maybe even squeeze out a unique quest or two from these grateful townsfolk. With that, he followed the man towards the village square. On the way, many of the city folk greeted the old man and asked why he was suddenly so excited. He, too, promptly sang praises of Blood God, and he had taken down the world boss. Damon followed along, calmly looking around as if he was above all of this attention. This only led the city folk to praise him more. Soon the old man began spreading the news with increasing enthusiasm. The Frozen Throne Guild members followed along as well, and their faces shrunk, constantly being forced to hear all the amazing feats of the awesome Blood God. Mendoza gnashed his teeth in frustration. Silvara, you were giggling earlier like a foolish bimbo. What happened to his common sense now, huh? Where did it go? Why did he have to go and engage a world boss in this territory, announcing everyone that he is here? Don't you know what this means? Everyone will figure out what we are up to. Nevin stepped closer to Silvara threateningly. However, this time it was useless. Even a couple of other elders told Silvara the same thing. Tighten the leash on your dog, Silvara, Robert added as he walked away from all the madness. He seemingly had no interest in whatever Blood God was up to, but his loyal underlings were still in the vicinity. Silvara, her silver hair catching the afternoon light, let out a soft sigh. That man, she muttered, a flicker of amusement in her eyes. If you really think I can control him, you're all more foolish than I thought. He probably knew that killing the world boss would bring attention. He just didn't care about it. How about we do our jobs and take care of anyone who dares to come this way? She tilted her head, eyes narrowing slightly as she regarded Mendoza. And you, Mendoza, she added, her voice icy calm. It was your young master who charged into that water without checking it first. Don't blame Damon for your own stupidity. The man is a monster on the battlefield, not your babysitter. Mendoza flushed a deep red, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Before he could fire back, Silvara had already turned her back on him, her gaze following Damon's broad shoulders as he walked confidently toward the square. Fucking brainless bitch! Did he fuck the brains out of your head? He muttered loudly for everyone to hear as he walked to the back. His words earned a few looks from the elders, as having any sort of relationship outside their family was strictly forbidden, even earning an instant ban from the family. If one of them ever formed a bond outside of their predetermined alliances, it was seen as a betrayal of the family's core mission. That, too, it wouldn't be a normal ban. It would be cruel. Their memory would be wiped out, and they would become half-brain dead. Silvara never understood the reason for this brutality until the recent changes. It turned out that from the very beginning their ancestors were preparing for this world-ending event. But how could they possibly know the future and predict something utterly crazy like this? Silvara did not know. She had tried asking her grandfather this question many times, but the man just simply smiled. She knew not to press him any further for answers. Putting away the many thoughts in her mind and ignoring the vulgar words of Mendoza, she continued to pay attention to the man in the spotlight, currently grabbing all the attention. In just a few minutes, somehow the whole thing had evolved into a huge feast for the entire city, becoming some sort of celebration, city-wide. Vendors rolled out carts stacked with roasted meats and steaming breads, sweet wine and fruit from nearby orchards, their laughter and songs echoing in the frosty air. Children darted around with flowers and ribbons, their voices bright with cheer. It was as if the world boss defeat had lifted a terrible weight from the city's shoulders, a relief that everyone wanted to celebrate. Banners hastily stitched with Damon's name, or at least some approximation of it, fluttered over doorways. "Blood God the Savior," one read. Another, "Hero of Trandolin." Even the local noblemen had arrived to show respects to the great hero who managed to slay the terror of the North. Silvara's eyes narrowed as she watched the two daughters of the Earl throw themselves at Damon, flashing their assets. Both were clad in fine velvet cloaks and tight-fitting dresses that did little to hide their ambitions. One had hair the color of honeyed gold, while the other sported a cascade of deep auburn locks that framed her flushed cheeks. Their smiles were sugary sweet. "Blood God, you must be exhausted after your heroics. Would you like some company? We can show you the hospitality that only Trandolin's noble daughters can provide," her sister added, her voice dripping honey. "Please, let us repay you for your bravery. Our estate is not far, and we have the finest wines and warmest hearths. Surely you deserve a hero's welcome after slaying such a beast." Damon couldn't help the dry chuckle that escaped him. "Thank you, ladies. I wish to attend the feast a bit longer before accompanying you both back to wherever you want me to come." Nearby, a few of the local villagers were already raising mugs of frothy ale and singing a raucous tune in his honor. One of them, a broad-shouldered butcher with a face like a half-frozen potato, waved him over. "Blood God," he bellowed, voice slurred by drink, "tell us how you killed that monster. We want the whole bloody story." Damon's grin widened. "So, I just went out for a stroll," he began. Time ticked by, and the feast ended up going on for a good while. Damon threw in the polar bear steaks for everyone to enjoy, which further kicked things up a notch. In the end, the whole thing continued all the way to server shut down, and he still did not manage to get any clue about any quest. However, there was another thing Damon was curious about: the system-wide lockout. This was the first lockout he was paying full attention to. On the last time around, he was in the middle of the body-tempering ritual, and he couldn't determine whether his presence in the game was because of the tattoo or the unique circumstance of the body-tempering ritual. However, this time it was different. There was no reason he shouldn't be kicked out of the game right now. The question was, with the tattoo in his hand, was he still going to get kicked out or not? Damon looked at Silvara for answers, but the woman simply ignored him and continued to chat with the city folk, no doubt trying to curry favor for some quests from her side. Every player in the feast was pretty much doing the same thing, trying to squeeze out a quest or two. Soon the familiar countdown began, and the warning about system shutdown notification arrived in front of his eyes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damon closed and opened his eyes. Yep, he was still standing inside the game world, the city folk partying it up alongside him. What the fuck? This is actually a thing? Damon couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked around and then realized he was in for another shock. He was still inside the game, all right, and he was the only one still inside the game. All around him, every single player had completely disappeared, including Silvara and all the others from the Frozen Throne Guild. Damon was pretty sure that those guys all had their own tattoos, and yet they were gone from the game just like ordinary players. Then he remembered something and quickly hurried to check for Kate and Mark. Weirdly enough, those two had also been chucked out, so it was just him right now in the entire game world. No other player was there? What if players who had received a special legacy or God's blessings were exceptions? He quickly opened up his friends list and checked for Ghost. That dude has Umbra's legacy, one of old forgotten gods. Sure enough, he was also grayed out, which meant he was also out of the game right now. Bloodrain, do you know what is happening? Damon asked the weapon spirit. Maybe my lord is able to access the game world because you have a stronger soul than the others. Huh? When did this happen? My lord, you have traveled back in time. It would be impossible to do something like that without a strong soul. To jumpstart our future, I had to expand quite a bit of my energy to strengthen your soul before sending us back in time. One soul needs a bit of time to get used to mana, my lord. Your entire world's population would have been exterminated on day one if they had received more than 12 hours of continuous mana exposure. The key is to condition the body, soul, and mind every day until it becomes acceptable to transition to a complete world filled with mana. This is the very reason this game exists in the first place. Damon nodded. He did not fully understand everything, but he could somewhat guess what was happening. The half-day game time was probably just the system letting the human beings getting used to mana. As for how exactly it worked and how much soul strength or body conditioning was required, he did not have all the answers. In his last life, only in the middle of third year, the game time was fully unlocked, and the game was accessible 24/7. Something basic and fundamental like this wouldn't probably change even in this lifetime, no matter how much he fucked around with the timeline or the critical events of the timeline. Or at least that's what he could assume right now. All right, no need to think too much. Right now I have the VIP pass and it is freaking awesome. Damon grinned. Now he knew why Silvara had looked at him like an idiot when he had asked her about this before. She never bothered with a reply. Guess she did not know the answer after all. Damon laughed and shook his hips a little more as he danced happily in the celebrations. Why not dance like no one was watching? He laughed once again and decided to enjoy himself for a little while. He didn't even decline the two earl's daughters who tried to attach themselves to him to win him over. He danced with the two women, thoroughly enjoying the show, and only after a few heavenly minutes he finally logged out. He wanted to double-check a couple of things. The last time around he was kind of stuck inside the game despite being logged out hours because of the special body tempering ritual. Damon chucked it up to special circumstance and did not think much about it. However, this time it was different. If he could really walk in and out of the game world whenever he wanted, that would be game-changing. Damon closed his eyes and pressed the tattoo in his hand. The next second he found himself in a deserted long corridor of the Frozen Dome, the base of the Frozen Throne Guild. Then he took a deep breath and again did the same. Voila! He was right back inside the game world without missing a beat. This really confirmed everything. Not only was he not forced out of the world because of the shutdown, but he was able to access the world whenever he wanted. Theoretically, he never needed to get out of the game world and could permanently stay hidden inside, away from the influence of all the powerful figures outside. In the real world, there were governments, military, nuclear missiles, things he wasn't sure how he would be able to handle. But inside the game world, here, he had the confidence to survive no matter what. Damon grinned. This was huge. This gave him an edge he had never thought was possible. Artemius might be playing some cat-and-mouse game with him, but one thing was for sure, knowingly or unknowingly, that old man had helped him out quite a bit, and for that, he would genuinely owe him one. I need to figure out how exactly this works. If I could bring my entire family inside, then I wouldn't have to worry about many things. A plan started forming in Damon's head. While it was well and good that currently everyone was staying under the protection of Artemius, someone who at least seemed powerful, Damon would be a fool to believe that this was the best-case scenario. At the end of the day, his family was still in danger, and they could still be used as a hostage against him. Soul strengthening, huh? I need to look into this, Damon muttered to himself. Then he logged out anyways to take a short break. He was completely spent after pushing himself every single second, both with the black pool and the evolution. His mental exhaustion had already piled up quite a bit. It was better that he rested well before starting again. Then, with a final press of his tattoo, he logged out to rest and dream of the chaos to come. Back in the outside world, Damon found an attendant soon enough who showed him where his living quarters were. His parents and his brother's family were right next to him. There were also Kate and Mark in adjacent rooms. Damon did not bother to visit anyone. He He simply went inside his room and collapsed on the surprisingly comfortable bed. After some time, Damon woke up fully refreshed. He checked the time, and it had only been 5 hours. I guess my body needs lesser time to recover now. He stretched a bit and washed his face, and just like that, he was good to do. His body did not feel stiff or tensed. Perhaps because he was no longer using a gaming capsule, everything was different. It felt better. Damon wanted to immediately jump into the game, but there were some things he needed to take care of. He opened the door, wondering which way he should go, when unexpectedly, his girl next door was once again standing right in front of his door. "You could have knocked." Silvara gave a little smile. "I'm sorry." "Huh?" Damon's jaw almost dropped on the ground. "I'm sorry for being an asshole to you, and for misunderstanding you, and for not supporting you," she blurted out one after the other. Damon still looked confused. What the hell had gotten into her today? "I saw how many orcs you cleared for us," she said, twisting a strand of her blonde hair around her finger. "I mean, not for us, I guess, for yourself probably, but thank you anyways. Without you, we wouldn't have survived. Ever since we started this mission, you have basically carried our entire team, and we have been anything but grateful." Damon blinked momentarily, thrown by her honesty. Are you feeling okay?" he asked, half joking but half serious. Silvara's smile widened slightly, wry but genuine. "Yeah, maybe for the first time in a long time." I took a deep breath, as if steadying herself. "I just wanted you to know that I appreciate it, and that I'm sorry for doubting you. We're all tangled up in something bigger than any of us, and I'd like to stand beside you in it, not against you." Damon tilted his head, steadying her. "All right," he said finally, a slow grin spreading across his face. "Apology accepted. I'm not the type to hold grudges, so let's leave the past in the past." He reached out, ruffling her hair lightly before she could dodge away. "Now, can you go back to being the ice queen that we all are scared of?" Silvara's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she gaped in shock. She did not expect to be touched this way, as if she was a little child. She quickly swatted the hand away. "What are you doing?" Damon laughed. "There you go. You're back already." Silvara let out a helpless sigh. "Why are you like this?" Damon shrugged. He then started walking toward the next room. "Okay, I have to go now and show my face to my mom. Otherwise, she wouldn't let me hear the end of it. See you later?" Silvara immediately called after him. "Hey, wait! I actually came to talk to you about that. The Patriarch has prepared the skill crystals for your family and friends. There are totally 10 in here, 3 more than you asked for." She handed over a bag to Damon. "Wow, that's generous of him." Damon quickly accepted it. He was not going to say no for a little something extra, but of course there was always a tag attached to any freebie. "What do you want in return?" Silvara hesitated, and then awkwardly answered, "The items that you have listed on Auction House. Could you please cancel them? I would like to buy the whole lot directly." She shifted uncomfortably, twisting her hair around her finger again. "It's a lot of gold, but the Patriarch thinks they're critical to our current plans. We'll pay the current highest bid price, plus a 10% premium. We'll also cover your cancellation fees for the auction house." Damon's grin turned sly. "Oh, trying to secure the goods before the competition gets their hands on them? Smart move, Ice Queen." He leaned back against the doorframe, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. "You know, I could just let them stay there and watch the bidding war start. It would probably sell for more. Why should I let go of my profits?" Silvara's lips twitched with exasperation. "Please don't. We'd rather avoid unnecessary complications, especially now." Damon remained silent for a moment and then shrugged casually. "All right, fine. I'll pull the listings." He tapped the bag lightly. "But only because I'm in a good mood today. And you actually apologized, which is a first." Silvara let out a sigh of relief, visibly relaxing. "Thank you," she murmured. "I appreciate it." Damon pushed himself off the doorframe and headed toward his mother's room, still chuckling. "You owe me one for this." "Yes, of course." Silvara watched him go, her expression a mix of relief and frustration. "Idiot," she muttered under her breath, but a small smile tugged at her lips anyway. As she walked away, Nevin came in front of her, and the guy looked surprised. What's gotten you in a good mood? With everything happening around them, he knew Silvara should be pretty upset, and that is why he had come looking for her to talk to her. But it looks like he was worried for no reason. Silvara smiled and shook her head. It's nothing. I just figured out how to talk to one troublesome person. Huh? Blood god? Yes, Silvara nodded. Nevin's face immediately changed. Did you guys fight again? What did you do now? Pfft, Silvara laughed. Don't worry, I don't think we will ever fight again. It's so easy. I'm just going to treat him like a child from now on. More precisely, a 2- or 3-year-old. That's all it takes to get along with him. Nevin's jaw dropped. A 2- or 3-year-old? Really? He let out a disbelieving laugh. You're calling the blood god a toddler now? Silvara winked at him. Try it, and you will know what I mean. Meanwhile, Damon, who could still hear the chatter between these two, spat out the water in his mouth. A toddler? Seriously? He thought, wiping his chin dry. He shook his head and continued walking. He could already hear his parents talking loudly. He knocked on the door, and his mom immediately opened the door. She didn't even let him get a word in. His mom's eyes widened, a bright smile lighting up her face. Damon, she exclaimed, pulling him into a fierce hug. I was starting to think you'd forgotten about us entirely with all your fancy game talk and guild stuff. Damon let out a choked laugh as he awkwardly patted his back. Mom, I've been busy, but I'd never forget about you. His dad appeared behind her, grumbling under his breath, but unable to hide the proud glint in his eyes. So this is the legendary blood god, huh? Artemis sat down and had dinner with us last night. He told us a lot about your achievements in the game. Good work. Keep it up and don't slack. Thanks, Dad. I needed to hear that. Anyways, I have something for you both. He handed a skill crystal to his mom and one to his dad. Damon's mother's eyes widened, her gaze shifting between Damon and the small crystal in her hand. A skill crystal? Damon, what is this? She gasped. His father leaned closer, squinting at the object. Is this some kind of game thing? He asked, suspicious. Damon smiled. Sort of, he explained, but it's more than just a game thing. This will help you adapt to the new world faster. It's a protection, a boost, and maybe a lifeline. Trust me, you'll want this. His mother's lips parted in surprise. She was quiet for a long moment, then she smiled, her eyes soft with gratitude and pride. You've always looked out for us, Damon. Thank you. She squeezed his hand tightly. It's okay. Can you just activate it? Just think about activating it. The two of them nodded and tried to do it. The next second, a wave of faint blue light pulsed out from the skill crystals in their hands, like the surface of a still pond disturbed by a single drop of water. Damon watched intently as his mother's eyes widened and his father's brows furrowed in concentration. The crystals dissolved into their palms like mist, leaving behind a faint glow that quickly faded. His mother gasped, staring at her hand as if she expected it to burst into flames. That felt strange, she murmured, flexing her fingers. Like a surge of energy, but I don't feel any different. Check your wrists, Damon told them. His mother looked down and let out a small gasp as a black tattoo appeared just above her wrist, a swirl-like pattern. His father followed suit, turning his wrist to see a similar mark forming like living ink. Damon, his father murmured, eyes wide, his voice somewhere between awe and disbelief. What is this? A tattoo? Some sort of brand? It's a sign that the skill crystals integrated, Damon explained calmly. Now, if you touch that tattoo and will it, you will be able to teleport to the game world. Teleport? His dad gulped. Yup, Damon smiled. So we don't need those game helmets thingies? Mom pointed to the big bag near the table. It looked like his sister-in-law had arranged for them to receive these gaming helmets earlier today. As usual, poking her nose into places where it did not belong. Nope, you don't need that crap, Damon chuckled. The two of them speechlessly stared at the tattoos in their hand and gulped. They had heard about magic something something, and the world might change something something. But seeing this happen in person, they were simply not prepared for such a thing. It was completely overwhelming. Damon's father was a bit more bold, and he tried pressing the tattoo and activating it. However, nothing happened. "Did I do something wrong?" He looked at Damon like a kid who couldn't wait to try out their new toy. Damon chuckled. "No, Dad, nothing at all. You just have to wait until evening to get into the game world. You can only log in from 4 p.m. to 6 a.m. "Ah, I see." He nervously swallowed. "Okay, I have some things I need to take care of. How about you both hand over these skill crystals to Brother, my cute little monster, and that woman? I will meet you all at 4 in the evening when it's time to log in." His dad gave him a tight nod. "Yes, of course. I will make sure that they get theirs." The man definitely seemed pumped. Damon hugged them goodbye and closed the door, but he could still hear their excited voices. "Look how good your son is doing these days," his mom proudly beamed. "I always knew it was a matter of time. He has the brains. He was slacking off before, but now he has finally put his heart and mind into something. He will go to even greater heights. I believe in him," his dad unexpectedly said. Damon was a little shocked, and so was his mom. "Old man, are you kidding me, right? I was the one who always believed in our son," she rebutted. "Emph, what do you know? If I was also soft like you, then he would have turned out in a different way. As a father, it is my responsibility to be critical of him. That doesn't mean I didn't trust him." His mom scoffed. "Lying old man. Woman, who are you calling old? Wait till that game opens. Watch how I'm going to become stronger and fight right beside our son. I might even tame dragons and kill demons. Don't come begging to me that time to take you for a ride." "Yeah, right." His mother simply laughed in his face. "They are bickering like teenagers," Damon chuckled, and walked away. He was happy that everyone was happy and safe for now. But long was such a situation going to last? He really needed to look into how to improve their soul strength or speed up their adjustment to mana. Especially after seeing how chaotic things were within the clan, it was only a matter of time before some sort of fight broke out. His family would no doubt get caught in the middle of the nonsense, and considering how no one seemed to respect him or care for his strength, anything might happen. He did not want to let things get that far. He needed to nip this problem in the bud. Damon went back inside his room, closed his door, and then directly logged back into the game. He quickly looked around, but nothing had changed. He was still the only player in the vicinity. The celebrations had died down finally, and the streets were quite deserted. A cold wind swept through the empty streets, carrying with it a hush that felt oddly eerie after the chaotic festivities earlier. Damon's crimson eyes glinted as he surveyed the desolate street square. He was about to head to the Earl's place to try his luck with the two women, only with the pure thoughts of getting some quest leads from them, but he stopped in his tracks noticing the same old man sobbing in a street corner. As soon as Damon saw the same face, he could tell that this had a unique quest written all over it. He walked over to the old man and tried to talk to him. "Are you okay, Senior? Would you like some help?" The old man's head snapped up. He looked utterly desperate. His voice trembled as he reached out a shaking hand toward Damon. You're the blood god, right? The one who defeated Frostmane?" Damon gave a small nod. "That's me. What's the matter, Senior?" Tears welled up in the old man's eyes as he clutched Damon's sleeve with surprising strength. "Thank you so much, hero. Thank you so much for putting down that monster." The old man sobbed, standing up. "That monster took everything from me. My sweet son. My sweet, sweet son." The old man started walking, his steps wobbly, and Damon supported him. The old man continued ranting and slowly walked back to his house, which was somewhere in the outskirts of the city in one of the downtrodden areas. The situation looked bleak and hopeless by the second. Maybe he was following the wrong breadcrumb. Damon scratched his head impatiently. The quests related to any world boss were always top-notch and gave big boy rewards. If not for this, he wouldn't be wasting time here like this. Damon entertained the old man for a few more minutes, patiently listening to everything he was saying. In the end, the dude collapsed on his bed, completely knocked out from the liquor, and he got absolutely nothing in return. Damon's expression darkened as he stared at the old man snoring on the bed. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered under his breath. He decided to give up on this and head out, but he looked around the small, broken house one more time for good measure. No mana signatures, no treasures, nothing. It was really just a simple house. Damon didn't care too much. He tried, and it didn't work out. He turned to leave when suddenly he noticed a small metallic ball in a corner of the house. It was nothing fancy, just a ball of some metallic ore. He tossed it into his spatial ring just to be safe. Maybe it would be worth something. However, the next second, something completely unexpected happened. The ball of metal that Damon had just claimed rattled on the ground, transforming itself with a hiss of gears and a faint blue glow. It extended small, spindly legs and a pair of mechanical eyes, making it look like some kind of spider-like robot, but still maintaining its spherical core shape. Damon raised a brow, impressed. Now what do we have here? But before he could properly inspect it, a mechanical whir came from all corners of the dilapidated house. From behind cracked floorboards, beneath the sagging sofa, and even from inside the old fireplace, 10 more identical spheres suddenly rolled out, each with their own spindly legs and blinking eyes, forming a miniature mechanical army. Damon's eyes widened. Oh, jackpot! I'm pretty sure he would find something interesting if he examined them, but it looked like he had to take them out first. He conjured a fireball, ready to blast the first one. Before he could launch it, the old man stumbled in from the back room, wiping sleep from his eyes and clutching his head. "What is all this noise?" he grumbled, squinting at the bright blue lights flooding the room. In that instant, as if his voice had flipped some unseen switch, all the mechanical spheres shuddered, and then, one after another, they deactivated. Their lights blinked out, legs retracting, as they collapsed to the ground like lifeless toys. The main ball that Damon had claimed gave a last pitiful beep before it too shut down, leaving Damon standing there in stunned silence. The old man looked at the balls and gave another sorrowful sigh. "Oh, you found my son's favorite toys. He always loved playing with these." "Playing?" Damon smiled bitterly. He suddenly had a feeling that the old man's son wasn't all that simple. He decided to probe a little, pressing on this hunch. "Senior, could you please tell me more about your son's last few days? I have a feeling that it was not the bear who harmed your son. Maybe something else happened. Maybe he is still alive somewhere. Can you tell me everything more clearly?" Damon knew that he was probably a bastard to make the old man relive all of this, but he had no other choice. After all, he had his own family and people he cared about to protect. The old man's eyes glistened with tears as he looked at Damon. He staggered slightly, gripping one of the mechanical spheres as if it might help him stay on his feet. "My son, he was always too smart for his own good," he began, his voice trembling. "He wanted to be an inventor, you see. Spent days locked up in his room, tinkering and building. These toys were just his practice pieces. He was working on something much bigger, something he said would change everything." "And? What was he working on?" Damon asked. The old man's voice dropped to a whisper. "He called it the Core Guardian, said it would protect the city from anything, bandits, monsters, even even Frostmane." He shuddered. "The night before that monster came, he ran to me with a wild look in his eyes. He said he'd found the final blueprint, the last piece to make the Guardian work. But he wouldn't show me. Said he had to hide it. Said someone was after him." Tears streamed down his face. "I never saw him again." Damon nodded. "You think someone killed him?" The old man nodded shakily. I think someone else wanted that blueprint. I think they killed my son for it." The next second, a system message blinked in Damon's vision. "Ding! New quest available. The Tinkerer's Legacy." Quest description: find the hidden workshop of the Tinkerer's son. Uncover the truth about his final invention, the Core Guardian. Retrieve the blueprint before it falls into the wrong hands. The enemies who wanted it gone might still be lurking in the shadows. Rewards: unknown blueprint fragment. Unique mechanical companion. Reputation with Trendolin increased. Rare crafting materials. Damon's eyes lit up as the system message faded. "So the kid was hiding something important after all," he muttered. He turned to the old man, whose eyes were wide open with surprise and hope. "Senior, do you remember if your son mentioned any special hiding spots? Maybe a secret room, a trap door, or a hidden code in his toys?" I don't... nothing like that." The old man fumbled, but after a while he wiped his eyes and started talking slowly. He was always fond of riddles," he murmured. "Said no one would find his secrets unless they understood how he thought. He always told me, 'Father, the heart of creation lies where the metal meets the magic.'" "The heart of creation lies where the metal meets the magic," Damon repeated under his breath. Sure, very useful and not at all vague. He lifted the mechanical sphere again and examined it carefully. Metal and magic, Damon mused, his mind jumping to the basics of crafting, materials and mana circuits, things he had no idea about. In his previous life, he had spent all his time researching and learning about vampires and trying to find out hidden clues about the legendary item of the vampire race. He had absolutely ignored all of the professions and only paid a little attention to alchemy. Now that he thought about it, this sort of mech tech was not really popular in his last life. Sure, some players chose engineering as their profession skill and their secondary class. They had tried their hands at it, but nothing came out of it. Engineering was also one of the more pricier professions, and had even bankrupted many, so much so that some straight-up rage quit the game and left. Damon stared at the sphere for a good 10 minutes. Yep, my only option is to brute force the shit out of this thing. He narrowed his eyes at the mechanical ball, rolling it around in his palm. "Well, let's see how you tick," he muttered. Then, without any hesitation, he channeled a hefty pulse of mana directly into the sphere, fully expecting some hidden mechanism to click or maybe a small panel to slide open. Instead, the thing gave a high-pitched whine, brightened to a piercing white, and then, boom, it exploded right in his face. Reflexes faster than thought, Damon threw up a mana barrier, the explosion bouncing off his shield like rain on a window pane. Even so, his hair was left smoking, and his eyebrows were singed at the tips. "What the hell?" he sputtered. The old man barreled in from the back room, eyes blazing. "What have you done to my son's toys?" he bellowed, voice hoarse with rage. His wrinkled hands trembled with anger. "Get out! Get out of my house!" Damon had no choice but to bolt for the door, dodging a surprisingly swift swipe from the old man's cane. The city had clearly forgotten all about how he was the city hero, and Damon knew better than to argue or reason with a drunkard. Once outside, he leaned against a cracked wall, wiping a hand across his scorched face. He waited there, hidden in a shadowed alley, until the old man's drunken rants and cries faded. Minutes turned to an hour as the old man's voice cracked, his energy spent. Damon heard a heavy thud, probably the old man collapsing onto his bed, exhausted. Damon waited a minute longer, then quietly slipped back inside. He searched every inch of the tiny house, every loose board and hidden corner. Nothing. No trapdoors, no hidden notes, not even a scribble on the walls. Just broken memories and too many empty bottles. With a frustrated sigh, Damon left the house behind. "The heart of creation lies where the metal meets the magic, huh?" he mumbled, recalling the old man's words. Could be anywhere in these God's forsaken mountains. It looks like he had a busy day ahead of him. Damon hated these types of quests the most. He had spent many weeks and even months in his last life following dead-end quests like this. Combing through a city was not really a big deal, but combing through the whole wilderness in the biting cold was going to be a pain in the ass. At least his ice affinity resistance was better these days, which would make the process slightly less annoying. Damon decided to first walk around the city and get a better idea about the engineers in the region. Maybe one of them might give me another clue. His reputation helped, and everyone was happy to answer his questions. The only problem was that none of the answers were useful. Engineers? Why would any of those mad fellas come all the way out here to Trendalen? What do you mean, engineers? Are you looking for alchemists, maybe? Son, I've been pounding steel in this city for over 20 years, and I haven't seen an engineer worth a name since the old trade guild fell apart. A blacksmith laughed. Trade guild? Damon's ears perked up. What happened to them? The blacksmith's smile faded. Most of them either left for the capital or gave up. Too expensive, too complicated. Trendalen's not exactly the place for high-tech tinkerers. We're all about hammer, anvil, and a decent mug of ale here. Damon nodded, filing that away. Anyone still around who might know something? The blacksmith scratched his beard thoughtfully. Sorry, hero, you're really looking in the wrong place. You should take the teleportation portal and visit Grenthalen City. The famous mad tinkerer Malachi resides there, but be careful, that man usually blows up parts of the city in the name of research. Damon nodded. It was useful information, but he doubted if it would help him in this particular quest. And also, he too was aware of the Mad Master Malachi. That man probably would not be helpful in the least. Damon thought about it for a while. A tinkerer-related quest in a city with almost no tinkerers. This quest would probably be a dead end or extreme time sink for most players, but he already had another clue with him. It looked like it was time for him to collect from the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen had some sort of quest related to a spaceship, and he had a quest related to a missing tinkerer. Considering both of these were in the same territory, what were the chances that the two of them were related? Should be 100%. Damon felt confident. A quest that led to something important, like a spaceship, probably had more than one breadcrumbs leading to the same endpoint. He must have caught on to the second quest thread leading to the same endpoint. Guess it's time to pay the Ice Queen a visit. She owes me more than one favor anyway. Damon checked the time, and it would be a while before the rest of them could actually log in. He decided to spend the rest of the time doing something useful, like grinding ice affinity beasts in the area. Every little bit helped when it came to getting past that 6th breakpoint in the Black Pool. While this little side quest was important, his main priority was still the legacy or whatever it was that waited for him at the bottom of those abyssal waters. He did not want to waste his time. Damon dashed outside the city borders and didn't bother holding back this time. There was no one around, and there was no need to hide. He ran across the snowy terrain at full speed towards the first life form he sensed. An Arctic fox, walking back to its den. Time ticked by quickly, and soon the next session arrived. Damon was currently resting in a local tavern, tasting their ale. After his last evolution, his taste buds had changed slightly, and now even alcohol tasted quite good. It wasn't just alcohol. High-quality meat from evolved beasts also seemed to hit differently. A bite of roasted ice wolf thigh made his mouth water in ways it hadn't before. He savored each bite, the charred meat practically melting on his tongue, rich with iron and mana-infused oils that left a warm, pleasant aftertaste. He leaned back in his chair, enjoying his first break after continuously grinding for the last few hours. His hunt had yielded a net of 10 ice affinity points, 10 ice elemental resistance points, and 3 new skills. All in all, it was a productive day. Damon continued savoring his little treat when the person he expected quietly arrived at the tavern. Silvara eyed him and the 2 waitresses fawning over him, quite suspiciously. A look of mild disgust flashed past her face as she prepared to leave. This was when Damon took out the small metal sphere from his spatial ring. "Would you look at my new toy? So shiny and so metallic." Silvara froze, then hurried over to him. "Put that away, now, before someone else sees it." "As you wish, Your Highness." Damon smiled and made the sphere disappear. Silvara scowled. "This isn't a game, Damon. This cosmic ship is extremely important for our clan. I don't know how you managed to find this thing, but could you please not parade it around?" What's in it for me?" Damon shrugged. Silvara sighed. "Why is everything with you a transaction? Can't things be easier?" Damon chuckled and did not say anything. "Nothing is free in this world, my dear. Now, can we talk about what I found out? Or rather, the reason why we are here? I know we've got a bit sidetracked with the Black Pool, but getting that ship should still be your family's top priority. Am I correct?" Silvara's jaw tightened. "You're right," she admitted. "The Patriarch is counting on me to secure that ship, and now I'm thinking that you're the only one crazy enough or skilled enough to help me get it." She pulled up a chair, sliding into it with a grace that belied her irritation. "But you can't just waltz around with that thing like it's a toy. If the wrong people see it, they'll come after both of us. You still don't know the power of the big families. They have eyes everywhere. Don't take them lightly." Damon nodded seriously. "Fine, I will be more careful, Your Highness." Silvara looked at him with exasperation. Okay. Let's talk more about the spaceship and the dungeon you needed my help with. I think I'm going to need more details about it." Silvara let out a long sigh, her fingers drumming lightly on the wooden table. She looked a bit hesitant, but she continued speaking anyway. "It's not a dungeon in the traditional sense," she said. "It's more like a labyrinth, a sealed fortress that once belonged to some sort of tinkerer's guild. I only recently got wind of it thanks to some ancient records I found buried in the archives. Apparently, it's supposed to house the prototype for that cosmic ship. At least that's the rumor." Damon nodded, punching his palm with his fist. "Of course, the library. I didn't look there." Silvara looked at him, but he quickly waved his hand, signaling her to continue. "Anyways, the dungeon is also rumored to be a death trap. The Tinkerers didn't just build machines, they built defenses, traps, automated sentries, things that could wipe out entire raid parties." Damon calmly listened. He did not know what made the woman change her attitude, but she was very open and forthcoming about the whole thing. "The Patriarch thinks this is a chance to secure something big, something that will give our clan a real foothold in the power struggle that's about to come. But if we fail," Silvara's fingers drummed faster, a nervous rhythm. "If we fail, it might mean the end of everything we've worked for." "And?" Damon asked, fully knowing what was to come. "I need your help," Silvara admitted. Damon smiled. "My plan was different in the beginning, but right now things have started to become somewhat complicated in the family. There are some people who are trying to break up our guild from the outside, and I'm afraid they have slowly started to succeed. I'm not blaming you, but you coming to our guild became the perfect catalyst for all sorts of things to blow up, and now I have no one else to turn to except you." Damon let out a slow chuckle, leaning back in his chair. "So I'm your only option, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. So, what's the plan?" Run that dungeon with just the two of us? I've got to say that's going to be a bit difficult, even if it is me. Some dungeons have weird mechanisms that would be punishing if a small team is not present. Silvara shook her head. I have a couple of people whom I trust. I'm sure your friends Kate and Mark are trustworthy. Together, we should be able to pull together a small team. Damon understood. So, while everyone is busy with the black pool, you want to silently head out to the dungeon and finish this whole thing before anyone else even notices we're gone. Silvara's lips curved into a wry smile. Exactly, she said. While everyone is too busy with their internal politics and that ridiculous black pool situation, we'll slip away and get the ship before anyone can even think about stopping us. Damon chuckled. Now I understand why Artemius trusts you so much. You're quite the cunning strategist, Ice Queen. All right, when do you want to do this? A small smile appeared and disappeared on the Ice Queen's face from hearing the unexpected compliment, but she quickly adjusted her composure. I want to do this immediately, as soon as possible. Even right now, if you can give me the time. Damon placed his glass back on the table. I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't serious. The sooner I stabilize the situation in the clan, the better. Things are deteriorating every second. All right, Damon nodded. I have some personal things that I need to take care of, so I will meet you and the rest of the team in a couple of hours. Damon stood up to leave when Silvara quickly hurried after him. Wait, are you going to deal with that beast now? Which beast? The one guarding the 7th breakpoint, Silvara anxiously said. Damon shook his head. Oh, that one. He remembered how everyone had been wiped out from taunting that beast and laughed a little. No, probably not yet. I should let your family members have a couple more goes at it before I take care of it. Don't you think so? Silvara bitterly smiled. Do you think you can really take care of it? Damon shrugged. Who knows? I can't say anything until I try. Anyways, our focus should now be on the dungeon and not on that black pool. I will see you soon. With that, he disappeared into the streets and appeared in the teleportation portals. He finally checked his messages, which were now popping up out of control. Yep, his whole family was now online in the game. He only had to read through a couple of messages to know that they had all been teleported together to a small town near Jotar City as their starting point. He paid the gold coins, took the portal to the city, and from there ran to the small town at a modest pace. 15 minutes later, he was standing in front of the motley group who were creating quite a bit of ruckus. It would have been better if I were able to adjust my appearance. Damon's mother pulled her shirt uncomfortably to cover her slightly protruding stomach. His dad rolled his eyes at that comment and did not say much. He busied himself jumping and punching the air, moving his body to see if everything worked. Meanwhile, Damon's sister-in-law was scanning her status profile like a hawk, and his brother was simply staring at the passers-by, looking a little lost. It was the little munchkin who saw Damon first, charging towards him with an unstoppable force. "Uncle, this is amazing! Whee!" Damon braced himself as the little fireball practically tackled him, wrapping her tiny arms around his waist. She was grinning ear to ear, her eyes wide with wonder. He laughed and ruffled her hair. "Careful there, Munchkin. You'll knock me over at this rate." He glanced over at his family and couldn't help but smile. All right, calm down, everyone." Damon waved a hand, trying not to grin too widely at the chaos. His mother finally met his eyes, giving him a soft smile. "We've heard so much about this place from you, Damon. I can't believe we're actually here." His dad gave him a lopsided grin. "Feels like I'm 20 years younger already. You said this is just a game? Feels real enough to me." "It's real enough that you'd better take it seriously." Damon walked over, carrying the little girl. His sister-in-law snorted on the side. "It's still just a game. There is no need to exaggerate things to make yourself look more important." His mom shot back instantly. "Georgina, do you not know how to be thankful? Maybe you should shut up sometimes." Damon ignored the two, as he was already used to this. "So, Dad, what class are you planning to select? Did you get the option already?" Damon already knew the answer was going to be something outrageous, and just as he expected, his father spoke with a grin. "I am going to be a beast tamer, son. Your old man wants to tame and ride a dragon." Damon's mouth dropped open, and then he burst out laughing. "Dad, a dragon! You've never even trained a dog properly." His father crossed his arms with mock indignation. "Don't underestimate me, boy. I've been taming your mother's temper for 30 years. That counts for something." His mother rolled her eyes, but I saw the amused smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Yes, yes, dragon tamer," she muttered, shaking her head. His sister-in-law scoffed on the side. "All right, like I said before, I hope no one selected their class yet. I will take you guys to a special place, and then you can pick a better class." Everyone nodded, including his sister-in-law. Though the woman belittled him every chance she got, the opportunistic lady tended to follow the kind of instructions that benefited her very well. She had no problem at all accepting any kind of help from him. Damon could only laugh at her pettiness. He hated the woman, but for his brother, he continued to ignore her. Maybe in his last life he did not have this much maturity, but after 2 lives, he had definitely developed a thicker skin to not get into a bickering contest with her. Correction. Maybe he was not all that mature after all. As the group walked outside of the city, a dire wolf charged at them unexpectedly from the side. Well, unexpectedly for everyone except Damon. Nevertheless, Damon was happy to allow the beast to land a few attacks on its target, which was, coincidentally, none other than his sister-in-law. "Damon! Damon, help! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Damon!" Georgina shrieked in pain. A very happy coincidence indeed. Damon casually watched the beast toss around the woman and maul her here and there, flesh tearing everywhere and blood spraying like water from a garden hose. Everyone else was also frozen in shock, watching the scene in horror, unable to even take a step forward. The sight was simply too horrifying to digest. Georgina was flailing now, trying to crawl away from the beast as her health bar rapidly drained. "Help! Please! I'm going to die!" she screeched, eyes wide in terror. Damon quickly tossed a couple of healing spells to keep the terror going. It would be a pity if she died too soon without learning her lesson. Then finally, when the woman was about to absolutely lose her shit, he stepped in and pulled away the beast like a small pug. In front of everyone's eyes, he casually twisted its head and finished its life, draining the blood essence at the same time. "There, saved your life. No need to thank me," Damon smiled. Georgina collapsed on the ground, panting hard. She stared at Damon in fear and shock, her mouth for once completely sealed shut. She couldn't bring herself to say anything. She just dumbly kept staring at Damon. "Thanks, Damon," her brother finally spoke. The little munchkin also ran over and hugged him, and then hugged her mother and started crying. Seeing the little girl cry it out, Damon felt a little guilty. Maybe he had gone a little far this time. But he then shrugged. His family needed a wake-up call anyways. This world was dangerous, and they needed to treat it as such. It was better that they learned it sooner rather than later. After that small mishap, the group now traveled a lot more quietly, their minds still stuck on that incident. Georgina threw a couple of aggravated looks at him, but Damon did not care. It was not like he pushed her to the wolf. As for the little girl, he had already assured her plenty that he would help them all get strong and be more powerful in the future, so a small wolf couldn't hurt them so easily. The kid was surprisingly very quick to recover and became her cheerful self again, which made Damon feel at ease. Soon they reached Jotar City, and Damon took them all straight to the teleportation portals. The group then arrived together at Vermilion City, where the famous Vermilion Lake was present. This was one of the other popular awakening spots. Damon knew of a secret method to get access to this, but it was not possible to use it personally for him. Now that he was already kind of established in the game, with enough reputation points with the human faction and enough gold coins, he could actually use this method. He led the group through the bustling streets of Vermilion City, past glowing crystal lampposts and merchant stalls hawking everything from enchanted feathers to steaming manna dumplings. The scent of lotus incense drifted on the wind, and the distant sound of temple bells echoed like soft chimes through the air. The city was a beautiful mix of natural wonder and mystic architecture, with winding waterways reflecting the vermilion red sky like melted ruby. "This place is beautiful," Damon's mom murmured, her earlier discomfort forgotten as she gazed at the lake shimmering in the distance. The lake was completely red in color, the same color as the sky, thanks to the numerous vermilion flowers that grew in the region. His dad seemed a little dazed, jaw slightly slack as he stared at the unbelievable scene. Even Georgina, who had been limping along dramatically, looked momentarily impressed until she remembered she was supposed to be mad and wronged, and started scowling again. In the beginning, everyone thought that this city was simply a tourist city with nothing much to offer. After all, the players were only allowed to take a look at the breathtaking lake from a distance. No one was allowed entry except for the folks with noble status in the city. The discovery of the awakening powers of the lake became a big deal later. Until then, people simply thought that the vain noblemen and women liked to take a bath in the lake to make themselves more good-looking. Damon naturally knew of a shortcut to access the beautiful lake. He took his family and visited the castle of one of the noblemen in charge of the lake entry. With Damon's fame and reputation, everyone was quickly ushered inside, seated in the central hall, and treated with respect. Everyone looked a little shocked at the delicacies served in front of them and the gold and silver sparkling everywhere. For a moment, they felt like royalty. Even the plates were too pretty to eat off of, and everyone stayed still, afraid they would break something by mistake. Only the little girl happily went from plate after plate and tasted everything without any care. Seeing her, Georgina also tasted a few dishes as well, much to Damon's mother's discomfort. She tried to stare some sense into our daughter-in-law, but Georgina did not even look at her. His dad was next, as he generously poured some wine and started drinking, stars twinkling in his eyes. Damon shook his head helplessly and ignored all of them. He couldn't in the least be bothered by how these guys acted here. It did not matter. He had enough reputation points to cover their shenanigans. A few minutes later, a fat man sauntered over, face full of smiles. "Ah, if it isn't the blood god himself, the slayer of not one but two terrifying beasts," the nobleman beamed, arms wide open like they were long-lost friends. His elaborate robes shimmered with tiny gems stitched into the fabric, and his rings clinked against each other as he walked. "I was just saying the other day how the honor of hosting such a figure would be the highlight of my season. And look, the heavens have heard me." I smiled politely, but didn't rise from his seat. "Lord Vensar, thank you for your hospitality. Unfortunately, I do not have a lot of time today to enjoy your company. I have come here for something important. I wonder if the Lord has some free time to entertain my small wish." Damon then took out a sack of gold coins and placed them on the table, a huge bulging sack containing 1,000 gold coins. Lord Vensar's face quickly changed, his grin stretched wider, his entire expression glowing with delight as his plump fingers closed around the heavy sack. 1,000 gold, he murmured reverently. "The blood god is as generous as he is deadly. Truly, this is a blessed day." He slipped the coin pouch into the folds of his robes like it belonged there, then straightened with a small ceremonial cough. "Very well, for this rare gift I will honor your request. Your family shall receive direct access to the lake itself, the full awakening. They may walk into the sacred waters as the nobles do and leave as something more." Damon nodded slightly. "That's all I want." The noblemen clapped again. "Prepare the path to the shore." The servants bowed and began their work without hesitation. Damon turned to his family. "This is it. All you need to do is enter the lake. Walk in, let the water surround you, stay calm, and let the magic do the rest." Everyone nodded in a daze. They had no idea what was happening, but everyone trusted Damon, especially after the demonstration of strength he had just displayed. They did not dare question him. A few minutes later, the group was led down a winding path of silver stone steps to the edge of the Vermilion Lake. The surface shimmered like molten ruby, disturbed only by the faint, natural pulse of mana emanating from its depths. Flower petals floated in clusters. One by one, they stepped forward. Damon watched as his family entered the lake and walked in until their whole body was completely submerged. The moment their skin touched the water, ripples spread in concentric circles of light. Each person's glow was different, subtle shifts in hue and intensity that reflected the awakening stirring within. Damon stood there, arms crossed, as the lake accepted them. Half an hour quickly went by as the group remained inside the lake undergoing the awakening process. Soon, one by one, they started walking out with excited looks on their faces. Damon's father and mother looked 10 years younger. His brother looked less tired. Georgina had a big smile on her smile like a wolf who had found some sheep to eat. Lastly, the little imp came out giggling happily. There was no noticeable change in her, which is something Damon had expected. Young kids below the age of 10 weren't really able to awaken or obtain any class just yet. Damon let out a sigh as he watched his family emerge from the sacred waters, radiating energy and newfound strength. His father was flexing his arms, cracking his neck like an old warrior who just remembered how it felt to be 20 again. "I feel like I could bench press a bear," he said with a proud grin. His mother gave him a disapproving look, but her smile softened it. "You look ridiculous." His brother looked more grounded than Damon had ever seen him. He was still quiet, but there was a focus in his eyes now, a stillness that hadn't been there before. When he glanced at Damon, he gave a simple nod, an acknowledgement between siblings, free of words. And then there was Georgina. She walked out like a queen emerging from a throne room, as if she had unlocked some sort of secret hidden power. Damon didn't care. If she really did unlock something like that, then good for her and good for him. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his brother and his niece in the new world. Finally, the little girl bounded up the slope, dripping with lake water and pure joy. "Uncle, Uncle!" she shouted. "It felt tickly and warm and sparkly. Can we do it again?" Damon knelt down and wiped a few flower petals from her cheeks. "Not until you're older, Munchkin. Come, let's first get out of here and then talk about things." Damon led the group to the training hall in the city, where they could talk to individual class instructors and obtain better options for classes. The Vermilion City Training Hall was nestled within a large circular plaza, adorned with runic statues and glowing trees. A towering spire stood at the center, with smaller buildings surrounding it, each one tailored to a specific combat or magical discipline. Damon motioned them to split up. "Why don't you guys go ahead and go to the class hall you want? It doesn't matter what class you want to pick. Your awakening will help you make better choices." Seeing some still hesitant, especially his mother and brother, Damon once again urged them. "It's okay. It really doesn't matter what class you choose. Any class could become powerful. Just do whatever you want." Thanks to his extensive knowledge of the game, Damon was confident he would be able to help them out no matter what path they took. Unlike the popular opinion that once you commit to a path, your game life is set, Earth Online was very different in reality. There were plenty of second chances if one knew where to look for them. Damon did not want to force his family members to select certain paths that would inevitably become superior to others. He wanted them to follow their will. In the end, there was always something to be said about playing the class that you like and are passionate about. And just as he expected, his mother did not go towards any of the big class halls. Instead, she walked to the cooking profession hall. Damon couldn't help the soft chuckle that escaped him. Of course, she'd choose cooking. She had spent her whole life feeding the family, finding comfort in simmering pots and feeding stubborn mouths. It made sense that she would want to turn that into a strength. His dad, on the other hand, predictably stumped straight toward the beast tamer hall. It looked like he was hell-bent on chasing his dream of taming a dragon. His brother lingered, still not picking any option, and simply wandering about here and there as if he couldn't make up his mind. Georgina, however, walked straight to the Witches and Wizard class hall. After some time, Damon noticed that his brother had also disappeared somewhere. Only he and the little girl were left now. "Uncle, Uncle, what will I do now? I also want to pick a class and level up like everyone," Lola pouted. "No, no, no, no," Damon sternly shook his head. "You will be attending an academy. Got it? No matter what your mother tells you to do, this is what you should be doing. Trust your uncle." Lola nodded. "Academy? Isn't that like school?" Damon smiled wickedly. "It is a school." Lola gasped. "What? You want me to attend a school inside a game?" Damon crossed his arms, trying not to laugh at her shocked expression. "That's right," he said with a nod. "A magical school, with spell classes, beast summoning, potion brewing, mana dueling, and maybe even flying lessons if you behave." Lola blinked. "Flying?" "Mm-hmm, but only if you score high on your entry exam," he said with mock seriousness. "Also, there's detention if you mess around too much. You don't want to end up scrubbing a bird's scales for punishment, do you?" Her mouth fell open in horror. "No, I don't want to clean bird butt." Damon burst out laughing. "Then study hard, little munchkin." "But what if I don't like school?" she mumbled, tugging at the edge of his cloak. "You don't have to like it," he said gently, kneeling down so he was eye level with her. "You just have to get stronger, because things in this world, they're not always fun and games. And one day, when you're ready, you'll be able to protect the people you love, just like I'm protecting all of you now." Lola stared at him for a second, wide-eyed and quiet. Then she nodded slowly and straightened up, her little fists clenched with dramatic resolution. "Okay, I'll go to the magic school, but only if they let me keep sparkly pets. I want a snowy owl." "Yep." Damon ruffled her damp hair. "I'll make sure you get a whole sparkly zoo if you stick to the plan." Lola grinned. "Deal." With the matter settled, Damon stood and glanced around the plaza again. He knew it was going to take some time for everyone to get done, so he took out the little girl for some snacks. The two of them happily hit all kinds of stalls, and Damon smiled, watching the little girl's small face beam in happiness and excitement. Lola darted from one food cart to the next like a squirrel on sugar, pointing at everything with sparkly eyes. "Uncle, that fruit is glowing. Can I eat it?" "Uncle, that smells like barbecue. I want to try it." "Uncle, look, that is such a delicious-looking juice. I want to drink it." "Uncle, there is a lot of crowd over there. Maybe they are selling something super-duper." Damon chuckled, following her at a relaxed pace as she zipped through the evening crowd. They tried crispy mana-fried petals, liquid light candies, and even a swirled ice treat infused with faint elemental cold. At one stall, Lola convinced Damon to buy her a stuffed animal that purred when hugged. She immediately named it Queen Marshmallow III. Damon didn't mind. He did not know when he would be able to spend time with her like this again, so he decided to enjoy himself a little bit. Finally, after about an hour, they decided to turn back to the plaza when suddenly Damon saw his brother walking to him with a fishing pole in his hand. Damon was gobsmacked. The next second, he buckled over and started laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. "Dude, you became a fisherman? Your wife is gonna divorce you!" John stopped a few steps away, expression calm and completely unfazed. He glanced down at the simple-looking fishing pole in his hand, then back up at Damon, who was now wheezing with laughter and wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. "I'm serious," Damon gasped between chuckles. "She walked into the witch hall like a damn arch-villain, and you walked out with a fishing rod." Lola was giggling too, though she clearly didn't know why. "Are we going fishing now? Are we going to catch some special fishies?" she asked eagerly, eyeing the pole with interest. John only gave a small smile to the two of them. Damon did not know why, but suddenly his brother looked very tired and sad. It was a shock because all his life he had only seen a different side of his brother. The perfect son, the top student, the ambitious young man, the best husband, the definition of success. However, now he looked like a shell of his old self, barely saying anything, barely smiling. His eyes weren't sharp and focused like they used to be. They looked distant, shadowed, like someone who had walked a long road and forgotten what the destination even was. "Hey," Damon said softly, voice dropping. "You okay?" John didn't answer right away. He just looked up at the twilight sky, then down at Lola, who was still bouncing around. "I wanted something quiet, something that didn't require me to lead, or win, or prove anything." Damon nodded slowly. He got it now. All those years of expectations, of always being the one who had to have it together, they'd chipped away at John in ways no one had noticed. And Earth Online, this brutal, brilliant second world, had handed him something he hadn't had in years, the permission to just be. "You picked the right class then," Damon said, more gently now. "There's peace in the water, stillness. You don't have to rush anything." John finally gave him a faint smile. Not a flashy one, not the charming, picture-perfect kind their parents used to praise or Georgina used to boast about. Just a real one. "Thanks," he said. Damon let out a sigh and gently patted his brother. He knew this was a serious moment, and his brother was openly sharing with him some deep moments in his life. But he still couldn't help it. "Dude, you got burned out and now want out of the rat race, huh? Could you be more cliché?" He chuckled and clapped his brother's back. "I just hope this is not some early-onset midlife crisis. Your wife will have your skin." John shook his head, but there was a breath of laughter behind the sigh he let out. "Probably," he admitted, "but if this is a midlife crisis, I picked the best version of it. No overpriced motorcycles, no weird haircut, just a fishing pole and a quiet lake." Damon laughed harder. "You say that now. Just wait until you're standing knee-deep in a swamp trying to catch a void-scale salmon while your wife is after your ass for more gold coins." John smirked at that. "You always think the worst of her, Damon. She is not that bad. She is only rude to you because you are rude to her every chance you get." "Yeah, right. And the sun rises in the west, and the moon is actually a gorgeous goddess? You'd better hope she doesn't find out you're planning to build a hut next to a lake and live out your retirement fantasy 30 decades early." "She already thinks I'm losing it," John said dryly. "Good," Damon said with a grin. "Means at least she still cares." Lola, now chewing on a piece of glowing candy, looked between them with wide eyes. "Are you two fighting or being friends?" "We're being both. That's how brothers work." John nodded. "I insult him less when I like him." "Oh." Then Damon gave his brother one last nudge. "Don't look so glum. Go try out fishing for a while. Do whatever you want. Relax and let loose. I can even suggest some special places for you to visit and have fun. Cough, cough. You know, just like strip clubs. Cough, cough. Completely legal ones." John gave him a long, deadpan stare. "You're an idiot." "I'm just saying. What's the point of a second life if you don't let your repressed side stretch its legs a little?" "My wife is enough for me. No thank you." "Sure," Damon replied with a wink. "Anyways, there are all sorts of places here and all sorts of ways to relax. Just have fun for some time, yeah? And keep an eye on Dad and Mom for me. I'm going to be busy for a while, so it would be nice if you could look out for them." John nodded. "Yeah, I can do that." "Good," Damon said, clapping his shoulder one last time. "All right, let's go. I think I see Mom there." Damon started walking when his brother placed his hand on his shoulder. "Damon, wait. I just wanted to say thank you." "Thank you for what?" For everything. John sighed. For bringing us to a safe place. For caring about us. For getting all of us this. For helping us do the awakening thing. I don't know what our future is going to look like, and I'm too tired to even think about it, but I know that you're carrying all our burdens on your shoulders. I just need a couple of days. I promise you. I won't become a dead weight on your shoulder. Just give me a couple of days and I will once again change my class and start fresh and become someone stronger and someone whom you can trust and count on. Damon stepped forward and pulled his brother into a quick, rough hug. "You idiot," he muttered, voice thick. "Just stop thinking and take a fucking break. I know you lent me the money and not Dad. Think of this as my turn to repay you. Stop getting so fucking emotional. Can you just take a break for a couple of days? How about we have a serious chat after that?" John looked like he wanted to say something, but Damon raised a finger. "First, take a break, and then we can talk, okay? Nothing is going to happen immediately. There is plenty of time for you to get stronger and get back to being the perfect son, brother, and husband." John swallowed and then smiled. He did not argue anymore and gave a simple nod. "Thanks." "What are you both talking about?" Damon's mother walked over. She saw the fishing pole in John's hand, and, to everyone's surprise, she instantly became overjoyed. "Son, did you become a fisherman? Oh my God, now you have made my life so much easier. Look at all my quests. I need fishes for so many of them. Come, let's go to the lake and start the work. I need to level up before your old man. He thinks I can't play video games. See how I show him my power. This is great. I never get to spend time with you, John. Now you can spend lots and lots of time with your mom." John stood frozen, like someone who had just stepped into a trap he did not see coming. Damon was already snorting, clearly trying and failing to hold back his laughter. Well, he drawled. "Looks like your quiet lake life just got a +1. Enjoy your life, bro. I will see you all later." John began, but words failed him as their mother practically latched onto his arm, already dragging him somewhere. Damon pulled his mom and kissed her forehead, and then planted another kiss on the little munchkin's cheeks. "I love you guys. Keep an eye on each other. I have to go now, but don't hesitate to message me if you are in any kind of danger or going to some dangerous place. I will be with you guys in a minute. I'm sending some money your way, bro, for expenses and for you and Dad too, Mom. Let me know if you guys need more." Damon already started walking away, afraid that his mom would throw one of the annoying cooking quests at him. Cooking quests were notorious for that. Same went for fishing. Only people who really loved these kind of things would be able to survive the class. John looked back over his shoulder helplessly, but Damon just waved, grinning like a devil. "Enjoy your peace and stillness, brother. You earned it." He disappeared quickly, and only when he was in a safe distance, he stopped and sent some gold coins to each. As Damon disappeared from view, John stood by the lake, his mother clinging to one arm and Lola to the other, both chattering excitedly about quests and rare fish that only appeared under moonlight, or only responded to singing. The wind stirred the reeds by the lakeside, and the water shimmered with gentle ripples. It really did look peaceful. John sighed. So, this was it. From boardrooms and client meetings to bait selection and ripple analysis. "I think we should go for the moon-eyed carp first," his mom said confidently, already pulling up her quest tracker. "It only shows up if you hum near the edge of the dock. Don't worry, I brought snacks." "Are ghost fish scary?" Lola asked, clinging to his leg now. "I want to catch one, but I don't want it to scream. If it screams, I'll scream louder. Is that okay?" John gave a slow blink. "Totally okay," he said, already resigning himself to the chaos. With a long breath, he stepped onto the wooden dock, his fishing rod in hand. His mom beamed, already swaying side to side as she began humming something that sounded terrible. John cast his line with as much grace as a man could while being serenaded by an over-enthusiastic parent and a candy-stuffed toddler. And then the bobber twitched. Once, twice, it dipped sharply. He blinked. That was fast. He had read about fishing even before he got here, and had actually secretly planned to play the game before all of this chaos. So he knew somewhat about the class, or at least the starting experience of some players. Most of them mentioned how awful fishing was and how slow the whole thing was. Many had already quit the class and were now searching for ways to change their class. But why was his experience so different? Was this because of the skill the guy gave him? John's eyes narrowed as he mentally opened his skill panel. Fisherman's goodwill, fishing success rate, rare encounter chance, and affinity with aquatic and spiritual entities are increased by a small percentage. John smiled and closed the system interface. He knew it was not some kind of amazing skill that was going to instantly make him as strong as Damon, but he didn't care. The fishing instructor had given him the skill, seeing how passionate he was about fishing, and he was proud of that. John felt the tug on the line, and he snapped out of his thoughts. He held his breath and pulled. The rod bent, water splashed, and with a fluid, almost dreamlike arc, a shimmering, translucent fish leapt from the surface. It had silver scales that caught the fading sunlight like molten glass. The moment it hit the dock, the system chimed. "You have caught Whisperfin, rare." "Ding, ding, ding! You have leveled up!" Standing near him, his mom squealed in delight. "Oh my God, that's the one! That's the one for my quest! My singing worked! My singing worked!" She spun around and almost tackled him in a hug. "You are amazing! See, I knew it. My son is always amazing, no matter what you do." John looked at the twinkling eyes of his mom and smiled helplessly. "It's all thanks to Damon, Mom. Without him taking us to that awakening lake, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't be having such a good time right now." "Don't be so humble, John. Damon is amazing, but you are also good. No matter who you become, both of you will always be equally important to me, and I'm proud of both my sons. Now, let's get moving. Catch another one for me. I need to level up before that old man gets here." Okay, I'm getting right on it." John chuckled helplessly, feeling a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the sun or the rare fish. It was strange. He had spent years chasing achievements that came with promotions, bonuses, and dinner parties of empty praise. And yet, here he was, standing on a pixelated dock beside his over-enthusiastic mother and a sugar-fueled toddler, feeling more seen and appreciated than he had in years. "All right," he said, casting his line again. "Let's get you that level up."
Damon still had about half an hour left before the meeting time, and he already had plans for that half an hour. He needed to make some preparations before heading to the special hidden dungeon, or at least that's what he thought it was. In his last life, Damon hadn't encountered mechs all that much, but there was one cardinal rule when dealing with these things. Never fight a mech unprepared. That was the rule. One Damon had learned the hard way, watching a proud guild get obliterated in under 30 seconds by a single mid-tier combat drone during a world event. Unlike beasts or undead or even elemental spirits, mechs didn't care about fear, intimidation, or death. They were precision, speed, and death, wrapped in alloys and cold logic. Also, don't go to a mech fight without a lightning element mage. Right now, there wasn't one in their group, but that can easily change. Damon thought about it a lot. He would love to continue his image of being a rogue vampire, but it would severely limit his fighting power. Truth would sooner or later come out. Instead, he decided to push his new image as a mage vampire. He could come out as a tetramage who can use shadow, blood, fire, and lightning. This would make him exceptional, but not so much that he would become a threat to the Super Tens. It would also easily explain his overpowered attack style. Damon took the teleportation portal to Twin Thunder City and then sped up towards the Storm-Spired dungeon. The dungeon portal was located fairly close to the city, so there were plenty of players surrounding the portal. Damon had already activated stealth, so he was able to easily enter the dungeon portal without much attention. Personally, he did not mind farming for some PvP kills and easy skill upgrades, but he was on a tight schedule today. He couldn't afford to waste time here. The sooner he cleared that dungeon and figured out what his world boss quest could end in, the sooner he could get back and conquer that black pool. He could simply ignore the world boss quest, but he did not want to give up on a power-up lead, especially when everything was coming together nicely. As he mulled over the plans, Damon smashed through the dungeon casually. It was a level 30 dungeon, and his current level was 45, not to mention his stats were similar to those of a level 100 player. Ding! You have learned the skill Lightning Slash. Lightning Slash. Imbue your weapon with volatile, lightning energy. The next melee strike will deal bonus electric damage and briefly stun enemies with low resistance. Has a chance to chain to nearby targets. Cooldown 15 seconds. Ding! You have learned the skill Storm Pulse. Ding! You have gained +1 lightning resistance. Ding! You have learned the skill Lightning Dash. Ding! You have learned the skill Lightning Strike. ... The dungeon was a mixed-type dungeon with storm toads, lightning elementals, and storm weavers patrolling thundercloud-wreathed halls. All of them were pretty easy to take down, and the whole dungeon was cleared in a few minutes. To make things more interesting, Damon decided to fight the rest of the way by only using his newly acquired skills. This would also give him a chance to get acquainted with the new skills before entering the mech dungeon. Damon narrowed his eyes as another Stormweaver went down in a crisped heap. The feedback in his muscles from using Lightning Dash and Slash in tandem felt fluid now, like they were always part of his combat rhythm. But it was the Storm Pulse that truly shone in close quarters. It wasn't just damage, it was control. Paralyze, reposition, and punish. The next hall opened into a larger chamber. Thunder crystals floated in a spiral above a wide platform, glowing with stored energy. In the center stood the final dungeon boss, Voltusk, a mutated hybrid of boar and lightning element, tusks sparking, hooves cracking stone with every stomp. The system chimed again. Warning! Dungeon boss, Voltusk the Stormhorn has detected your presence. Voltusk pawed the ground, a crackling snort escaping its jagged maw as arcs of electricity danced across its muscular frame. Sparks trailed from its hooves with every step, and the thunder crystals above pulsed in sync with its heartbeat. Damon smiled. "Hi, little piggy. Drop something good for me." He activated Lightning Cloak, the arcane charge flaring across his body like a shroud of living storm. The moment Voltusk charged, Damon blinked sideways with Lightning Dash, appearing at the edge of the arena, already channeling Storm Pulse. The pulse erupted beneath Voltusk's hooves, locking its charge mid-stride and staggering the beast. Damon followed up with Lightning Slash, the blow chaining into a nearby thunder crystal and detonating it, showering the area with electric shards. The boss roared, electricity surging through the ground as it entered an enraged state. Warning! Voltusk has activated Overload Howl. All attacks gain chain lightning for 10 seconds. Damon's instincts kicked in. He dodged, with fluid grace, letting lightning strike crash from above as he raised his arm towards a floating thunder crystal. "Let's test this," he muttered. A bolt surged from his palm, raw, unstable, empowered by the Stormspire's energy, and slammed into the crystal. It shattered, triggering a dungeon mechanic. Crystal core detonated, boss shield broken temporarily. Opportunity. Damon blinked in again and unleashed a volley of skills. The final blow crashed down with all the stored energy, striking Voltusk in the forehead and flinging the beast backward. Damon charged towards it once again, and a crimson fire lance appeared in his hand. It only took one hit to fatally wound the big boar and a few more seconds to absorb all the blood essence. The dungeon was now fully picked clean. Ding! Boss defeated. Voltusk the Stormhorn. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Stormspire Caverns. Ding! You have set a new record for the dungeon. Do you wish to announce your achievement to the world? Damon grinned. Of course, yes. Out of nowhere, a system-wide announcement flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Ding! World announcement. Player Blood God has cleared the Stormspire Caverns in record time. All the local chats and the world chat immediately erupted into chaos. The players around the Stormspire Caverns particularly became extremely excited. The system notification just rang out. He should still be around. Let's catch that bastard today. Several players near the dungeon portal leapt into motion at once. Rogues vanished into stealth, archers climbed to higher ground, and mages began prepping immobilization spells, all hoping to land the first hit on the infamous Blood God. Some just wanted to glimpse him in action. Others, well, had more violent intentions. "Set a trap near the exit point. He has to come out through there." "Someone notified the Arcane Dawn Scouts. Didn't they put a bounty on his head after the last zone event? He's got to be weakened from the boss fight. We strike hard and fast." "The Golden Dragons and the Azure Serpents also have a bounty on his head. If we can just trap him here until the big dogs get here, we can become instant millionaires. Come on! Come on!" And yet, amid all the tactical fervor, none noticed the faint flicker of shadows in front of the dungeon portal. Damon had already activated stealth when exiting the portal, and reapplied the skill immediately after coming out. He would still been visible for a split second, but obviously no one noticed him. Damon looked at all the pomp and show and big party being set up all for him. It almost sucked that he had to disappoint them. He let out a sigh and then disappeared into the city to take the portal and return to Trendolin. Damon would have preferred to farm the dungeon a few more times, but he had another weapon in his arsenal, because of which he was confident enough to take the challenge. Soon he arrived at the same tavern and met the familiar faces. Silvara was standing there talking to Mark and Kate, or more like she was trying very hard to talk to them, while they simply gave one-word responses. Damon could only laugh at her plight. He knew these two were being purposefully difficult, but he had no intentions of changing that any time soon. After all, they were only temporarily cooperating and on friendly terms because of that. There was no need for anything more than this. "Hi there," Damon smiled, and Silvara immediately looked relieved. It was almost she was pleased that he was here, and she did not have to talk to the other two anymore. "Blood God, you have arrived earlier than expected. Thank you." Damon did a double take. He was half an hour late, and she was letting it go just like that. Oh, how the tables had turned. Just a few days back, she stared daggers at him despite him being on time, and now? He chuckled and left it at that. It was time to take a look at the rest of their team. There was Nevin, the thin guy who was okay. Though he was the first one to pick a fight with Damon, they did not have a lot of negative interactions after that. There was also another middle-aged man whom Damon had not seen before. Well, 6 players tackling an unknown mech dungeon, huh? He pondered. Normally, this would mean suicide, but with him, Mark, and Kate, he was confident that they could handle whatever came their way. At least they could always get the hell out of there without getting wiped out. "All right, shall we leave?" Silvara unexpectedly looked hesitant. "We are waiting for 2 more." Right on cue, 2 figures walked into the tavern, and Damon instantly recognized the smell. Not good. The badass priestess Aurora and that woman Fire Witch or whatever were standing right behind him. "Why are these 2 here? We really don't need any healer or Fire Witch." Damon's face twitched. These 2 would definitely be assets, but it was too damn bad that they were shady and absolutely not trustworthy. "I am not a Fire Witch, you bastard. I am a Fire Mage," Mira shot back. "See, this is what I'm talking about. To work as a team, we need better coordination. This won't do. Also, didn't you want to keep it low-key?" Damon urged Silvara to think clearly with some sense. However, to his surprise, the Ice Queen firmly shook her head no. "I contacted them personally. I trust the both of them with my life. Besides, they're living right next. That's not important. What is important is both of them are our teammates, and I trust them completely as much as I trust you." "We paid money to be here, bastard. A lot of money. So shut it," Mira shot back, giving Damon a death glare. Before he could respond, a small, squeaky voice sounded from behind. "Mira, why are you being like this?" Aurora shyly pulled her friend back. Damon felt a chill run down his spine. This was exactly what was freaking him out the most. These 2 women were definitely plotting something. "Fuck it, fine by me, but let me tell you right here, this is just a cooperation. I am not babysitting anyone. If there is any dangerous situation inside, then each of you is on your own." Damon finished coldly, his crimson eyes sweeping over the group. Mira looked like she was about to explode again, but Aurora gently tugged on her sleeve and shook her head. Even Silvara didn't argue this time. She simply nodded, her usual icy calm returning. "Understood," she said. "Everyone knows what they're walking into. No one expects a savior." In the middle of this commotion, Nevin awkwardly raised his hand. "Just to confirm, do we have an actual plan, or—" Damon casually shrugged, and Silvara sighed and shook her head. "Only when we get there, we will know what's waiting for us." The group then split up, each taking their own path out of the city and deciding on another meeting place a few miles away from the city borders.
Damon purposefully took a roundabout route, quickly finishing off a few beasts here and there. His stats were once again unlocked, so he was busily grinding out his different attributes every chance he got. By the time he arrived at the rendezvous point, the rest of the party was already gathering one by one, slipping in from different directions. Kate and Mark were the first to appear. Mira came next, looking bored but alert, a new flame rune slowly spinning about her shoulder and keeping the cold at bay. Then Aurora, gently waving at everyone before keeping her gaze fixed on Damon a little too long. Nevin and the other guy arrived last, slightly out of breath, adjusting their gear. The Ice Queen appeared a minute later, her cloak catching the wind and whipping about. Not the ideal team he would have preferred working with. Damon still had half a mind to say fuck it and do the whole thing with just Mark and Kate, but he did owe Silvara and Artemius one for the teleportation tattoos, so he decided to cooperate and see how the whole thing goes down. Worst case scenario, he could always say fuck it later on. "Let's just get this over with." Damon clicked his tongue and started walking forward. The path ahead was not simple. The biting cold was steadily increasing, and to make matters worse, the terrain was extremely uneven. Snow crunched underfoot as they continued the long trek.
the long-forgotten having long since been overtaken by jagged ice formations and frost-coated roots. A thick fog had rolled in with the wind, blanketing everything in a ghostly white haze that blurred the horizon and muffled sound. Visibility was barely 20 meters at best, which only heightened everyone's nerves. The cold was insidious, seeping into armor and bones alike. Except for Damon, everyone else was struggling, trying their best just to keep going. Even Mark was forced to rely on his bloodline. Kate, Silvara, and Nevin were barely hanging on, and the middle-aged man completely stopped after a while. "Miss Silvara, I am sorry. I think this old man is useless." "Uncle, it's okay. Please don't push yourself any more. You have already tried your best." The man gave her a grateful look, his face pale and covered in frost, and slowly sat down against a boulder half buried in snow. His hands trembled as he took out a flask and sipped something that instantly steamed in the air. "I'll wait here," he said quietly, his voice hoarse. "After some time, maybe I can muster some more energy in these old bones." Silvara hesitated, visibly torn, but eventually nodded. "Rest well, Uncle. Please go back soon. I have Nevin, Blood God, Aurora, and Mira with me. I will be fine. Don't worry." She turned back to the others with her usual icy composure. "We continue without him." Everyone silently continued walking forward, deeper into the storm-ravaged wilderness. Damon took the lead, carving a path with little effort. "How much longer?" Damon asked for a while. Until now, Silvara had only provided vague directions, and it was starting to get a bit too much. Then he suddenly thought of something. "Do you even know the location?" "Ahem." Silvara awkwardly cleared her throat. Damon immediately stopped walking. "Oh, for fuck's sake," he muttered, turning to stare at her. "Are you lost? You dragged us into this frozen hell without knowing where the damn entrance is?" "It's not like that," Silvara shot back quickly, visibly flustered. "I know it's somewhere around here. I will know it when I see it. It's based on a shifting ley line pattern. I have a tracking talisman that updates the position in real time. It's just not very accurate." "Great," Damon deadpanned. "You're relying on some talisman shit to track this thing? Nope, this is not going to work. You should have told me sooner." Do you want to take a look at the talisman?" Silvara offered. Damon grunted and accepted it. "Damon, be nicer to the girls. Come on, why are you such a brute all the time?" Bloodrain couldn't handle it any longer and chimed in. Damon rolled his eyes mentally. "So, do you know where the entrance of this damn thing is? Can you sense it or something?" Bloodrain became silent. "That's what I thought." Damon ignored the drama queen weapon spirit and sat down on a rock nearby. All around him, blizzard winds howled like wild spirits, battering the ridgeline and clawing at their cloaks. The others stood in an awkward circle, watching Damon curiously as he studied the talisman. It was a strange-looking thing, half crystal, half metal, etched with archaic runes that shimmered faintly. Damon sent a big pulse of his mana into the talisman and then closed his eyes. He tried to focus despite the hellish cold all around them. It was difficult even for him, but then all of a sudden some sort of a barrier surrounded him, blocking out all of the nasty cold for him. The barrier was made of pure divine energy, so he obviously could guess who had helped him. This damn priestess. Doesn't she know that a divine barrier like this would only harm a vampire? Was this her first secret attempt to kill me? "Joke's on you, priestess. The divine energy only helped him, as divine energy did nothing to affect his corrupted blood." Damon snapped out of this thoughts as his heightened senses suddenly picked on something. He then immediately stood up. "I know where it is now." "Follow me." The others quickly fell into line behind him, more alert now that they had a clear path. 10 minutes later they reached a steep cliffside where the wind suddenly died. "What the hell? Do you all want us to jump from this cliff now?" Mira snorted coldly. Damon smiled.
Come to the front and take a look, fire bitch." "You." Mira wanted to roast the damned guy right then and there. Aurora held her back as she placed a finger on her lips and signaled Mira to take a look. Before them, hidden between jagged slabs of ice, a faintly glowing archway shimmered into existence, just barely wide enough for two people to pass at once. The archway was almost hidden in plain sight, and only if one paid close attention would one see it. Damon and Mark scaled down the cliff first and arrived at the entrance. Immediately, a sharp mechanical screech echoed through the air, like rusted gears grinding against bone. Damon glanced up just as the system messages flashed in his vision. "Ding! You have discovered a hidden instance. Mech Fortress, Broken Depths." "Ding! Warning! 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 Unstable hidden instance." Unstable? Damon had never heard of anything like this before, even in his last life. But the more dangerous a dungeon was, the better the rewards were. Without hesitation, he stepped into the dungeon along with Mark. The entire group was in a party already, so it did not matter who entered first and who entered last, they would all be in the same instance. One by one, the others also read the same warning message and walked in anyway. Mara was the last to get in, and the woman seemed extremely reluctant. "Are you sure this is where we are supposed to go?" she mumbled, looking around. They were all standing in some sort of huge metallic room, and the dungeon portal was just an archway. It was completely different from the other dungeons they had encountered. Mara only barely finished talking when suddenly a loud screeching sound blared like a fire alarm. "Intruders! Intruders! Intruders!" Damon instantly had a bad feeling. Without wasting a second, he activated Blink to reach the archway and to get the hell out of the dungeon, but it was already too late. The small archway, the supposed dungeon entrance, actually exploded right on their faces. The blinding explosion was strong enough to throw all 5 of them away like rag dolls, completely taking the whole group by surprise. At the last moment, Damon managed to erect mana shields for everyone, preventing any big damage. Coincidentally, Aurora also managed to erect divine shields, though it was only for herself and Damon. Mara looked at Aurora as if she had betrayed her 9 generations, and Aurora simply looked away shyly. Damon did not have the time right now to deal with the shady priestess with the hidden agenda. He had a feeling that this dungeon was not as straightforward as it looked like. He narrowed his eyes as he examined the metallic walls surrounding them. The explosion had completely sealed the entrance behind them. Where once the archway stood, there was now nothing but a scorched crater of warped metal and molten debris oozing down the walls. Silvera, Nevin, Kate, Mark, everyone dumbfoundedly stared at the big metallic walls all around them. It was just plain and metallic everywhere. There were no marks, no runes, no signs, nothing but flat, cold, lifeless metal. It felt like they were trapped in all sense of the word, with no way out. Nevin gulped audibly. "Okay, I don't see a path forward. Do we just wait for something?" Silvera shook her head. "This talisman is useless. It's no longer working." Among all of them, Mara had the worst reaction as the woman started gasping and hyperventilating. No, I need to get out. I need to get out. No, this can't be happening. I can't breathe." Her furious, blazing gaze landed on Damon, and she directly pounced on him. "Blood Dog, you are responsible for this. You did this. We are all trapped here because of you. Get us out, you bastard!" Before her hands could even reach his collar, Damon moved. One step. That was all it took. In a blur of motion, he sidestepped her wild lunge, caught her wrist mid-air, and twisted, his other hand coming straight for her neck. The next moment, Mara slumped down, completely knocked out. It would only last for a few seconds, but Damon figured it was more than enough to calm her down a bit. Aurora looked like she wanted to say something, and Silvera sighed, but in the end, no one said anything. Finally,
Nevin spelled out the obvious. Do we have to kill each other or commit suicide? Is that the only way to get out of here? It was not a big deal. They would probably lose 1 or 2 items and lose some experience points, but at least they would get out of here. Damon didn't say anything. For the next hour, he tried all sorts of methods to create a hole in the wall, but it was of no use. Whatever attack he threw at the wall, the damn thing completely absorbed it like it meant nothing. At some point, Mark, Kate, Damon, and Silvera even tried attacking together, and it was of no use. Finally, Mara couldn't handle it any longer. Even after regaining her consciousness, her panic attacks and short breaths kept returning in waves. Her eyes darted around the metal room like a trapped animal. I am leaving. This is all because of him. I should have known better to come to a group in which he was there. She angrily spat at Damon, then took her staff and sliced her own throat to force a death. Damon could care less about her accusations, and he also did not let such a good chance slip by as he casually absorbed the blood essence from her dying body. Ding! Blood extraction successful. Ding! You have obtained the skill Summon Fire Elemental. Damon gaped at the unique skill he had just managed to snag, but more than that, the scene in front of him shocked the most. A big ripple of mana formed in front of him, and from within emerged Maria, completely unscathed. She had died and respawned right there in front of them, still trapped within the same damn metallic box. Everyone stared in stunned silence as Mayra's eyes snapped open in full-blown panic. She landed in a crouch, gasping, bloodless, and pale. Why am I still here? Mayra looked around at the familiar faces, horror and dread filling her. As the obvious answer dawned on her, she just started screaming. The scream tore through the metallic chamber like a blade, echoing off the lifeless walls and drilling into everyone's nerves. Mira's hands clutched her face as if she could claw her way out of this nightmare. No, I died! I felt it! I was gone! She sobbed, trembling uncontrollably. Why am I still here? Everyone was too stunned to move except Damon. He quickly tried the tattoo on his hand, but he already had a feeling of what would happen. Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. He also took out the metallic balls he had found in the tinkerer's house, and once again there was no reaction. They were completely trapped, with no way out. Then, what about server shutdown? Silvera slowly asked, her voice filled with dread. Damon could only shake his head. I don't think even that is going to let us out. I've heard about traps like this. The prison trap is something similar. Once you get imprisoned and sent to the main underworld prison, there is simply no way out. But this one seems to be more vicious than that. At least in the prison trap, one gets to leave the game world and simply quit playing the game. But we are in some sort of complete lockout. A heavy silence settled over the group as everyone stared at the metallic walls in horror. So, we're not just locked in the dungeon, Nevin whispered, his throat dry. We're locked in the game. Damon closed his eyes and tried contacting Bloodrain. Bloodrain, do you see any way out of here? Unexpectedly, even Bloodrain did not respond to him. Damon's eyes widened. It couldn't be. However, the next second, a giggling sound popped into his mind. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. It was the perfect chance to tease you. The naughty weapon spirit continued laughing. Damon exhaled sharply, annoyance flickering across his face. You little menace, he muttered under his breath. Bloodrain giggled again, her voice like the chime of bells. Oh, come on, you can't blame me. That look on your face was priceless. But seriously, this place is not right. I can feel it. Even I'm having trouble sensing through the walls. It's like the entire space is encoded with void-cursed anti-mana threads. Whoever or whatever built this didn't want anyone poking around. That was more worrying than reassuring. Damon's expression hardened as he traced his fingers along the wall. Is this truly impenetrable? No, nothing ever is. Every structure will have its weaknesses. You should find it. Damon nodded. He was thinking the same thing. While the situation they were currently in might look hopeless and desperate, it was also a very unique opportunity. Same as the prison lock. There was a small detail about the prison lock that many people did not know at the time. After 2 years, one frustrated player finally broke out of the damned prison that had cursed him into solitude for 2 whole years. However, within a couple of days after his release, this player instantly shot to the top of the leaderboard rankings. The player did not publicize what the rewards were, but it was enough to change his life around completely. In fact, in his last life, Damon had even contemplated willingly getting locked in the prison to claim this reward and somehow change his crippled state. In the same way, he was also pretty sure that there was a way out of their current predicament. He just had to figure out what that way out was. He looked around, and currently, the only light source in the room was the light seeping out of Aurora's robe and items. "Can you turn it off?" Damon asked. The girl immediately blushed and fumbled around to hurriedly turn everything off. Damon raised a brow at her behavior, but he chucked it aside. He had bigger fish to fry at the moment. He couldn't be worried about a woman who was hell-bent on faking it like some sort of love-struck dumb teenager. As soon as Aurora turned it off, the entire room became pitch black without a single speck of light. It was completely dark. Damon closed his eyes and focused. He did not really have to close his eyes, but it was a force of habit for him. The next second, he unleashed his chain lightning skill. Everyone stared in surprise at the new skill Damon threw out. The crackle was immediate. Electricity burst from Damon's outstretched hand in a web of jagged white-blue arcs. Bolts of lightning surged outward, lashing out at the walls. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing happened as this attack as well was absorbed by the walls, just like the many other attacks. Damon did not give up. He continued trying all sorts of attacks and absorbing the changes occurring in the wall intently. No one dared to disturb him or ask him what he was doing. A few minutes late, he looked at Mark. "Can you punch the wall with as much strength as you can muster?" Mark nodded and stood up to get in position. The runes on his arms lit up. For the first time since coming here, he did not hold back, and with a thunderous boom, he slammed his fists into the wall like a meteor crashing into steel. At the same time, Damon used all his power to strike with his strongest fire lance attack. Boom! The entire chamber rocked for a moment from the impact. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes from the blinding burst of light and wind that exploded from the point of contact. A shock wave rippled through the chamber, strong enough to send a few of them stumbling back. Nevin and Silvara stared in absolute shock. This was the first time they were experiencing firsthand the true power of Blood God. The power level of the attack was simply unimaginable. If it was on the outside, such an attack was enough to take down the entire world boss in a single shot. Now they understood why he always set dungeon records and why he alone was able to thrash one world boss after another. The two of them gulped. Now they knew the difference between their standing and Damon's standing. And it was not just Damon. Even Mark seemed to possess an abnormal amount of power. These two guys were simply two freaks of nature. Mira and Aurora had the same expressions on their faces. Mira panted at the display of the fire lance, and Aurora's eyes locked on to Damon, observing his every little move with all of her attention. For a moment, everyone's face lit up with hope. If it was a combined attack of this level, then surely it must work. But the next second, everything returned to normal as if nothing had ever happened. There was not even a speck of aftermath left behind. Was their situation truly hopeless? However, right at this moment, Damon alone was grinning. "I got it." He hurriedly conjured another glance and signaled Mark to be ready for a second go. The next moment, an even stronger explosion rocked. This time, before the attack could be fully absorbed, Damon started climbing the metal wall like a monkey and reached for a spot right below the ceiling of the room. One more fiery crimson lance appeared in his hand.
Everyone watched in shock and awe as Damon repeatedly struck a single spot with back-to-back powerful finisher attacks. A single attack like this should technically drain his energy reserves, and yet he was attacking monstrously at the same point with relentless ferocity. Each strike carried the weight of a boss-killing blow, blazing crimson lances of condensed blood fire. Sparks exploded with every impact, followed by strange pulses that resonated through the metallic chamber. Nevin stumbled back, shielding his face from the heat and raw pressure. "This is insane. He's not even slowing down." "How is he still standing?" Mayra breathed out, voice trembling. "He should have collapsed by now." But Damon wasn't collapsing. He wasn't slowing. In fact, he was speeding up. His eyes burned like twin embers of fury as he struck the same spot with as much power as he could muster. Aurora watched in a daze, unable to look away from the person dazzling her. She silently mumbled, casting a few recovery buffs on him. Mayra had a similar expression on her face. The fire goddess with the attitude was fully tamed. She licked her lips, enticed by the display of unimaginable power. Silvara wasn't all that different. She too watched Damon with a glint of something in her eyes, her lips parted. Only Kate had a weird look on her face. First, she wasn't all that worried about the situation, unlike the others. She had unshakable faith in Damon's skills and knew he would get them out of this mess one way or the other. But what the heck was the look on all of these women's faces? Her heart rate quickened nervously. Every single woman in the room was staring at Damon as if they were wolves wanting to swallow the sheep. Suddenly, on the 10th strike, there was a distinct crack. Damon grinned savagely. "Almost there. Mark, get your ass over here." Mark did not have to be told twice. The two of them together started attacking the exact spot on the wall, and the next second, a different explosion rang out loudly. The metallic wall itself rippled. A tide of smaller chips appeared and disappeared, the space quickly repairing itself. "Hell no, you don't." Damon hurriedly attacked the same spot. "What are you all looking at? Throw in your best attacks." His voice rang out loudly in the small, enclosed area. He summoned Alina, the lava snake, for extra support. The entire place became extremely noisy and chaotic. The sheer amount of attacks in the enclosed space made everyone's orifices bleed from the pressure. Aurora clutched her ears, grimacing as blood trickled down her nose. Mayra gritted her teeth, conjuring a protective barrier of flame to keep herself steady, while Silvara used her ice aura to cushion the shockwaves. Nevin was already on his knees, vomiting from the overload of mana distortion in the air, and even Kate flinched, shielding herself with a blood shield. Only Damon stood at the center of the chaos, unaffected, eyes wild, body radiating heat and fury. The chamber trembled under their combined wrath, and yet the wall kept trying to heal, pushing back with that eerie ripple, like a living membrane, rejecting every intrusion. Finally, a hole big enough was made, and Damon gave the signal. "It's not going to become better than this. Everyone get out while you can. I can hold it back for 5 seconds, that's all." Damon looked at Kate, and she understood him. Without any hesitation, she used the best speed she could and jumped through the hole. Mark followed him immediately. Unexpectedly, Damon signaled Silvara to make a move next. The Ice Queen was slightly shocked, but she did not argue. She had too many responsibilities to be stuck here in the middle of nowhere. After she went, Damon tossed in another powerful attack, but the next second he did not wait for anyone else. Glancing at Aurora to make sure she didn't attack him from behind while he was vulnerable, he instantly shot through the hole. The priestess, on the other hand, started blushing from the unexpected attention, which only made Mayra fume. "Aurora, can you stop acting like a blithering fool already?
What is wrong with you?" Mayra directly dragged her lovesick friend and went through the hole. In the end, only Nevin barely made it when the wall completely closed itself once again. The poor guy's scalp went numbed at the thought of getting trapped in there alone. He was pretty sure no one was going to stage some sort of big rescue operation for him. Luckily, he made it. However, the next second, he saw that he wasn't all that lucky, as a terrifying scene was unfolding in front of them. Dozens and dozens of 5-foot-tall metallic golems had assembled in front of them, each one of them blaring loudly with a warning siren and a flashing red light. "Intruders detected! Intruders detected! Commence eradication protocol! Intruders detected!" Damon landed in a crouch, spinning around just in time to see the wall seal shut behind Nevin with a hiss of superheated air. He didn't have even a moment to exhale before the red lights flared and the room was filled with mechanical howls. The golem's eyes glowed like twin suns, their heavy footsteps sinking into a pounding rhythm that shook the metallic ground. Spiked arms, saw-blade limbs, arc cannons, each construct seemed designed with a single purpose, to annihilate. "Well," Damon muttered, cracking his neck, "time to get to work. What are you all standing for? Start attacking the little fuckers." Damon slammed his fist into one, blood energy wrapped around his hands. His one hit sent the golem flying, shattering the robot's body into many scraps. It looked like these robots were not as sturdy as the main wall itself. Everyone saw this and got to work busily. Mayra took down 2 of the golems in a single shot of condensed explosion. Mark punched through a row of golems and malfunctioned 5 of them at the same time. The entire group started taking out all of their frustrations from being locked up onto the group of assembled robot golems, turning them into minced metal in no time. Sparks flew and metal shrieked as the group unleashed hell on the mechanical horde. There were more golems coming in, but after a few minutes, the situation was completely under control. They were now standing in a huge corridor of some sort, all sides still surrounded by metal. "Why are we still inside this place? I thought we had broken out." Mayra bit her lips in frustration, although she was doing much better now because this space wasn't very claustrophobic like before. "Going further inside should be the only way out." Damon observed the place before he started to walk along the long corridor. From the way he saw it, they had one major disadvantage here. The mechs they were killing weren't really giving away any experience points, which meant that they had to finish this dungeon with the same power level they started with. The second big drawback, which mainly only applied to him, was that these mechs did not have any blood. He couldn't extract any more skills from them. Though these might seem like huge drawbacks, Damon did not care too much about them because at the moment he had consolidated quite a few skills. He now needed to use and combine many of these skills in order to make something powerful out of them. As for gaining levels, it was just a temporary setback. The group continued walking down the corridor that stretched as far as they could see. In between, hordes of golems appeared in a line, but they were quickly taken care of without much effort. The golems seemed to be made of high-end metal, so every scrap was properly tucked away by Damon's shadow clone. Finally, after a couple of hours of walking, with no end in sight, the metallic chamber changed a little. It became broader and bigger in size, and the corridor they were walking on was now more like a bridge, with the space underneath them mostly empty. Damon's sharp eyes noticed something like a door at the bottom of the big metallic chamber. He couldn't use Shadow Step to instantly get there, as it was quite a distance away, much farther than the range of both Blink and Shadow Step. Maybe if he leveled up the 2 skills, he would be able to use them to get down. For now, they needed to think of an alternative. Damon was just about to suggest creating a series of icy steps on the side of the metallic chamber and climbing down through them using Shadow Step when Aurora came to the rescue. The priestess quietly cast a buff on everyone. Divine Wings. A pair of wings made of divine energy appeared on everyone, and Aurora demonstrated how it worked by simply jumping off the corridor. Her stunning figure floated like an angel as she descended slowly to the floor as if she were floating in air. The others followed, one by one. Silvara's wings shimmered like pale northern light, elegant and cold. Nevin's looked similar. Mara had a fiery hue as she descended. However, the 3 vampires were left behind as Aurora's skill did not work on them. Aurora tried casting it again, but she again failed. It seemed that the skill was simply not compatible with the vampiric race. She could only helplessly shake her head. "Maybe we will first explore what's inside and then come back to get you guys," Silvara sent a system message. Mara threw a challenging look, and Nevin was already walking towards the door. But Damon only smirked at these people. The next second, he rotated his blood essence, and beautiful blood-red wings appeared behind his back. Kate gasped a little at the control Damon had over blood essence. As a blood witch, this was her primary route to power. The more control she had, the more power she could wield, but she was definitely not on par with Damon in this aspect. As she stared in awe, Damon took a step forward and picked her up in princess style as he slowly descended like a true god of blood. Mara scoffed and turned away, while Silvara and Aurora stared at the duo with complicated emotions on their faces. As for Mark, who was left alone in the corridor in the end, it looked like he was simply waiting for the others to get down. In a single leap, Mark casually jumped from the corridor straight down. He arrived on the ground with a resounding thud, like a meteor, the runes on his leg glowing brightly. The metal gave away a little from the sheer impact, but it quickly repaired itself once again. "Now we can go and explore," Damon indifferently said as he started walking towards the door. The door seemed like it was jammed shut, but with one combined attack from Mark and Damon, the door banged open, directly breaking off its hinges. Almost immediately, they were assaulted by another swarm of mechs. This time, the mechs were a little more upgraded. When they were blasted apart, they exploded into puddles of acid that reacted with the metal underneath to produce some sort of poisonous gas. Damon immediately erected a blood shield around Kate and Mark, and Aurora did the remaining as she erected a divine cleansing shield around herself, Damon, Silvara, Maria, and Nevin. "These people are really intent on killing anything living," Damon mused as he saw the mechanics of the golems. "It makes me very curious what is there inside." Especially because he had never heard of something like this in his last life. "Let's keep moving fast. I have a feeling the sooner we do this, the better." Damon increased the pace as he dashed forward, clearing all the little poison golems and leaving behind plumes of poisonous gas in his wake. As they looked around the new section, they could see a different setting now. Though they were still within the giant metallic enclosed building, they seemed to have found their way into some sort of laboratory. And as soon as they stepped in, Damon immediately turned to his right, just in time to see a small camera's orifice opening and locking on them. "We are not alone." The moment Damon said those words, the walls started moving. The term "walls have here's" got a whole new meaning as more and more golems appeared out of the walls. These were the same weaker ones, and the group moved to take care of them quickly, each taking their own side. But the next second, something even more unexpected happened. The walls started moving. Shit! The golems were just a distraction. "Everyone, move to the center, now!" Damon's voice rang loudly, but it was already too late. As if it had a will of its own, the walls strategically split up the group into 6 partitions. Damon had already activated Blink, but his skill got interrupted because of some sort of energy ripple from the wall, and he was only able to get to one of the others. And it was Aurora. Damon looked at the priestess, who stared back at him with parted lips.
Why did it have to be this woman of all the people? He decided not to think about that right now, as he had bigger problems. He immediately opened his system interface to call Mark or Kate, only to find that both of them were grayed out. Damon would have freaked out on seeing that, except his own name was grayed out as well, along with Silvara and Nevin. The good thing was that his status screen still showed he had 2 followers, so he knew nothing should have happened to them. Just what the hell is this place? Damon did not understand what sort of an enemy he could be dealing it. At first they tried to lock him up, and now they are trying to divine and conquer. It seemed too complicated a strategy for even intelligent beasts. Heck, beasts were easier to handle. They always had one motive at the end of the day: kill or torture. But this enemy seemed to be hell-bent on doing something else, locking them up. What sort of an enemy would simply want to lock them up? Just who was watching them, and who was he dealing with? Who was giving the command to all of these golems? Was it a single entity or many? Damon had many questions, but there was no way to get an answer to any of them simply standing in place. The crimson fire lance once again appeared in his hand. He did not want to use it just yet, but this place had left him no choice. Before hurling the crimson fire lance, he took out a potion first from his spatial ring and gulped it down. The moment the potion settled into his bloodstream, Damon's entire body surged with heat. Crimson veins pulsed under his skin, glowing faintly as the fire lance in his hand roared to life, longer, fiercer, more volatile than before. Beside him, Aurora gulped. Until now she was simply standing there like a useless log, but she quickly moved into action. With a small cast, she added a 30% buff to Damon's attack on top of the extra 20% buff he received from the invigorating potion. Damon grunted in approval as he quickly thrust the lance forward, aiming at the wall that had split up the group. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and unlike at the entrance, in a single hit, this wall gave way. A huge hole appeared, and Damon immediately dove into it with Aurora in tow. But unexpectedly, they did not find their teammates on the other side. Instead, it was just the same laboratory, now completely destroyed. There was no sign of anyone else. Damon banged the wall with his fist in frustration. For a while he had started to become confident about his newfound powers, but this was a damn good lesson that there were things that were still beyond his control, even if the gods were not involved. He needed to hurry up fast. He couldn't let a simple exploration blow up like this. He couldn't lose everyone he had only just gained from something so insignificant like this. He was going to figure this out no matter what. Damon clenched his fists in determination as he hurriedly did a sweep of the destroyed laboratory. Interestingly, he found a couple of useful things here and there. Ding, red orb. Red orb, crafted by ... can be used as an enhancer for a soul weapon when absorbed. Blood rain, can you use this thing? Damon asked immediately. The weapon spirit remained silent for a couple of seconds before answering. I'm not too sure what that is. I need my complete soul before I can confirm anything. Damon nodded and tossed the orb into his spatial ring. He would think about what it was later. Then he dashed to another corner and picked up the second item that was still intact. It was a small container. Ding, soul box. Soul box, crafted by ... can be used to suck and store the soul of a living being below A rank. A rank? Damon gasped. He was still at level 46 and could be categorized as E rank even though he had undergone 2 evolutions. This was because he hadn't formed a pseudo-manicore yet. But a being of A rank power level? How could this plain-looking soul box possibly be enough to store the soul of someone of that level? He was pretty sure this thing was a fake, or the inspection skill was malfunctioning.
but he tossed it into a spatial ring anyway. The rest of the laboratory was completely destroyed, and there was nothing left behind except for golem scraps. He cleared out those as well, leaving the entire space completely spick and span. When he finally finished everything, he turned to see Aurora watching him without blinking, standing at the same spot. Damon's face twitched. He walked to her and grabbed her shoulders in frustration. "Do you have anything to say to me? Why don't you just say it directly in front of my face?" He shook her, hoping to snap the girl out of her daze. But surprisingly, Aurora seemed fine enough. She wasn't dazed or anything as she blushed deeply and tilted her head. "It has been a long time since we have been here. Do you need any blood? I am more than willing to—" She gulped and waited innocently, her head still tilted and her eyes closed. "Sure, why not? And play right into your trap while we are still inside an endless fucking trap? What do you even want?" Damon suddenly stopped talking as the woman's words really sunk in. "Huh? What did you just say?" he asked again, completely dumbfounded. "Jackpot! Damon, let's go! Drink her blood! Drain her dry! No, don't drain her dry! Keep some for tomorrow! I cannot believe such a high-tier divine bloodline priestess is willingly offering herself to you! What sort of heaven-defying luck is this?" Blood Rain went crazy in his head, unable to control her excitement. Even Damon had difficulty controlling his instincts as the sweet scent of the divine blood tickled his nose. And also his little brother. His gaze lingered on the soft and tender neck and the juicy blood that was flowing right underneath. His mouth watered and his throat became dry. All he wanted to do was take this woman right here and now. The next moment, "Fuck you," Damon snapped out of it. This woman really knew how to lay a trap for him. He had lived 2 lives now. There was no way he was going to fall for such an obvious and cheap trick. Damon shook himself and snapped out of it. "You," he muttered, ignoring the rapidly spiraling Blood Rain, who was still giggling and raving about divine blood cocktails. "What is your angle here? What game are you playing? Did you lay some poison in your blood?" Aurora blinked innocently. "Yeah, I knew it. Did those fat-ass priests give some venom to you for taking me down? I am not falling for such a bullshit trick. How about we set these personal things aside and focus on what's right in front of us?" Woman, for the love of God, are you blind? Can't you see anything except me? This whole damn building is trying to lock us down like lab rats. How about we get out of here and then settle our personal grudges?" Inside his mind, Blood Rain was going livid. "Damon, you paranoid primordial! How could mere E-rank and D-rank priests possess a poison capable of affecting you? Just drink her blood, damn it! Just drink it!" However, Damon resolutely shook his head. He had enough self-control to not ruin everything over a beautiful woman's blood. His entire future, his family's future, Mark and Kate. Too many people were relying on him for him to risk everything for a little taste of blood. He no longer looked at the tender neck and dashed outward towards the exit of the laboratory. There was nothing there in the entire place except for the long corridor they had come in from. He had hoped that others would have somehow found their way back to the corridor, but no such luck. There were simply no signs of anyone else. A group poison golems came him way, which Damon quickly took care of. He then once again summoned his blood wings and flew up back to the corridor. It was time to get to the bottom of this shit. Damon walked a few feet when he noticed the other party had silently arrived on the corridor behind him and was following him. "Fine, let's see if you can keep up." Damon increased his speed the moment and burst forward with incredible power. Everything about this place was ticking me off, and this damned priestess was on my ass to make things worse. Why couldn't she just leave me alone? Soon the woman was out of sight, and he arrived at another laboratory. This time he did not bother with the wings and simply jumped off the wall a couple of times before landing down on the ground. This cost him a chunk of his health bar, but it was a lot faster. He then massacred a small horde of metallic golems before stepping into the new laboratory. Just like before, there was a camera at the top, and the thing locked onto him as soon as he walked in. However, this time he was fast enough. Before the walls could start self-destroying and bringing out more golems, he directly swept through the room like a storm, throwing in whatever he could find inside his spatial ring. As if enraged by his actions, the alarms in the room started blaring even louder. In the next instant, more and more golems poured out. Damon simply scoffed at the mech bastards. "You're just giving me more scrap metal, whoever the fuck you are," he shouted and started pummeling the mechs. However, secretly, he also made sure to drag the fight back to the main corridor. That was his lifeline in this place, and he did not want to lose the path to the big, long corridor. Each explosion of defeated mechs sent fragments and acid splatters flying, but Damon dodged through them all. The mechs were completely useless against him. There was almost no point in sending them to stop him or delay him. It looks like the opponent also realized as much. Behind him, the lab lights flickered erratically, and that eerie mechanical voice returned, warped, half-corrupted. "Unauthorized entity detected. Aggression level extreme. Containment failed. Executing override protocol Tier 3. "Oh, now we're going up tiers," Damon muttered, punching through a golem's core and sending its molten engine guts splattering onto the wall. "Good! Come at me with something real this time, you asshole!" Another patch of golems peeled off the wall and marched towards him. Weirdly, these golems had a purple tinge, something that was not there in the ones before. Damon immediately became alert. Even though these things were somewhat easier to deal with, he did not want to be overconfident and make a mistake in this god-forsaken place. He quickly erected a couple of mana shields as he tried detonating one of the purple mechs from a long range. The explosion lit up the corridor with a violent flash of blue-white light. Damon squinted, raising a forearm to shield his eyes. But what happened next wasn't what he expected. Instead of breaking apart into shrapnel like the usual mechs, the purple golem imploded. A sharp gravitational ripple burst from its core, pulling the debris and even part of Damon's blood fire back towards its vanishing point before releasing a thunderous shockwave. Damon was hurled backwards, smashing into the far wall hard enough to dent the metal. His mana shields cracked like glass. Fuck! That was new. He didn't have a lot of time to get back on his feet as a lot more of those purple mechs came at him. Damon quickly got back on his feet and started kiting. These things definitely had to be finished from a long distance. He couldn't afford to let them come close to him. He sent out blasts of fireballs aimed for 4 of the mechs and followed them up with another round of attacks. 2 of the purple mechs detonated mid-air with that same implosive shock, distorting the air and pulling nearby debris towards their collapsing cores. Damon gritted his teeth and dived sideways just as the third one crumpled inward with a metallic scream. The fourth, however, wasn't so obliging. It tanked the fireball with minimal damage and continued charging at him with top speed, as if their only goal right now was to find him and explode along with him. "Taking these things down one by one is not going to work. I need to increase the speed." Damon climbed back up the corridor, only to find that the golems could easily roll along the walls as well, climbing with no effort at all. The height was not going to give him an advantage for long. He immediately shifted to a new tactic. There was no point in targeting these nut machines one by one. They all wanted to self-destruct and take him down along with them, so he might as well help them achieve their goal together. The golems all moved together, and this gave Damon his biggest advantage. He selected 4 golems in the middle and then aimed for them. With successive power-packed fireballs, he launched his barrage straight at the cluster's heart. The first explosion was massive, but it wasn't just the firepower that mattered, it was the chain reaction that followed. The moment the central four were hit, their unstable cores began to implode, dragging the surrounding mechs toward them with brutal suction. Damon grinned. "Eat each other, you freaks," he growled, watching the chaos spiral. "So long, motherfuckers!" He did not wait around to take a portion of the damage and quickly made his way through the corridor. However, he only barely took a few miles when a massive shock wave rippled everywhere. The corridor flashed in a dance of blue-violet implosions, the resulting shock waves merging, magnifying, and then finally collapsing into a singular explosive pulse. The metallic corridor cracked, dents and warps distorting its once perfect symmetry. The metallic walls that looked absolutely indestructible did not look so powerful anymore as an entire section peeled away, the wall itself breaking apart. Damon was thrown back again, but this time he rode the impact, flipping midair and skidding to a halt on one knee, breathing heavily, his hand instinctively drawing blood to reform his shield. Unfortunately, it was completely useless. The explosion, or rather implosion, was so extreme that the distance he put between himself and the chaos was simply not enough. He staggered to his feet, stumbling forward with a curse. But an intense gravitational force pulled him backward like an invisible hand had wrapped around his chest and yanked. Damon slammed into the floor hard, dragged backward by the lingering singularity at the heart of the implosion zone. The pressure warped the air itself, distorting space in flickering pulses. Even his blood refused to flow properly for a moment, sucked outward, called by something unnatural, something that shouldn't exist. He activated Shadow Step on instinct, aiming for the far end of the corridor. But the skill fizzled out the moment it triggered, warped mid-cast, and flung him sideways into the wall with a bone-jarring thud. That was still not enough to escape the suction. The damn thing was grabbing him like a black hole. He unleashed everything he had in his arsenal. He gulped down a few potions, activated his innate strength, and both his mana and blood energy were in overdrive. But nothing was working. Nothing was enough. Damon could literally see the black hole that had formed and was now sucking everything in sight. Even the pieces of metallic wall were tearing apart and being pulled into the black hole. Blood Rain screamed in his mind even without him asking her for help. "That is a void hole, Damon! Get out of here! You cannot survive a void hole! You are not strong enough to go anywhere near a void!" Damon gritted his teeth. He knew that much, damn it. He was trying. He was already trying everything he had, and nothing was working. But right at this moment, something happened. Something completely unexpected. The wall at the other side of the corridor had peeled away so much that for a second the freezing chill of the outside permeated the sterile environment of the inside. There was finally a real break from this goddamn prison. Damon grinned. He had tried to outsmart this bastard and attacked the self-detonating golems together, thereby shooting himself in the ass, but it turned out there was another twist. The other guy had also shot himself in the ass, finally leaking a loophole to get out of this place. Even in this danger, there was opportunity. "Why are you smiling, you lunatic? Let's get out of here! Run! Run! Run!" Blood Rain sounded genuinely worried. Damon gritted his teeth and gave it another try. This time, he did not try to outrun the black hole. He only tried to reduce the speed at which the damn thing was pulling him. He did not need to outrun the situation at all, which was pretty much impossible. He just needed to run faster than the other guy, which was the wall in this case. As long as he could survive until the wall collapsed, he could get the hell out of here. Damon plunged his clawed fingers into the metal beneath him, dragging himself forward inch by inch as the void behind him howled like a hungry god. Shards of metal, shattered golem limbs, and even residual mana spiraled past him into the singularity. His legs barely held, every tendon screaming, blood surging through him like magma as he activated everything. He emptied more and more highly valuable potion bottles. He threw everything he had at the damn thing. The wall behind him gave a groan. Another chunk peeled away. He could feel the cold air outside flooding in like a breath of salvation. "Just a little more," he growled, each step powered by sheer stubbornness and the hatred of failing yet again. And then it happened. A blinging white ball of radiance hit the wall, and the wall finally gave in with a screech, and the vacuum of the void was countered, just enough for the outer atmosphere to intervene. The corridor's internal pressure equalized for a split second, and Damon leapt. Not with grace, not with power. It was a savage, desperate launch as he shot through the breach. Behind him, the void roared, furious and betrayed. And then the entire corridor collapsed inward with a thunderclap that silenced everything. Damon tumbled out into blinding white light. Snow, wind, freedom. He hit the ground hard, rolled down an icy incline, and came to a stop as his body hit a huge frozen rock. His armor was in tatters, his shield was gone, his mana was nearly drained. But he was alive, and he was out of that mind-fuck prison. Wait, the others were still inside. And then he remembered Aurora, that blinding white radiance. It had to be her who had sent the attack that completely broke down the wall and gave the final nudge he needed to get the hell out. Fuck! What happened? Is she still alive? All sorts of messy thoughts ran through Damon's mind as he shot back into the breach once again, against his better judgment. He just couldn't ignore her. No matter how much he knew this was a bad idea, he simply couldn't leave the woman behind, especially knowing that she had helped him out at such a crucial time. He was a villain through and through, but this was his bottom line. He couldn't let someone who helped him die, or maybe even worse. What happened when someone entered the void? He did not know. He did not have the time right now to think about the answer to that question. He needed to get her out, or he would carry that regret for the rest of his life. The moment Damon crossed back into the breach, it felt like being punched in the soul. The pressure hit him all at once. Gravity twisted sideways, and space shimmered like warped glass. His body screamed in protest, his vision blurred, but he pushed through. Thankfully, the void hole was much smaller now, because of which he was able to get more control. Pieces of the corridor floated in the air, suspended mid-collapse. Electrical sparks danced along shattered metal beams, frozen in space, and half-pulled toward the singularity. Then he saw her. Aurora was hovering just a few meters from the edge of the collapse, barely. A shimmering golden light enveloped her body, wings of divine energy flaring erratically from her back, flickering as if about to die. Her eyes were shut tight, lips muttering some desperate prayer through gritted teeth. One arm was stretched behind her, holding back the last tendril of the void's pull. Her staff was gone, her robes torn, and blood trailed from her mouth, but she was there, holding on. "Stupid woman," Damon growled through clenched teeth, shooting forward. "I swear if you die now, I'm going to fucking resurrect you just so I can slap you. Why would you help me when you yourself are in this pathetic state? Why do you want me to trust you so badly? What are you plotting this time?" He dove into the spiraling debris, twisting through collapsing matter and void currents. One wrong move and he'd be sucked right in. But he made it. Just as Aurora's light sputtered out, he reached her. "Got you," he snarled, grabbing her waist and pulling her into his chest. The divine light shattered the moment he touched her, but Damon didn't stop. He wrapped his hands around her and teleported.
Shadow Step failed. Blink failed. "Fuck it, I will brute force my way out again," Damon shouted with determination as he once again somehow hauled their asses out of there. His blood archives were completely emptied out now, and he had used more than 20 potions when they finally got the hell out of there. They emerged somewhere in the frozen lands, tumbling into the snow once more, Aurora coughing violently as Damon crumpled beside her, gasping. Bloodrain didn't say a word. For once, even she was silent. Aurora blinked weakly. You came back for me?" "You idiot," Damon wheezed, turning his head slightly toward her. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Aurora tried to smile, but it turned into another bout of coughing, specks of blood flecking the snow. Her divine aura was flickering around her like a broken flame, more pain than power now. She looked like a fallen star, dimmed and shivering. Damon quickly shoved a potion down her throat, half of which she coughed up and spit out, but the remaining amount was more than enough to bring some color to her cheeks. Damon growled, dragging himself up onto one elbow. His body felt like it had been chewed up and spit out by a spatial blender, and every cell inside him protested. The two of them sat silently beside each other, as the hellish freezing cold never felt better. After they both had some time to recover, Aurora finally spoke up. "I wasn't playing any game," she said softly. "If you died in there, none of us were getting out. Not me, not your friends, not the others. You're the only one who could break through that place." She paused, breath fogging in the air. "That's not manipulation. That's a fact." Damon stared at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he exhaled through his nose and let himself fall back into the snow with a soft thud. "You're still an idiot." Aurora smiled. The two of them sat in silence again, waiting for that whole thing to die out. The scene in front of the metallic wall was kind of a spectacle at the moment. A huge chunk had been torn off, and snow from the surroundings was being sucked into the whole mess. The two of them kept a close eye on it to make sure that the hole actually doesn't end up self-repairing itself. The others were still trapped inside. They needed to get back in to get them out. However, the small void hole seemed to take its own sweet time. They could only patiently wait at the moment. As they stared in silence at the black hole at work, Aurora again spoke slowly. If you don't mind, could you show me your fangs? Can I touch them and see? Please?" Damon slowly turned his head toward her, one brow twitching, the exhaustion on his face briefly overridden by utter disbelief. "What?" Aurora looked like she immediately regretted asking, but pushed through anyway. I've never seen a real vampire's fangs before. Can I please take a teeny tiny look-see?" Damon blinked, then blinked again. A long silence passed between them, broken only by the wind and the distant hum of spatial distortion still gnawing away at the metallic fortress. Finally, with a dramatic sigh, he leaned forward slightly and dared his teeth, just enough to let her see the sharp, elegant curve of his fangs gleaming under the cold light. "There, happy now, weirdo?" Naturally, he was extremely alert at the moment to make sure that the tyrannical priestess did not pull a surprise one over him and attack him with some sort of fang poison. But contrary to his thoughts, nothing really happened. Aurora reached out with trembling fingers and gently touched the tip of one fang. Her eyes widened, and a strange little laugh escaped her. "Warm. I thought it'd be cold." "I'm not a fucking ice sculpture," Damon muttered. She did not seem to care. She continued running her fingers over it and then weirdly started staring into his eyes. Wow, such a beautiful red. Somehow she had even inched closer to him. Now she was almost sitting right on his lap as if she was riding him and looking into his eyes and touching his teeth.
What the hell kind of situation was this? Damon blinked dumbly. Inside his head, blood rain was going crazy. Drink her blood already, damn it! Just drink her blood already! Can't you see? She is completely obsessed with you. She is a lunatic with a sweet, sweet divine bloodline. Just how much more lucky could you get? Millions of vampires would kill to be in your position. Damon knew what the weapon spirit was talking about. He could clearly see it now, in the weirdo's beautiful eyes. She had a full-blown case of what many girls had in his last lifetime, especially after the vampire race became popular: the Twilight disease. That too, a severe one at that. This woman was basically all sorts of vampire crazy. Aurora's breath was warm on his cheek, her finger still lightly brushing one fang like it was a holy relic. He just couldn't believe it. How could a woman like this have such a side to her? Blood rain continued to howl in his mind like a maniac. "I will throw you into the void," he whispered under his breath. Aurora tilted her head, confused. Nothing. Damon shook his head. Then, with all the effort of a man trying not to detonate a live grenade in his lap, he reached up and gently peeled her fingers off his mouth. "No more fang touching. It's weird, you're weird, and I'm going to die of second-hand embarrassment if you keep staring at me like that." "But your pupils dilated just now," Aurora murmured, still looking entirely too interested. "You liked it." "I'm a vampire. My pupils dilate when I smell blood, when I see blood, when I think about blood. It doesn't mean anything." She blinked. "Are you thinking about blood right now?" "I'm hungry, woman. Of course I am," he snapped, then groaned and rubbed his forehead. Aurora giggled again, clearly not fazed at all. "You're kind of cute when you're flustered." "I am not flustered," he growled. Wait, why was she getting bolder and bolder? Wasn't she really shy before, nervous to even talk to him? "I know you must be really hungry. How about you drink some of my blood? It should help you out a lot right now, yeah?" Damon stared at the warm and tender neck once again offered up on a silver platter in front of him. Though he still had his doubts, he was now somewhat sure that it was perfectly fine to drink from her. But something was off. His instincts told him that this was a mistake he would regret making. And he was a guy who always listened to his instincts. Damon was just about to reject the crazy girl when he saw that the void hole had finally started to collapse. The edges of the metallic fortress had already started repairing itself. It was now or never. They needed to get back in right this instant, and he was definitely not at his full strength right now. His gaze wandered between the tender neck and the metallic fortress for a couple of seconds before he finally came to a decision. Fuck it. Without any more thinking or analyzing, he sank his fangs into the tender neck. The first drop of her blood hit his tongue, and Damon's eyes snapped wide, blazing crimson. "God damn, this woman's blood is divine! Holy shit! It was somehow even better than when he had tasted her before. It lit up every broken cell in his body with pure golden fire, burning away exhaustion, searing through his veins like some sort of heavenly elixir. He needed more of it, and he took more of it. Aurora gasped. Her arms instinctively wrapped around Damon's shoulders, her fingers curling into his tattered cloak. Damon felt her body's warmth against him, and it only made the blood all the better. He could even hear a few moans slipping out of her lips. He drank with more ferocity. The woman was driving him absolutely crazy. But then the next second, she did something completely unexpected. Damon felt a small prick in his neck, and as he snapped his eyes open to look, he saw the girl smiling at him with crazy eyes, her teeth on his neck. Damon instantly stopped. "What the hell?" "You drank from me, I drank from you," she shyly mumbled something. Just when he thought that she couldn't become any crazier, the woman had broken his expectations. What the hell did she mean by she drank? She did not even break skin, for God's sake. He wanted to break the news to her, but seeing how the void hole was healing itself rapidly, now was not the time. Let's go back. We need to get the others out. Damon shot forward into the hole without any hesitation. Aurora quickly followed him.
Damon immediately put away all thoughts of the crazy woman, as he knew that he was dealing with an enemy way beyond his caliber. This metallic fortress was not simple at all, and the person controlling it was even more so. But he had to go back. He couldn't let Mark and Kate be trapped in the damn thing for weeks and months until he was strong enough to take them out. A prison like that would break minds. He did not want them to suffer through a horror like that. Besides, he had a plan now. The damn thing's weakness was now very clear. Damon quickly dashed through the chewed-up ends of the long corridor and found the intact part that led to the rest of the metallic fortress. Behind him, the hole was getting rapidly patched back up. He could sense the intense amount of mana that was being consumed in the process. Damon doubled his speed. While the thing was occupied with repairing itself, he needed to focus on getting to his friends. Coincidentally, there were no more exits along the way. No more doors that led to laboratories. Damon frowned, but continued going. Soon, he noticed something strange. There were signs of disturbances all along the corridor, as if someone had recently fought here. The metallic fortress hadn't gotten around to repairing the small dents here and there. This told him something important. Whoever was doing this had a limited amount of energy at their disposal. Otherwise, they would have simply fixed everything in a single go. This was another weakness he could exploit. Behind him, Aurora's voice loudly rang. "Blood God! They are coming!" Damon turned around to see something completely ridiculous and insane. Behind him, hordes and hordes of purple, self-detonating mechs were silently marching forward. It looked like the metallic fortress was focusing on not one thing, but two things after all. Him and the giant, gaping hole. Fuck it. Aurora, get over here. Do you have the angelic protection skill yet? Everything was utterly overwhelming, but Damon had an idea in his head. Yes, I have, Aurora promptly replied, not disappointing him. Okay, then get your ass over here. The next second, Aurora cast angelic protection on herself and Damon. A pair of angle wings appeared behind her, and they kind of pulled her right next to Damon in a heartbeat. Damon smiled. Now, can you do the same to just one of those bots? Wait for my signal. He immediately picked her up and jumped down from the corridor to the bottom floor. He then went closer to the wall and dropped her. Now do it. Aurora immediately pulled a single bot towards them, a few feet away, and Damon detonated the bot instantly with a few of his fireballs. The impact made a huge hole in the metallic wall, creating a temporary exit. Coincidentally, on the other side, there was a smaller corridor. Bingo! Damon grinned. Continue pulling one every chance you get, and I will blow it up. The two of them then used the technique to create a bunch more explosions. Some of them even opened up actual paths into laboratories. Damon did not miss any chance. Unlike before, this time the items within the laboratories were surprisingly intact, and there were all sorts of things inside. One of the rooms had several beast eggs within them, but these beast eggs were different than the ones he had seen before. They had veins of black and purple as if they had demonic infestation. One of the other rooms had a full set of weird equipment. They looked like they belonged in a chemistry lab, but Damon could smell the alchemy from a mile away. Will I get lucky and actually find a bloodline stabilizer in this place? Damon mused as he completely cleaned up everything, not leaving behind even a single piece of the fancy equipment. Room after room, there were all sorts of items which he could only assume were mostly high-level items. Damon cleaned out every single one of them without leaving behind even a scrap. In front of him, Aurora was dutifully dealing with the next bot, creating the next explosion. "Are you okay there, priestess?" he asked. "Don't worry, Blood God. You can trust your back to me, today and for all eternity." Damon's face twitched at that weird response, but this was not the time to dwell on crazy. He continued with his crusade.
Soon, what he expected happened. The two of them had created so much disturbance that Mark had sniffed out their presence. "Damon!" Mark made an entrance, punching through a partly exploded wall and came out on the other side. Nevin was with him. Damon looked for Kate, who was nowhere to be found. "Where is Kate? I found a way to get out of here. We need to get the girls." Nevin's eyes widened in shock. It had only been a few minutes since they were separated, and Damon had already figured out so much. The group quickly continued down the path. Soon they arrived at a bigger hall where there was already a huge disturbance. Damon hurriedly charged into the hall to only find out a huge boatload of mechs surrounding Kate, Mayra, and Silvara. The three women were only barely holding on. These golems had some sort of powerful shield skill which made them near indestructible. But this was before Damon kited all of the purple mechs to the big hall. A couple of explosions from the purple mechs wreaked all sorts of havoc amidst the indestructible shield mechs. Damon did not plan on clearing the entirety of these mech hordes. Now that everyone from the group was within eyesight, there was only one plan left: just get the hell out of here. "Everyone, be prepared with your best skill and escape technique," Damon shouted. He immediately targeted the first group 10 purple mechs, ready to create the void hole all over again. He erected several blood shields and mana shields and then started the chain of explosion. But the next moment, something went wrong. The first few purple mechs exploded just fine, violent blasts tearing through the metal and sending tremors through the fortress. But instead of creating a void hole like last time, the metallic walls around them pulsed, glowed, and then absorbed the explosions. Damon's eyes widened. Shit. It was adapting. He should have known. His opponent was not stupid. They were not going to fall for the same trick twice. Fuck. Let's go. Let's get out of here one way or the other. Damon signaled for the group to follow him as he started heading further down the hall. Their escape from this place was looking increasingly bleak. The more Damon thought about it, their only option out of this place should be by using something they found here. They had already found a lot of rare materials and weird items. Wouldn't one such room contain explosives or some shit? Damon's mind was running on fumes and instinct now. He turned a sharp corner and burst through another lab door. He ransacked it from top to bottom while others kept the golems at bay. "Blood Rain, come on. Is there anything I can use? Can you sense anything at all?" Blood Rain did not give any response. Damon did not dare. He was sure of it. One of these rooms had to contain something useful. He started ransacking one lab after another. There was a plan mutation lab. There was a mechanical limb lab. And there was even an artificial mana core lab. There were all sorts of things in the laboratories, but he still couldn't get his hands on any explosives. Things continued in this way when the group coincidentally arrived at the same spot they had started. It looked like the whole damn thing was circular in shape. Then came the obvious question: what was there at the center? Damon was pretty sure the answer to their problem lay at the center of it all. If the outer wall formed the outer boundary, the inner wall and the labs formed the inner boundary, then what was at the center? The only way to know the answer was to try and break through the damn wall. Damon used some purple bots to break the inner wall in the same way, but once again something unexpected happened. The inner wall completely refused to budge. This time, instead of denting or melting or cracking under the explosion, the inner wall reflected the energy. A shimmering hexagonal pattern flared across its surface, like a rippling shield. Damon was blown back several meters, skidding across the floor as the explosion that should have cracked the fortress barely even left a scorch mark. I understand the outer wall being strong. This thing doesn't want to breach, but the inner wall is even stronger. So something important is present inside the wall. Damon's eyes gleamed. He was strong enough to break through one wall with sheer force. He should be able to do the same again. He was not going to give up here. Damon started maniacally hitting the wall in the same spot over and over again. Everyone stared in shock as he relentlessly attacked the wall without holding anything back. He had absolutely no restraints as he managed to dig out one powerful attack after another. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Seconds turned to minutes, and soon minutes turned to hours. Damon was now completely ragged. Everyone else looked equally miserable. Just stop, can't you see? There is no way out of here. You should never have come back in here, Mara wailed. At least if you were outside, you could have somehow helped us. Now see what you did? You messed up everything. There is no way we are going to get out of here. You, shut the hell up. What do you know about him? Kate did not remain silent any longer and shot back. However, Damon signaled her not to engage. Maria, just like all of them, was in no state of mind to think clearly. There was no point in arguing here about anything. When they had broken through the first wall, they had been at their best. But now all of the resources had been depleted. There was simply no way. Damon let out a sigh as he tiredly slumped. He still had one weapon left in his arsenal, but he did not want to use it just yet. However, the condition looked utterly hopeless. He truly might have to cut his losses and do the damn thing here. He might have to form a mana core. Damon closed his eyes as he started meditating and sucking in the mana from the surroundings. The mana concentration here was less, but it was enough. His body, his blood, everything was empty and devoid of any energy, all sucked dry by his efforts. So the moment he started meditating, his body started greedily sucking in the mana. Damon continued calmly, collecting and gathering as much mana as he could. When he struck again, he would make it count. But 2 minutes in, he noticed something weird. Damon felt mana seep in from the ground as well. This was when a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. What if this damned place had more than one levels? Was there a ground floor and a first floor to this place? Damon's eyes lit up. The outer wall was unbreakable. The inner wall was unbreakable. So what about the bottom and top walls? Were they equally strong? He continued meditating, and when the hour ended, a crimson lance appeared in his hand. He signaled Mark, and simultaneously they both struck the very ground underneath them. Aurora also joined in on the attack, providing considerable buffs to both of them. The next moment the floor underneath them shook, and unlike the other walls, this one actually started cracking and tearing apart, soon revealing a hole with just 10 consecutive strikes. Right at this moment, Blood Rain also chimed in. Damon, I sense something very powerful, something extremely unstable. I think your chance is here. Damon nodded, further invigorated by Blood Rain's words. Let's go. It's time to raid some more labs and get the fuck out of here. As the cracked floor crumbled beneath their feet, Damon led the plunge into the darkness below, the rest of the group following close behind. It was deeper than they had expected, and Aurora busied herself casting wings on everyone. Damon conjured his own blood wings and caught Kate mid-fall to help her. Soon, the group landed on solid ground. The moment they touched the ground, more sirens and warnings blared, and the entire place was bathed in red light. More golems started appearing, and surprisingly, these were just normal golems. What, no more void guys? Damon looked up and shouted at particularly nothing. He knew that whoever was monitoring still had an eye on them, and from the looks of it, the person was stalling for time. These mechs were sure as hit not going to hold them back. Mark, handle them. I am going to raid the labs. Damon directly charged towards the inner wall, thrusting his fire crimson lance at it. The big, power-packed attack had yielded him plenty of results upstairs, but here it came back only with a resounding thud. Damon's hand trembled from the pain as he felt the bounce back. This damned wall was strong, just as strong as the inner wall above. My liege, I can sense it. I can sense it very clearly. Something very powerful is inside. This is the core of the whole place. Whatever is inside this place might even have the capability to change destinies, Blood Rain gasped. Damon nodded, clenching his fists in determination.
From the beginning, this was the only reason he was not frustrated. Maybe an amateur would be psyched out and anxious that he was trapped in some unknown place, but the true players knew the reality. These kinds of places were 1 in a million. With danger came tremendous opportunity. "Let me see what you are hiding inside," Damon gritted his teeth and prepared for the next attack. All this time, using the Crimson Fire Lance repeatedly, he already had plenty of ideas to improve the whole attack. He tried it a couple of times and almost got it to succeed, but this time he would definitely succeed. Damon used his Umbra's lesser shadow magic to seamlessly blend in shadow magic along with fire and blood magic. Shadow and blood seemed to be extremely compatible, and so was the case with blood and fire. However, when the 3 elements were put together, the result was chaotic to say the least. The lance that formed in Damon's hand now pulsed with unstable energy. Veins of black shadow swirling through a core of molten crimson and wrapped in a semi-transparent aura of blood mist. It vibrated violently, like it was trying to tear itself apart from the inside out, but Damon held firm. His control over these elements had grown. He had fused them before, barely. This time, he didn't just want it to hold. He wanted it to annihilate. "Back away," Damon muttered. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, but filled with conviction. The others instinctively cleared the area. Even Mark gave him a wary look before dragging a mech into a full suplex nearby. Damon lifted the lance and threw it at the wall before the whole thing disintegrated. The lance struck the inner wall like a divine meteor, not exploding immediately, but sinking into the material. The wall resisted, fought back. A shimmering net of energy tried to repel the fused magic, but it was too late. The explosion simply couldn't be contained. Perhaps if that void hole hadn't depleted the energy, it might have been dealt with, but not now. The wall started cracking, and veins of black, bloody fire started spreading out. The ground trembled, and then came the blast. For a moment, the entire section of the wall looked like it was about to blast open, but then it unexpectedly held firm. Right at this moment, blood rain came through. "My liege, I will not let your best attack go to waste," she shouted as a powerful aura swept past the wall the next instant. Damon's attack, which looked as if it was about to fizzle at any moment, suddenly picked up momentum, and the wall could not hold on any longer. The whole thing blasted. The wall cracked wide open, revealing a dark sanctum beyond. A cool blue mist spilled out, curling around Damon's legs. Before the commotion settled, or the wall had a chance to self-repair, Damon immediately barged in. However, he froze in utter shock at the scene that awaited him. The inner area of the metallic fortress was a super big dome, and every inch of the dome had some sort of metallic tubing covered by 1,000,000 runes. It was a complete and utter mess inside. And the intensity of the mana was enough to completely overwhelm him. Damon felt as if his body would explode from the sheer density of mana if he even dared to take a step forward. The pressure was simply too much. There was something at the center of it all, but Damon simply couldn't see past the mana field and the metallic tubings and the glowing runes. "My liege, can you boost my attack one more time?" Damon asked, preparing to completely let loose one more time, but Blood Rain immediately warned him against it. "I wouldn't do that, master. An explosion in this place is not something you can survive." Damon let out a frustrated sigh. He also knew that much, but he couldn't simply come all the way here and go out without anything to show for it. First of all, he still didn't have a path to go out. The next moment, something completely unexpected happened. While Damon was thinking about things, a loud metallic screech sounded behind them, a waft of cold, freezing air filling the hallway space and everywhere. Damon and the others immediately turned to see what it was when they stared in complete shock yet again. Out of nowhere, a door had opened up. A damn door to the place had actually opened up that led them to the outside world.
Damon couldn't believe his eyes, and the others stared at the space with their jaws dropped to the ground. Up until now, they had struggled so much and withstood so much just to make a small hole that they could somehow use to get outside. But now a whole door was just like that, open for them to use? This was completely unbelievable. Perhaps this was some sort of trap. Everyone gulped as they eyed the door suspiciously. However, there was nothing out of place. The swirling snow outside was as real as the mindfuck metal fortress they had been trapped in. It really was the outside. They can now simply walk out if they wanted to. Among everyone, Mira was the first to react. Unable to stay in this place even a moment longer, she used fire steps to reach the door in a fraction of a second, and then blasted right into the open snow, finally getting out of this metal box. "I am out! I am out! Everything is fine!" Mira shrieked in happiness, dancing and playing with the snow like a little kid who had never known snow before. The same girl who was constantly complaining about the snow and the chilling freeze when coming here was now more than happy to be frozen to the bones. Silvara, Nevin, Kate, and Aurora smiled at the woman. Mira had truly suffered the most thanks to her claustrophobia. Silvara and Nevin also started walking out. However, the duo suddenly stopped, noticing that the main character hadn't made any move yet. Everyone turned to look at Damon, who had a big sneer on his face. "So just when I open up your insides, you want me to get out?" Kate and Mark already knew the meaning of the stubborn look on his face, but the others were still confused. "Damon, you have already taken the lot of treasures from the smaller labs. I know it is a pity that we did not find the cosmic vessel blueprint, but we can come here again. Next time, we will be more prepared." Silvera tried to reason with him. Damon didn't even look at her. His gaze was fixed on the shattered vault door behind him. "Come here again?" he repeated with a hollow chuckle. "You think this place will let us come back? Silvara, this fortress isn't a dungeon. It's alive. It's aware. It adapts. Once we step out, there is no coming back in." "You mean it's closing itself off?" Silvara gasped. "No, I mean it might move, or vanish, or self-destruct. Places like these don't like staying open once their core's breached. This might be a one-time thing, a single roll of the dice, and I'm not walking away from the jackpot because the snow looks nice." Kate stepped forward. "You're not wrong, but are you sure you can handle it right now? You're almost out of mana. Your stamina's gone. Your health bar is basically just flirting with the concept of life at this point." Damon exhaled slowly, the fog of his breath swirling as he turned toward them fully. "That's exactly why I need to go back in. I've already paid the price. I've been bled dry and broken open just to reach this room. If I leave now, then all that was for nothing." Nevin scratched the back of his head. "You're insane, man, but fine, say we believe you. What exactly are you planning to find in there? Some sort of treasure? Some sort of elixir or weapon? Whatever it is, would it really be worth it?" Damon then asked the question back to him. "What do you think would be worth it then? How about a mythical item, an item stronger than even the likes of legendary items?" Nevin froze. "What about a supreme treasure that can give you a part of a god's power? What about a celestial beast egg that could stand toe-to-toe with a god? Would these be enough to make you take the risk?" His words struck like a thunderclap, making everyone stand frozen in their spot. No one spoke. Even though what he spoke might be exaggerated, they had seen how insane the place was. So how could it not be true? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they had stumbled upon, and to let it all go to waste would be a pity. They might never see a chance like this again, and in the future, this might make all the difference between life and death. Maybe we can call for backup. I know I did not want to involve the clan and expose this place, but now maybe it's the right decision to call the others. We need more men on our side." Silvera barely finished talking when the metallic door started hurriedly closing in. It looked like the time to make their decision had already passed. It was now or never. They either had to leave or probably get stuck inside forever. "What is it going to be?" Damon asked. Silvera bit her lips. The swirling snow outside was so close, so easy, just one step, and they would be free. And yet she couldn't bring herself to walk out. "Nevin, get out now! The Patriarch needs you! If something happens to me, the Patriarch needs you! Don't disappoint him, and don't betray him!" Nevin wanted to say something, but seeing the determined look on her face and the madness in her eyes, he did not dare stand there and argue with her. In a blur of movement, he got out of the fast-closing door. "I will bring everyone here," his voice rang out. Silvera nodded. Mark and Kate showed no signs of walking out right from the beginning, and now the only person left to make a decision was Aurora. "Aurora, damn it, come out! This is not worth it! Why are you being like this?" Mara shouted from outside. "Aurora, I know you came here to help me, but you have already done more than enough. I won't hold it against you if you leave," Silvera also added. But shocking everyone, the woman firmly shook her head. "I cannot leave." That was all she said as her gaze briefly flickered to Damon and back to the closing door. Kate and Silvera both noticed it, as the two of them looked at Damon suspiciously. What happened when these two were together, they silently wondered. "You idiot, don't you dare!" Mira's voice was cut off as the door once again completely closed shut. Now, once again, everything went back to the same as the group stood trapped in the big metallic fortress. Silvera sighed, already regretting her decision. "Damon, do you actually have any plan? I mean, I understand that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but what can we do if we are simply too weak to even attempt to take it?" Damon smiled as he continued to stare at the labyrinth of energy networks in the core. His smile bordered on creepy as he nodded and spoke, "I do indeed have a really good plan." Everyone looked at Damon, waiting for him to reveal his big plan, but the man of the hour simply walked over to the inner core and sat down at the edge of the mana field. "What are you guys waiting for? There is so much to take from here. Let's take turns and fill ourselves up with some sweet, sweet mana first." Damon simply laughed. Silvera's face turned dark. "Your big plan is to make a couple of breakthroughs? For a mana core? Do you think that's really enough to get out of here?" Damon shrugged. Silvera sighed. "See, I am not blaming you. My staying back here was my own decision. I would never place that on you. But what I am trying to say is one of our clan members had already tried to form a mana core. It gives a small boost in strength, but not that much. I just want to discuss a few things with you. Don't mistake my words for rudeness." Damon smiled. "Ice Queen, you are different than your clan member. Your bloodline is different. When Damon began, but he quickly stopped speaking. Your mana core formation might bring in completely different results from your clan members. We won't know until we try." Silvera's face changed immediately as she realized what Damon was talking about. She let out a deep breath, calming herself first. "Okay, I will see what happens." Damon coughed again and fished out a couple of evolution stones from his pocket. "I also have this. Did you guys go through your first evolution yet?" Everyone shook their head. Evolution was something yet to be introduced in the game. Typically, when one reached level 50, or in cases of special classes, they might have been informed about this process before itself. However, everyone in front of him was a special case after all. He doubted that they did not even know what this meant. "Varinx told me a little bit about it, but he said that I shouldn't attempt evolution without a high-tier evolution stone," Mark spoke first. "I didn't have a chance to get to it yet." Damon immediately raised a brow. "Wait, that dude gave you a quest for which a high-tier evolution stone is a reward?" Mark nodded. "Fuck, buddy. Then this one is a loan, all right? It's a high-grade stone. You can use it." Damon smiled bitterly as he tossed the first stone towards his friend. The life of players with blessings was indeed a lot smoother. "Okay, now I only have one more left." Damon immediately looked at Kate, but she shook her head. She did not have to spell it out loud. Damon already knew what she meant. "I am going to give this one to Aurora. I think she's the strongest here after Mark," "No hard feelings," Damon said. Silvara nodded. "I am fine. I happen to have a lower-grade evolution stone in my possession. I was waiting for a high-grade one, but given the circumstances, I can use it." Damon frowned. "You could also wait and see what happens." He suggested it would be a pity to see her growth potential cut down by something like this, but Silvara firmly shook her head. "I want to do this. I also have another suggestion." She looked up at the ceiling. "After evolving and forming mana core, I would like to take Mark with me upstairs and explore the upper floor to see if there indeed is a cosmic vessel in this place." Damon nodded. "Sounds like a solid plan." However, Mark shook his head. "Not possible. I have to be here to guard Damon." Silvara looked at Damon to see if he would say anything, but Damon could only shake his head. "I can't force him." "Then can I take Kate?" Of course, Kate also shook her head. "I have to be here to give backup to Damon and Mark." Silvara could only helplessly smile at the situation. The trio was as inseparable as always. Damon then quickly jumped to use the situation. "You can take her," he pointed at Aurora, who had been giving him many secret looks for a while now. It was simply making him nervous, even though he knew she did not mean any harm. Unexpectedly, as soon as Damon spoke, Aurora's face changed a little bit. She seemed kind of angry. Damon did not like it. Fuck, he had somehow made the situation worse? His gut feeling told him that he was in danger. Blood Rain also said the same thing. "My lord, you need to appease the priestess, quickly!" Damon hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Aurora is the strongest player here when considering everything. She's a tyrannical queen who can bring down entire armies and single-handedly claim victory for her team. Your best option is to ask her." He looked at her again, but she was still angry. "This is not enough?" He started running his mouth more. "Of course, I also need her here, but there might be something valuable on the upper floors that we might need. Only she can be trusted with something like this. You should just ask her for her opinion. She is very smart." Damon awkwardly blurted out, chuckling lightly. He finally saw that the woman was smiling and let out a sigh of relief. He then quickly walked over and handed the evolution stone to her first. "Please take this." Aurora beamed as she received it, and unexpectedly, the next moment, she leaned forward and hugged Damon. "Thank you, Blood God. This is my first gift. I almost don't want to use it." Damon quickly stepped back from the hug, awkwardly laughing. "What first gift? What are you talking about? Ha ha ha! Don't joke, you silly joker!" Aurora started blushing and was about to say something when Damon felt Kate's eyes staring at his back with such an intensity that she might just burn 2 holes right through him. "That's enough chit-chatting, don't you guys think? After all, we are still in a life-threatening situation. Friendly hugs and chat can wait later. Ha ha! How about you 3 start evolving first? Kate and I can keep watch." Damon wiped the imaginary sweat off his forehead as he managed to diffuse the situation. Behind him, Aurora still looked pleased, her fingers gently tracing the surface of the stone like it was a priceless artifact gifted by fate itself. Kate, meanwhile, stood with crossed arms and a gaze that could make fire mana shy away. Damon wisely chose not to meet her eyes. Mark cleared his throat, stepping up beside him. "I will start then. Thanks for keeping an eye on my back." Damon nodded, grateful for his friend to officially change the topic. Mark went down and sat cross-legged in front of the core area where the mana density was somewhat manageable for him. Then he plopped the evolution stone into his mouth and closed his eyes. After him, Aurora and Silvara, both women, silently walked over and did the same. Damon watched as they all settled into their respective spots, each enveloped by the radiant glow of the core's mana. Mark's body was already reacting, faint veins of silver energy crawling over his skin, while Silvara's icy aura formed delicate frost spirals that evaporated just as quickly as they appeared. Aurora, however, was something else entirely. The moment she consumed the stone and began channeling the core's energy, her presence erupted like a silent explosion. A dome of light flared around her, tinged with gold and violet hues. Damon instinctively took a step back. Holy shit, he thought. If he had ever doubted her class or background, this completely erased it. Whatever priestess class she belonged to, or whatever her bloodline was, it wasn't something basic. Kate came to stand beside him, arms still folded, her eyes fixed ahead, but her tone calm. "Who is that woman? Do you know her beforehand?" she asked softly. Damon immediately shook his head. No, never. She is just a really good player, and has some sort of special bloodline. I really do not know anything else about her." "Okay," Kate nodded. Surprisingly, she did not ask him anything more than that about Aurora. Instead, she spoke about what was really on her mind. "Hey, I think I should evolve too. Silvara might have a low-grade evolution stone that I can borrow." She started, but once again Damon immediately interrupted him. "No need. If things really come down to that, then you can do it later. You don't have to burn your potential right now." Kate looked at how serious he was and decided to let it go for now. "Can you tell me a little bit about blood manipulation? How do you do it so easily? Is there any special trick to it? What about blood energy and mana? How do you seamlessly interconnect and use both?" Others might not see it this way, but Kate knew that Damon was extremely knowledgeable about many things. Sure, he was overpowered because of some bloodline or something like that, but it was his fundamentals that really set him apart. She was probably never going to get a chance like this again when he was standing so casually next to her. She could feel it. The gap between them was widening more and more. Her insufficiencies were starting to show up. At least Mark had some sort of bloodline, but she had nothing. She did have a little something. She had recently found that she had an innate ice affinity as well, and was able to use both blood element and ice element. But seeing everyone around her, that was probably nothing. Her gaze landed on Aurora, who was now lighting up like a damn firecracker. She could already tell that the priestess was the one who was going to shoot up in power the most, perhaps even more so than Mark, who was also now glowing golden. Unlike them, she had nothing. She was plain and simple. She would use every chance she had to crawl her way to the top to stand next to the guy who had been there for them time and again. If Damon were in her shoes, he would definitely do the same thing. Kate snapped out of her thoughts as she talked to Damon about many things that were on her mind. Damon did not care about it too much. It was Kate, after all. He taught her everything he knew about the basics of blood manipulation. But in the end, his insights were only going to help her so much. "You should really visit the training center. In fact, talk to Varnix about it. He might suggest something nice for you, considering you're special and all that." Damon winked. "What sort of a training center?" Kate asked, ignoring the guy's teasing. "I don't know, maybe some sort of skills training place? I've heard rumors of such a place existing, but if you ask Varnix about it, that guy would definitely give you more details." Kate nodded and decided to do that the first thing after they get out of here. Meanwhile, Mark was now enclosed in a blood bubble with golden veins, Aurora in some sort of golden bubble, and Silvara in a simple mana bubble. All of their evolution process had progressed smoothly and was now coming to an end. Damon was very surprised that the guy controlling the metallic fortress didn't even bother to disturb them. Was he mocking them that no matter what they do, it's useless? Or maybe he was busy with something else, like moving the whole thing to someplace else before backup arrived. Whatever it was, Damon did not care. He would take the easy wins. Soon another hour passed, and Silvara was the first to finish evolving. Ice hissed and melted from her skin, and she looked even more beautiful than before. Her skin had become rosier and clearer. Her long blonde hair now had streaks of silver, and her blue eyes had become a shade darker. She stepped out of the manna cocoon that had now solidified into ice and walked towards Damon and Kate like an ethereal fairy. "Damon, what do you think?" She unexpectedly stopped before him and asked. I, beautiful," Damon stammered, awkward and embarrassed. Kate shot him a sideways glance. Silvara smiled. "I meant my bloodline. Do you think my bloodline has become purer at all? Unfortunately, I did not manage to awaken anything with a low-grade evolution stone, so I was wondering perhaps you can tell if my bloodline at least improved a little." What? Damon again stuttered. "Do you know if you taste my blood again?" Fuck. Sweat started pouring out of Damon's head like it was raining as he awkwardly stood there between the two women. "What do you mean? When did you drink her blood?" Kate wasn't an idiot. She naturally caught on. Her fiery gaze returned, now burning 1,000 degrees hotter. "Haha, what are you talking about? When did I drink your blood? Oh, you must be asking in general." He tried to salvage the situation. Why was he stepping into so much shit today? He needed to do something about this. Maybe never get in a situation where all these women were together again. Even if it were life or death, this should not happen again. He gulped and continued in an extremely professional tone. "If you give me a few drops of your blood, I can try and analyze something, but I cannot guarantee." Silvara could see what was happening and wanted to laugh, but she controlled herself. "I'm sorry to ask you this. I'm just worried that I screwed up big time with this evolution." Many things about Damon became clearer to her when he recklessly came back to this place again to get all of them out. If he wanted, he could have abandoned all of them and gotten out safely by now, but he did not. Heck, if she were in his position, she wasn't even sure if she would have come back at all. This is one thing told a lot about the kind of man he was. She was no longer angry or annoyed with him. She genuinely considered him a friend now. "How do you do this? Do you have to drink directly from me? Bite me?" She took a step forward, revealing her tender neck.
Damon's heart almost stopped. Wait. He interrupted her before things turned ugly. He did not want another woman showing her neck to him when he was already in such a big mess. "Just cut your wrist or something and collect the blood in this vial. This should be enough." Kate's stare became noticeably softer after hearing the exchange. Silvera did as he told and quickly gave him the small vial of blood. Damon swirled it and then drank it slowly, savoring every bit of it. He would really be lying if he said he did not enjoy the drink. The bloodline in her blood was not as prominent as Aurora's, but it was definitely there. He couldn't gauge its power or rarity because the concentration was so less, but it was definitely still there. "Thanks a lot. I'm glad to hear this." Silvera smiled and nodded when he told her about it. "I was afraid I screwed up a lot by using a low-grade evolution stone." "It's fine. I would say that there was no irreparable damage done. Later on, I can maybe help you find something that can undo this mistake and make your foundation stronger." Silvera gratefully nodded. "You are also correct. After evolution, my stats have received a big boost, and my combat powers have increased, a lot better than what was expected. But there is some sort of instability still, and I think I should wait at least for a few hours before attempting to form a mana core. What do you think?" "That should be the right way to go," Damon agreed with her. The two of them continued to chat for a while when the next person finally finished evolving. Unlike Silvera, Mark just silently stood up. "I am done." That was all he said. Damon gave him a fist bump, and the two silently stood next to each other as they watched the last person finish her evolution. Everyone stared in utter shock, as Aurora's evolution was the most flashy, to say the least. Even Damon, who had seen his fair share of absurd things by now, felt his mouth go dry. "This is insane."
When Aurora finished her evolution, her body was wrapped in layers of radiant light that shimmered like moonlit silk. Her eyes glowed with a serene golden hue that made the person staring at them completely mesmerized. She was unbelievably breathtaking, even more so than Silvera. None of the women he had seen in his life until now could even come close to her beauty. She looked like an angel who had stepped out of heaven, literally. 6 floating halos spun lazily behind her, each emitting a divine light, like celestial chimes heard in a dream. Runes floated across her skin in graceful spirals, shifting in and out of visibility. Everything about her had become completely amplified. She opened her eyes and gently and gracefully walked forward, and yet everyone could say that she was packed to the brim with power. Even Mark couldn't help but stare at her with his mouth wide open. Damon was in the same boat as he stared at the celestial woman, his mouth wide open. But then suddenly, his gaze met Aurora's, and the woman gave him an intense look in return. Damon felt as if lightning had struck him. This is when he realized something crucial. The woman was walking directly to him. "Snap out of it, Damon. You cannot possibly be standing like a statue when that bomb is walking towards you to explode." He thought of the words Silvera spoke to him after the evolution and became extremely nervous when he imagined what this one might say. He needed to act better this time, faster. Breaking the silence, he quickly spoke up. "Great! Everyone has successfully finished their evolution. Congratulations to the winners. Let's not waste any more time. Silvera and Aurora, you should start already." Aurora's face changed a little bit, but Damon quickly added, I only say this because I need you to come back as soon as possible. Both of you, I mean." The priestess seemed to accept his words and nodded. The 2 women then exchanged silent glances before Aurora cast a pair of wings on Silvera, and both of them gently floated up the hole in the floor that was yet to be repaired. "Shout if there is any trouble," Damon added with an awkward laugh. Both Mark and Kate gave him weird looks. Clearly something suspicious was going on here. Inside his mind, Bloodrain completely lost it. "Master, you are the best! You know how to keep a weapon spirit entertained! Bah ha ha ha! What is going to happen when they all find out?" Damon ignored the woman and let out a sigh. Things indeed were getting out of hand. He needed to get a handle on this shit and sit down and talk with them. Otherwise, he was on the verge of becoming some sort of sleazebag who was hiding things from the women in his life. He did not want such a situation to happen. He was definitely not a sleazebag. He was an honest and good person. He thought about the conversations he would have to go through, and more sweat started pouring down his head. Wait, he didn't have to worry about all of this right now. They were in a goddamn metallic prison. Yes, this can wait until they all get out of here. He let out a sigh and swallowed. For now, he had worse things to worry about. He turned and looked at the intense mana field that wasn't affected at all by the 3 of them evolving and sucking in the mana. How powerful must the grid be? He quickly put away all the other troublesome issues out of his mind and focused on the task at hand. He might not be the best when dealing with certain things, but this he was confident about. Damon grinned at the ridiculously dense mana grid. "Fine, you're powerful, but now it's my turn. Let's see how you're holding up after this." He was confident that he would be able to drain at least 10% of its power. That should reveal a chink in the armor that he could exploit. With Silvera and Aurora gone to explore the other parts of the metallic fortress, Mark and Kate stood as guards while Damon finally sat down to attempt his personal breakthrough. The others had undergone their evolution process, but he was going to take a step even further. He was going to form his first mana core. Damon was actually waiting to start this process because he was searching for an ideal condition, but the situation in front of him seemed as ideal as possible. The terrifyingly dense mana field gave him the right pressure and resources to form the first foundation. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the metallic fortress, a pair of green eyes flashed open. "An insect has forced my hand this much." He gnashed his teeth in annoyance as his figure slowly materialized. Mana and electric currents whirled alive as they combined together to form a being. First, his face became complete, then his torso and the rest of his body. Streams of data flowed like veins across the floor, flickering with symbols too complex for the human mind to comprehend. His form, forged from mana and machine, crackled with volatile energy as it took its final shape. A cold heartbeat pulsed within him, and when he was complete, a ripple of energy spread across the entire metallic fortress. "You'll have got my attention now, insect. Wait and see how I toy with you. You will regret forever the moment you decided to run back into my domain." Where are you now?" The man's green eyes immediately landed on the central core. He saw Damon sitting cross-legged near the Mona field, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. "A mere insect daring to steal from me? Let's see how far you can go. I will watch you die from regret and despair at the greatness you will never achieve in your entire lifetime. Behold, human, the power of La Rocha." The next moment, the monofield intensity became 10 times stronger, and all of a sudden, the comfortable spot Damon had picked to meditate on was no longer comfortable. The monogrid in front of him, previously calm like a deep ocean, now rippled violently, like something had agitated it from within. But Damon didn't flinch. "Finally showing your hand?" he muttered. His voice was calm, but every muscle in his body was tensed, ready. He withstood the violent monostorm as it lashed out against his body. Damon focused and pulled in all the mana that he could. The thick and sturdy mana pathways in his body, forged by his body-tempering ritual, were instantly filled to the brim like floodgates bursting open after a dam cracked. The mana poured into him at a speed that would have torn most cultivators apart, but Damon wasn't most. His body greedily drank in the mana. His bones groaned, muscles tensed, skin cracked, and his blood boiled, but his eyes remained shut in perfect focus. A matter of seconds, all his mana pathways became overflowing. Even his sturdy body was starting to reach its limit. The green-eyed man sneered. "Now it begins," he shouted. "Die, insect, die and become a part of my domain forever." His voice boomed throughout the metallic fortress, even reaching Mark and Kate. On the top floor, Aurora heard the same voice, and her figure immediately froze. "Blood God is in danger. I need to get back down there." She totally ditched Silvara and made an instant U-turn, rushing back towards Damon at top speed. Mark and Kate were also prepared to deal with whatever the place threw at them. However, nothing of that sort happened. There were no golems or exploding mechs. Nothing came their way. There was nothing they could do at all. The next moment, the monofield fluctuated once more as the currents turned even more violent. They roared with an unimaginable intensity. It was like a tsunami sweeping over the lone man sitting on the shores. Damon's body could no longer hold. Flesh started tearing apart. Blood seeped from his pores, boiling under the pressure. His muscles spasmed, tendons snapped and mended on loop, and bones cracked with sickening crunches. Damon howled in pain as his body, mind, and soul were completely ravaged by the unimaginable power. Pieces of himself were starting to disappear. It was as if he were being burned alive with the sheer intensity of mana. He knew he had chewed more than he could swallow, but there was no going back now. He had to hold on. Somehow. He screamed and screamed, but he firmly held his consciousness with an iron grip as he withstood all the pain that was thrown at him. Mark and Kate both stood frozen in shock. They did not know what to do anymore. Kate's entire body trembled, tears falling out of her eyes. She started casting blood barriers around Damon in a frenzy as fast as she could. Damon, what did you do? Why did you come back here? Please, Damon, please be okay. What am I supposed to do now? Mark was in an equally shocked state. He fully activated his evolved body as a golden barrier formed around him. Then he directly jumped into the swirling, intense monostorm without any hesitation. He did not care if he died, as long as he could drag Damon out of there. However, it was completely useless. A cold snort resounded everywhere, followed by a hollow chuckle. It's amusing how you insects think so highly of yourself. Mark ignored the mockery. His focus was entirely on Damon and nothing else. The monocurrents reacted violently, but Mark roared back, defiant. His Titan blood burned hot, radiating with storm-forged defiance as he pushed forward, inch by inch. His newly evolved body obeyed him and withstood the onslaught. What an interesting little insect. The voice changed a little. I think I will keep you in one of my labs to study in detail. Titan bloodlines are truly a rare commodity to come by these days. The next moment, something like a current intervened, and Mark's body was flung outside like a rag doll as the mana maelstrom lashed at him, tearing through his golden barrier in an instant. He crashed into the wall with a sickening thud, his body slamming against the cold metallic surface hard enough to leave a crater. Blood splattered the floor beneath him, and he groaned, barely conscious. He had tried his very best, and yet he couldn't come even close to Damon. Mark was not willing to give up. He couldn't. He needed to somehow get his friend out of there. He pushed himself to get up, and his golden barrier flickered, but the next moment a pair of chains appeared out of the wall, pulling him back down. The metallic chains snaked through his body mercilessly with intense electricity crackling through them. They completely paralyzed Mark, and within a fraction of a second bound him from head to toe and imprisoned him. "No!" Kate wailed. She started throwing her blood orbs maniacally at the metallic ball, but it was of no use. She sobbed and hopelessly tried erecting blood shields for Damon, which were also utterly useless. Pathetic. The cold voice sounded again, followed by chilling laughter. Kate shuddered and slumped on the floor listlessly. She did not know what to do anymore. She then stood up with a blank expression on her face and started to walk to the mana maelstrom. She knew she wasn't Mark. She knew she wouldn't survive, but she had to try, even if it killed her. However, just as she was about to enter the raging storm, a hand pulled her back and threw her away. "Don't be stupid. I am still there. No one is going to take away from me what is mine for all eternity." Kate's eyes widened in shock as she watched Aurora walk fearlessly into the same raging mana maelstrom, her eyes full of determination. The woman was dazzling from top to bottom with unbridled brilliance. While Mark struggled to get through, Aurora was able to easily take step after step.
Another insect with an interesting bloodline? Wait, you have a divine lineage. You can become my next perfect candidate. All the venom and hatred in the cold voice shockingly disappeared, and now only curiosity remained. The next moment, the man's figure completely disappeared from the chamber he was in, and unexpectedly, he appeared right in front of Aurora. The air twisted violently around the figure as La Rocha fully manifested, no longer a projection of voice and energy, but a presence, solid, looming, and hideously elegant in a simple suit which was anything but simple. His green eyes, previously mocking, now gleamed with a disturbing fascination as he looked at Aurora. "He is nothing. Trash," he said casually, gesturing toward Damon's writhing figure in the heart of the storm. "But you are something else entirely. I can feel the divinity in your blood. Tell me, who are you, girl?" Aurora didn't answer. Her hair, now silver-white, danced like threads of light, her steps unyielding as she continued walking toward Damon.
Each step left burning sigils on the ground, resisting the pressure that had flayed even Mark. LaRocha tilted his head. "I asked you a question." This time Aurora paused and then smiled coldly. "I'm the one who kills you." Without warning, she exploded forward. Her palm glowed with divine light, and she struck LaRocha square in the chest. The impact rang like a thunderclap as LaRocha shuddered, and the next moment his entire avatar broke into fragments. But the very next second, cold laughter rang out as another avatar started quickly forming the same spot, the violent monostorm knitting him back in. "Excellent! Marvelous! Your future is limitless. Yield and become my candidate priestess. I will give you a chance to stand at the top of this multiverse. You see, you cannot destroy me so easily. This entire fortress is my vessel, my will, my eternity. Even if you shatter my shell 1,000 times, I will return 1,001. What did he mean? Who is he? Aurora narrowed. Another incept with an interesting bloodline? Wait, you have a divine lineage. You can become my next perfect candidate. All the venom and hatred in the cold voice shockingly disappeared, and now only curiosity remained. The next moment, the man's figure completely disappeared from the chamber he was in, and unexpectedly, he appeared right in front of Aurora. The air twisted violently around the figure as LaRocha fully manifested, no longer a projection of voice and energy, but a presence, solid, looming, and hideously elegant in a simple suit which was anything but simple. His green eyes, previously mocking, now gleamed with a disturbing fascination as he looked at Aurora. "He is nothing, trash," he said casually, gesturing toward Damon's writhing figure in the heart of the storm. "But you are something else entirely. I can feel the divinity in your blood. Tell me, who are you, girl?" Aurora didn't answer. Her hair, now silver-white, danced like threads of light, her steps unyielding as she continued walking toward Damon. Each step left burning sigils on the ground, resisting the pressure that had flayed even Mark. LaRocha tilted his head. "I asked you a question." This time Aurora paused and then smiled coldly. "I'm the one who kills you." Without warning, she exploded forward. Her palm glowed with divine light, and she struck LaRocha square in the chest. The impact rang like a thunderclap as LaRocha shuddered, and the next moment his entire avatar broke into fragments. But the very next second, cold laughter rang out as another avatar started quickly forming the same spot, the violent monostorm knitting him back. "Excellent! Marvelous! Your future is limitless. Yield and become my candidate priestess. I will give you a chance to stand at the top of this multiverse." You see, he continued, brushing non-existent dust off his pristine suit. "You cannot destroy me so easily. This entire fortress is my vessel, my will, my eternity. Even if you shatter my shell 1,000 times, I will return 1,001. What did he mean? Who is he? Aurora narrowed her eyes. Her expression didn't change, but the glow in her palm intensified, digital light twisting into sharp arcs along her wrist. She took another step forward. "Oh," LaRocha smirked, intrigued. "Going to strike me again, little goddess? Do it. Show me what makes your bloodline shine." Aurora's gaze remained fixed on LaRocha, but the next attack from her was not an attack at all. Instead, her aim was to send a bolt of healing buff to Damon, to somehow help him, but the man's eyes immediately caught it and made the whole thing useless. "You insolent little bitch!" He only raised his finger and Aurora's divine shields snapped one after another. Her body was then flung outside exactly like Mark's. She crashed into the wall with a thunderous boom. LaRocha lowered his hand, eyes narrowing with pure disdain. "Why are you clinging to a broken mongrel like him? It's no worry. I can purify you from all your unnecessary thoughts right here and now." The man walked over to Aurora as she weakly tried to get up and fight back. Kate moved to stand between him and Aurora, trying to get at least a moment for her, but it was completely useless. The guy simply whacked her out of the way like she was nothing. Only 1% of her health remained, and she could no longer move. LaRocha smirked and raised his hand again, fingers twisting into a cruel arcane gesture. "Let me end this charade. All three of you are interesting little puppets, and you can serve me well. Now forget who you are." With that, he began to cast something, but suddenly he stopped. He sensed a disturbance behind him and turned to see if the insect had finally died. However, right at this moment, his face froze, slowly contorting into a mixture of rage and shock. His violent monostorm suddenly had a new bright and shiny dot. It started as a dot, but it quickly became a raging vortex. Crimson tendrils spiraled outward like the petals of a demonic flower blooming at the center of the maelstrom. The monostorm, once wild and uncontrollable, now bent inward, being devoured, consumed, subjugated. At the eye of that storm sat Damon. Or what was left of him. Half of his body had already broken down and evaporated, but the remaining half of his body was slowly rebuilding. Blood streamed from his eyes, but instead of weakening him, it surged upward, forming a crown of crimson above his head. His entire body radiated the pressure of a newborn star. "You are finally here," Damon said quietly, his voice deeper, layered, like something ancient was speaking through him. "You shouldn't have touched them." The green-eyed man took an involuntary step back. This wasn't the same insect he had mocked minutes ago. No, this was something else. Something that should not exist. A convergence of forbidden divinity and blood-borne monstrosity. This is impossible," LaRocha's tone cracked, the arrogance splintering. "You should have been torn apart. You should be dead." "I was," Damon answered, raising his hand. A spear of condensed blood mana, pulsing like a cursed sun, formed in his grasp. "I got better." The spear in Damon's hand pulsed once, and the entire fortress shuddered. Pipes groaned, lights flickered. LaRocha's eyes widened as layers of enchantments he had inscribed across the facility trembled like brittle glass under the force of Damon's presence. This wasn't some last gasp of power. This insect had control of his mana? "Enough!" LaRocha roared, panic finally bleeding into his voice. "You think this changes anything? I am LaRocha. This is my world, my domain. You are nothing but a bug that learned a trick." Damon grinned. Blood rain no longer blocked anything, as his entire aura was unleashed for all to see. LaRocha could feel the full brunt of it. All sorts of expressions flickered on his face as he finally caught a glimpse of the real being hidden in the carapace of the insect.
"This is not possible," LaRocha trembled. "How could an ancient being—" "No, you are not him. You just have a fraction of his power. You do not have the ability to stand against me," the green-eyed man screamed. He did not waste any more time and just thrust both his hands forward, sending out thick streams of pure mana towards Damon. His attack was like a laser that blasted outward. No mortal would be able to handle such an intense attack. However, Damon was not fazed. Right now, the control he had over his mana was something he had never imagined. The vortex made his body like a black hole that sucked everything, and he was able to wield a lot of the energy. He used the very mana surrounding him to form layer after layer of barrier. He then moved, easily evading the attack. LaRocha did not give up. He continued attacking Damon with everything he got,
but Damon only maniacally laughed. He knew he couldn't dodge the monster's attack forever, but he could dodge them for long enough for the aftermath to wreak havoc in the metallic fortress core, which clearly meant a lot to the bastard. The enemy might be carried away with all sorts of arrogance and emotion, but Damon was always grounded right from the beginning. His sole aim was to break out of here and get everyone to safety. He had been overconfident in assuming that this enemy was someone he could handle. He had heavily underestimated the opponent. However, now he knew better. It was time to take whatever he had gained and to get the hell out of here. He did not know when the vortex surrounding him was going to fade. His monocore formation had triggered some sort of phenomenon which had given him a lot of control over mana, but clearly this wasn't going to last. He needed to act fast. He handed over the reins of his mana formation to Blood Rain and fully committed to the combat in front of him. He would have preferred not to, but his current situation was such. This might result in his monocore being subpar, but that was a price he had to pay. Even this seemed to have a limit. Blood Rain was screaming in his mind, "Master, I cannot hold on for too long. Your monocore is too powerful for a soul fragment like me." "Just give me 5 seconds." Damon gritted his teeth and unleashed all sorts of madness on the inner core area. With every move and every attack, the damage was only becoming worse and worse. Soon, LaRocha completely lost it. "No!" he roared, stepping forward, his hands weaving another spell. However, Damon had already used Blink and appeared at another corner of the inner core, his body now sucking in the mana from that spot. The more Damon absorbed, the more unstable his core became, but at the same time, the surrounding mana field also became that much more unstable. "You worthless piece of shit! You are going to explode and destroy my creation along with it! Stop fucking around with my test subject!" LaRocha's scream turned shrill, unhinged, filled with panic and fury. Sparks rained from the ceiling, runes flared and cracked, and the vast control matrix that once spanned the entire inner sanctum began to disintegrate, devoured by Damon's reckless siphoning. But Damon didn't stop. His skin was splitting again. His bones groaned. The chaotic convergence at the center of his soul threatened to implode, but he pushed harder. "Just a little more," he growled, blood pouring from his mouth. Blood Rain's voice inside him was barely coherent now. "Master, you cannot hold this!" "I don't care." Something was happening with his body, and he was determined to make the full use of it to get out of this hole he had dug for himself. He had been overconfident in assuming that this enemy was someone he could handle. He had heavily underestimated the opponent. However, now he knew better. It was time to take whatever he had gained and to get the hell out of here. He did not know when the vortex surrounding him was going to fade. His monocore formation had triggered some sort of phenomenon which had given him a lot of control over mana, but clearly this wasn't going to last. He needed to act fast. He handed over the reins of his mana formation to Blood Rain and fully committed to the combat in front of him. He would have preferred not to, but his current situation was such. This might result in his monocore being subpar, but that was a price he had to pay. Even this seemed to have a limit. Blood Rain was screaming in his mind, "Master, I cannot hold this for too long. Your monocore is too powerful for a soul fragment like me." "I don't care." Something was happening with his body, and he was determined to make the full use of it to get out of this hole he had dug for himself. He had always known that this opponent was strong, but he expected the opponent to be some sort of mech that did not care, not this madman in front of him.
What the hell was a place of this difficulty doing so close to the main human settlement? The game should never have had a place like this. This was also why he had assumed that the opponent was constrained by the amount of energy he had to run this place. But now it turns out that he had enough energy to fuck with them anyways. Right now, his monocore had become so bright that it looked like a condensed mini-sun. He was about to explode at any second. La Rocha even stopped attacking him and started trying to salvage his inner core, erecting all sorts of barriers. "You insolent little pest! How dare you threaten my years and years of hard work!" The man screamed in terror, seeing the destruction everywhere. Damon only grinned with crazed madness in his face. He knew he was being reckless. He knew he was being stupid. But the thing was, his intuition told him to go along with it. He could feel the hunger in his body, in his blood. He knew he could take so much more. With a loud, maniacal laughter, he started absorbing even more mana. The red lights in the entire inner core began to flicker from the sheer amount he had sucked in. However, right this moment, his mana core finally started cracking. Damon's mana core simply couldn't handle the pressure anymore. First, small cracks started appearing, and then the cracks quickly started to become bigger. The core became more and more unstable. Damon gritted his teeth. Pain exploded from his mana core, and his entire body twitched with unimaginable agony. But if he stopped now, then he might once again lose everything. He couldn't bring himself to do that, knowing what was at stake. Besides, something inside him was urging him to keep going, to take more, to drink more. His body could take it. His blood could take it. He needed to be forged by mana, and this was his only chance. Damon bore the pain and stubbornly persisted, absorbing even more mana. La Rocha grimaced as an entire section of the mana field turned dimmer. A part of him became afraid of the man in front of him. Why was he continuing to grow without slowing down? He shouldn't have lasted until now, and yet he did. This cannot be allowed to happen. He was waiting for the guy to explode, but it looked like he would destroy everything before that could happen. No, he needed to trigger it. "Die, you little insect!" He raised his hand not to form an attack, but to send an intense shockwave of mana towards Damon, who was greedily drinking in everything. The shockwave reached Damon, and just as La Rocha expected, his body accepted that too. Damon's face changed as an intense pain struck him all of a sudden. La Rocha grinned. "This is where you end." His cold laughter rang loudly. Damon's body could not handle it anymore. Damon's mana core simply couldn't handle the pressure anymore. First, small cracks started appearing, and then the cracks quickly started to become bigger. The core became more and more unstable. Damon gritted his teeth. Pain exploded from his mana core, and his entire body twitched with unimaginable agony. But if he stopped now, then he might once again lose everything. He couldn't bring himself to do that, knowing what was at stake. Besides, something inside him was urging him to keep going, to take more, to drink more. His body could take it. His blood could take it. He needed to be forged by mana, and this was his only chance. Damon bore the pain and stubbornly persisted, absorbing even more mana. La Rocha grimaced as an entire section of the mana field turned dimmer. A part of him became afraid of the man in front of him. Why was he continuing to grow without slowing down? He shouldn't have lasted until now, and yet he did. This cannot be allowed to happen. He was waiting for the guy to explode, but it looked like he would destroy everything before that could happen. No, he needed to trigger it. "Die, you little insect!"
He raised his hand not to form an attack, but to send an intense shockwave of mana towards Damon, who was greedily drinking in everything. The shockwave reached Damon, and just as Laracha expected, his body accepted that too. Damon's face changed as an intense pain struck him all of a sudden. Laracha grinned. "This is where you end." His cold laughter rang loudly. Damon's body could not handle it anymore, and his mana core finally gave out. Boom! A thunderous boom ripped through the air. The world turned white. Mana exploded outward in a blinding eruption, shaking the fortress to its foundation. The very walls warped, the earth screamed, and Laracha's confident smirk vanished as he realized he had vastly underestimated the monster he was dealing with. Laracha stumbled back, shielding his face as the shock wave washed over him. "No, this shouldn't be happening," he muttered, eyes wide. His face turned ugly. "No, my test subject!" he screamed and ran to the very center of the core. Chunks of metal tore from the walls. Pillars cracked like dry bones. Systems across the fortress sparked and shorted out. This wasn't just an outburst. This was a collapse. However, the person who was responsible for everything was still standing right in the center of it all. Laracha became ashen pale, his face contorting in fear and disbelief as an unbelievable scene unfolded in front of him. Wild and unruly mana currents curled thickly through the shattered chamber, but at its center, Damon still stood. Or rather, something that had once been Damon. His body, barely held together moments ago, was now a shape of shifting crimson. Flesh and bone had dissolved into something liquid and alive. Blood. Endless blood. It sloshed and surged, held in a vaguely humanoid form, as if the explosion had not broken him, but remade him. The swirling red mass pulsed with power. Threads of mana were still being sucked into him from every corner of the fortress, like streams pulled into a dying star. And yet, in that terrifying storm of power, there was no madness in his movements, no chaos, just intent. Damon's head lifted slowly, two glowing red slits where eyes should be locking on to Laracha. Laracha stumbled back again, a shiver running down his spine. What kind of hell are you?" he whispered. The blood figure didn't answer. It didn't need to. A formless terror pressed down on Laracha's shoulders, heavier than any mana pressure he had felt in centuries. And then Damon moved. Just one step. The ground beneath him shattered into fine powder, and the metallic floor of the inner core instantly disappeared, revealing thick snow. Laracha panicked. "No, you don't," he roared and threw up his hand. Runes etched in emerald light lit up all across the ceiling, ancient fail-safes and bindings meant to restrain higher-tier beings. But the moment Damon raised his hand, all of it, every last rune, crackled, warped, and burst like overripe fruit. "No," Laracha whispered again, more to himself than anything else. This wasn't supposed to happen." "Vampire, hear my words. Let's make a deal. I will give you one of my prized treasures, and you can leave my fortress with your comrades. There is no need for mutual destruction." Laracha screamed. However, even as he spoke,
Laracha was already conjuring a huge ball of mana, and when Damon did not respond, he directly tossed the attack straight at him. Unfortunately for the guy, the attack went straight into him, greedily absorbed into the blood, just like all of his mana. Laracha cursed, backing away in disbelief. His gaze darted between the blood devil in front of him and the destruction all around him. He decided to deal with Damon later and turned on his heel and sprinted to the center of the core chamber. His fingers flew across a set of hidden runes, unlocking the panel that housed a sleek metallic cylinder, clearly the heart of the whole inner core of the metallic fortress. He yanked it free, alarms immediately screaming to life across the facility. However, the next second he stopped dead in his tracks. All of the red lights and sirens suddenly stopped, and even the small mana field around the metallic cylinder went dry. Laracha couldn't move anymore. He turned to look at the blood devil in shock and rage as the last of the mana and the entire fortress was being sucked into the man, or whatever he was at the moment. Terror and utter helplessness gripped Laracha's soul. "No, no, no, no," Laracha shouted. "You're going to destroy everything." His voice was hoarse, bordering on madness. "You are going to undo all of my hard work."
Laracha became crazed. Things had escalated far beyond his control. He had made the terrible mistake of underestimating his opponent. In a last desperate move, he started taking all sorts of items out: explosives, volatile potions, poison, everything he had gathered so far in his lifetime. He started throwing these things in bulk at the chaotic anomaly growing exponentially. However, to his dismay, every single thing was literally absorbed, and not even a scrap was returned. Soon, his own avatar started leaking. Laracha froze as he looked down. Cracks had appeared on his arms, thin, glowing lines where mana was bleeding out of his avatar's form. The edges of his robes fluttered unnaturally, the color draining as if the very concept of his presence was being unmade. "No, not me, not me," he howled, voice cracking with panic. He slapped a talisman onto his chest, trying to stabilize the leak. It fizzled, dissolved, useless. He turned again, eyes frantic. "This is not possible. I have lived for centuries. How could this mere insect destroy me?" Laracha became crazed. Things had escalated far beyond his control. He had made the terrible mistake of underestimating his opponent. In a last desperate move, he started taking all sorts of items out: explosives, volatile potions, poison, everything he had gathered so far in his lifetime. He started throwing these things in bulk at the chaotic anomaly growing exponentially. However, to his dismay, every single thing was literally absorbed, and not even a scrap was returned. Soon, his own avatar started leaking. Laracha froze as he looked down. Cracks had appeared on his arms, thin, glowing lines where mana was bleeding out of his avatar's form. The edges of his robes fluttered unnaturally, the color draining as if the very concept of his presence was being unmade. "No, not me, not me," he howled, voice cracking with panic. He slapped a talisman onto his chest, trying to stabilize the leak. It fizzled, dissolved, useless. He turned again, eyes frantic. "This is not possible. I have lived for centuries. How could this mere insect destroy me?" He couldn't believe what was happening. How did things come to this? He was the one toying around with these insects, and now the tables had completely turned. He stared at the abomination in front of him in sheer horror. The vortex of blood and mana pulsed with primal hunger, each beat of its shifting heart dragging the last remnants of the fortress toward oblivion. Pipes snapped and vanished. Entire platforms crumbled to dust. Even the mana-reactive stone lining the inner chamber flaked away, pulled into the scarlet tide. LaRocha fell to one knee, his body trembling violently. His legs were already gone below the knee, fading into smoky fragments. He looked up, mouth twitching. "No!" LaRocha screamed. If things continued this way, then even he might be completely absorbed. He needed to put an end to this at all costs. He did not understand how things escalated so much, but he no longer held back. Without any hesitation, he triggered his own core reserves. Boom! A second explosion, far more violent than the first, erupted from deep within the fortress. A wave of white-hot mana burst outward, obliterating everything it touched. Stone turned to vapor, steel melted like wax. The metallic fortress that once stood indestructible was now disappearing chunk by chunk. LaRocha stood at the eye of it all, his arms spread wide, face twisted with fury and desperation. His body blazed with raw energy, overclocked beyond safety, beyond sanity. The air around him screamed as it collapsed inward. He had turned himself into a living bomb. If I die, then so do you! Unbridled power covered every inch of the fortress as the entire thing was blasted apart. In the end, even LaRocha's face disintegrated completely. "I win, insect." He smiled as everything disappeared. The explosion swallowed him whole and kept going. It surged through the crater, consuming the last of the metallic fortress in one devastating wave. Mountains trembled in the distance. Trees disintegrated like ash. A blast so massive, so absolute, that it silenced everything for miles. And then, nothing. Just the howling, raging blizzard and the vast, endless land covered by snow. The place where the fortress had stood was now nothing but a deep scar in the land. The ground was scorched black, but it was quickly covered by snow, and soon even that scar disappeared. There was no sign of LaRocha, no sign of Damon, no sign of anything. But then something pulsed, a faint thump, and then another. From the very heart of the crater, a single drop of blood floated upward, then another, then hundreds more. They joined together in midair, forming a golden sphere of blood that pulsed with an ancient aura. The golden sphere of blood hovered silently above the ground, glowing faintly against the icy wind. It spun slowly, ripples moving across its surface like a heartbeat, steady and strong. Each pulse echoed with quiet, terrifying power. From the surrounding snow, mana was drawn in once more, tiny threads of energy slipping through the air like veins seeking a heart. And the blood responded. It trembled, grew, shimmered brighter. Time slowly ticked by as the blood sphere continued to slowly accumulate more and more mana. For miles and miles, the mana in the air and the land was stripped dry. The blizzard itself began to falter. The storm winds that had raged for centuries across the frozen plains were now absent around the sphere for almost a mile. Snowflakes hovered midair, then vaporized, converted into raw elemental force. Even the cold began to retreat, unable to hold its form in the presence of what was gathering. Finally, after several hours, the blood sphere sputtered. Then it unexpectedly coughed up 6 other spheres. The 6 spheres scattered around the golden blood sphere and settled on the ground silently. None of them moved, but the golden sphere alone continued to silently absorb more and more mana. Meanwhile, Nevin finally arrived back in the black pool, battered and ragged. "Nevin, I need to talk to Robert right now!" His system interface was still not working for some reason, and he figured it would probably be like that until reset. There were still 5 hours until reset. He couldn't simply sit and wait until then.
What if something unspeakable happens? He dragged himself back along the horrendous terrain all on his own, and finally arrived at the frozen caverns where almost all the guild was gathered and were together trying to obtain the buried legacy. "Matthew, can you please go and get Robert? We need to gather everyone. Something big has happened. Guild leader Silvara." "Ha! What did that bitch do now?" Mendoza laughed as he walked over, pulling himself out of the black pool. His entire physique had now changed, and he had become even slightly taller and more muscular. Nevin gritted his teeth, as he obviously knew what this meant. "Don't call her that," he growled. "Of all the people, you should not call her that, you fucking sellout."
"What did you just call me?" Mendoza sneered. "What did you call me, you pathetic fool? Do you know what breakpoint I'm currently at? Do you know what my ice affinity is? You think you are still stronger than me?" Mendoza coldly snorted. He then instacast 6 long ice spears that circled him. The spears formed with brutal sharpness, each one hissing as the surrounding frost thickened, crackling with deadly intent. "I'm not the same Mendoza you used to spar with," he said. "Look at that leaderboard. I've broken through the 5th breakpoint. And you? You're still clinging to scraps, chasing the shadow of a woman who wouldn't even look twice at you in the real world." Nevin didn't flinch, he didn't move, he simply stared at Mendoza, his breathing steady. "Fine, you are all-powerful, I admit. I can never reach the heights you have broken through to. Then you should have no trouble coming and helping out your fellow clan members." Mendoza's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond. A few feet behind him, Matthew exchanged a glance with another guild member. A few of them had started paying closer attention. "What happened, Nevin? Where is Silvara?" Nevin quickly explained how they had come across a hidden dungeon that had abruptly swallowed them. He altered the events slightly, concealing the truth that they had gone to find the cosmic vessel on their own. "It is probably a 30-player or 50-player dungeon, and if we all band together, we should be able to clear it and claim the rewards and achievements." Nevin knew he was purposefully misleading them, but he did not care. Silvara's life was on the line. Even if told 100 lies, he couldn't care less about it. "A hidden raid dungeon? This could be amazing for our guild. I have heard that rewards from a hidden dungeon were all high-end. There should even be a high chance for a legendary item to drop." One of the elders quickly chimed in, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of greed and excitement. The murmurs spread fast. The mention of legendary loot had a magnetic effect. Several other members who had been indifferent up to now began stepping closer and listening intently. "I heard we can get special titles in high-tier treasure chests. Yes, we need to prepare immediately and head out to take a look. If Silvara says it's important, I am very sure our guild will benefit a lot from it." All the assembled guild members immediately began agreeing with each other and preparing to go. Nevin suppressed the bitterness rising in his chest. It wasn't Silvara's safety that moved them. It was loot, fame, rankings. But if that's what it took to rally them, then so be it. Mendoza, too, was silent for a long moment. Then he scoffed. "Fine, I'll go. If there's a hidden dungeon waiting to be cleared, then I'll be the one claiming the MVP rewards." Nevin nodded stiffly. "Great, then let's move fast. The longer we delay, the more unstable that place will become. If the entrance to the dungeon disappears, then we might lose a golden opportunity." Everybody's eyes shone with dollar signs as they quickly started gearing themselves up and getting ready to set out. They were double-checking their inventories, buffing weapons, distributing potions, even laughing as if this were just another high-reward raid. Nevin clenched his fists. If they knew what lay beyond that entrance, they wouldn't be smiling, not one of them. Fuck it. It did not matter. As long as I could get them there. Their only hope was to somehow break that damn thing with numbers. Silvara, hold on for a few more minutes. A couple more mentions of legendary rewards got everyone ready and at the doorstep in less than 10 minutes, and it was finally time to leave. Nevin let out a small sigh. He was worried if these people would even come, but somehow this part went smoothly. Let's go. I will lead the way. The dungeon entrance is in this direction. Everyone started heading out, but all of a sudden, a loud snort came from behind. What is this we have going on? Robert walked over, along with a few more men and 2 women. Nevin's eyes widened as he stared at the small group. Just like Mendoza, all of them had undergone major changes in just the last few hours. What was going on? He always knew Robert and Mendoza were going to sell out, but now it looked like the problem was a lot bigger. Many had openly dared to accept some sort of help from outside. Forget it. He did not have the time to worry about this right now. If they were stronger, then all the better. I could use their strength to get Silvara out of there. But how could things be so simple? Robert's lips curled into a cold smile. He surveyed the assembled group, his gaze lingering on Nevin. "You look like hell," he said, mockingly, folding his arms across his broad chest. "Now, what is this dungeon you are talking about? Can I hear some more details?" "We found a hidden dungeon. Silvara is waiting inside, holding down the dungeon so that it doesn't disappear. We're forming a raid party and heading out to clear the dungeon," Nevin quickly explained. "Oh," Robert cocked an eyebrow, glancing at Mendoza and the others already geared up. "And you were going to leave without me after everything we've been through?" His tone was playful, but the threat underneath was razor sharp. Mendoza and a few others immediately shook their heads. "Of course not. Check your messages. We were just going to clear the path for you guys and try to speed up the process so we don't lose the dungeon entrance." Even though Mendoza responded casually, there was a sort of fear and panic in his words. "I don't like where this is headed. Robert always hated Silvara. If he even sniffed the slightest thing amiss, then the whole raid would be off. Robert, the dungeon entrance could disappear any second now. Then our chance to grab the legendary item would be gone," Nevin again urged. But Robert did not seem to be bothered in the least. "Legendary item? Sure. Why not throw a mythical item in the mix? Do you all really think it's so easy to get a legendary item? First, you need a unique SSS rank quest to get a legendary item. Tell me, did Silvara have a quest like that? If she really had a quest like that, then she should have shared it with the rest of the guild. To me, all this sounds like bullshit being covered up." Nevin's heart dropped. The bastard hit the nail right on the head. "Tell me," Robert sneered, "did you both try to attempt a high-level quest behind the back of the rest of the guild and get in some sort of trouble? Your vampire dog was not enough to save you, and now you have come back running to us with your tail between your legs?" "That's enough," Nevin muttered. "We didn't think the quest would amount to anything. Otherwise, we would have taken everyone right from the beginning. Why would you think that we will attempt a 50-player dungeon on our own?" Robert simply laughed. "I don't know. You tell me. Why are we only hearing about this now and not when you first set out to find the dungeon? It's not good to hide things from your guild and your home. Silvara might not consider us family, but Nevin, you should have known better." Nevin gritted his teeth. "All this talk is useless. We are wasting time unnecessarily. Let's discuss later who was in the wrong and who was in the right. We did not hide anything, and you will see it for yourself. But for now, can we just get to the dungeon before it disappears? Or are you telling me that you are not interested in the rewards of a high-level hidden dungeon?" Robert's eyes narrowed. He remained silent for a few seconds, before finally nodding. "All right, let's go. Let's go and see what trouble our glorious guildmaster has landed herself in by hoarding secret quests for herself." He laughed. Nevin said nothing. He turned away before his fury could show, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles were pale. But there was no time for grudges. Nevin hurriedly led the way as the rest of the guild group followed.
The journey to the location was worse than expected. Thanks to the freezing cold and the murmurs spreading, more than one guild member had picked up on Robert's insinuations and did not like what Silvara had been up to. Everyone accused her of being selfish and secretive. Nevin gritted his teeth and continued moving. He did not care about this right this second. All of this could be dealt with later on. It looked like they couldn't leave Robert's dealings unattended for long. The influence he had built over the past few days, quietly, subtly, was beginning to rot the guild from the inside out. And now Silvara, who had poured everything into this guild, was being dragged through the dirt for doing exactly what the others were too afraid to try. The path ahead narrowed into an icy gorge flanked by jagged cliffs. Frost crackled beneath their boots, the biting wind cutting into skin like tiny blades. Robert stayed near the rear, exchanging whispers with Mendoza and a few others. Every so often, Nevin caught a glance thrown his way, but he didn't react. Let them look. Let them whisper. As long as they kept walking, that was enough. Finally, after another grueling 20 minutes of trudging through snow and silence, the big crater came into view. It's right here. Nevin opened and closed his mouth when his eyes widened in shock. There was absolutely nothing at all in the vicinity. Everywhere he looked, there were only frozen lands and screaming winds. For a terrifying second, Nevin's heart nearly stopped. The metallic fortress was gone? No, 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 he muttered under his breath, stumbling forward into the center of the empty crater. He spun in a slow circle, scanning the area. What happened? Where did Silvara do Damon? Something couldn't have possibly happened to that monster. Behind him, tongues started wagging once again. Is this a joke? Where is the dungeon entrance? Why do you look like this, Nevin? Is something wrong? Just like I said, Robert's voice cut through the wind, smug and sharp. Our dear Silvara must have stumbled into some random trouble and now wants us all to bail her out. Hey, did she die already? Maybe we should be looking in a graveyard right now. Mendoza chuckled coldly and added insult to the injury. So much for the hidden dungeon. Everyone started to pile on Nevin, and the situation became worse. Thankfully, one of the other guild members, Matthew, had the common sense to do something different. He summoned his snow owl and sent it out to scout nearby areas. The bird became tired in just a few seconds, thanks to the intense cold, but it nevertheless came back with a successful chirp. Everyone, there is something up ahead, a few miles from here. Some sort of red balls. Beast eggs? Robert's eyes immediately lit up. Come on, let Nevin here figure out what happened to our beloved guild leader while she was secretly doing something behind our backs. We can go and take a look at the red balls. Maybe there is a world boss or some special event. No one in the guild group objected, and everyone quickly started walking forward. A few members stayed back with him, but eventually they also left. Nevin could only bitterly look at the ungrateful lot. Silvara had helped out many of them personally, and yet this is the thanks she received in return. One vague accusation from Robert, and all that effort was tossed aside like garbage in the wind. He stared at the crater one last time, his breath fogging in the air. Damon, Silvara, where the hell were they? Nevin clenched his fists and hurried after the others, his mind racing. Maybe the anomaly was related to them. What are the chances that something else would have happened this close to the same location? As they trudged forward, the big red balls finally came into view. After all, they were extremely eye-catching and hard to miss. There were 7 red balls in total, 6 of them scattered around a huge central one. No matter from what angle they looked, these spheres were completely abnormal and appeared like some sort of special treasures or monster eggs or something like that. No one dared approach it casually, considering that something scary might pop out of it. But every single gaze was locked onto the unique blood-red spheres.
Robert's eyes gleamed with greed as he examined them carefully. After a few seconds, he took out a trident that had a silver-colored snake slithering around it. Immediately, everyone gasped. The trident looked extremely unique, and the snake coiled around it was almost alive. Many could swear that the snake opened its eyes and looked right at them. Just looking at the staff sent a chill down their spines. Robert snorted arrogantly without caring about the looks of awe and respect. The next second, he lifted his trident and then banged it down onto the ground. Boom! A pulse of silver icy lightning exploded outward from the impact, shattering the ice crust in a 50-meter radius and sending a shock wave through the snow-covered valley. The power of the simple attack left everyone staring in shock. How powerful! No wonder he is already at the 8th break point. He's a true genius. Robert, be careful. You are more important to the guild than these treasures. Everyone started singing his praises and gulping down their saliva after seeing the demonstration of power. But Robert did not look satisfied. He opened a potion bottle and drank some sort of silver liquid. With a determined look in his eyes, he once again struck the trident on the ground. This time, shockingly, the snake that was curled up around his staff actually lifted its head and hissed. A high, shrill sound came out that pierced through the wind and burrowed into everyone's skulls like an invasive thought. The next moment, an even more powerful shock wave exploded from the impact. The power of this attack was so high that many of the guild members couldn't handle it any longer and were brought to their knees. Everyone looked at Robert with shock and fear. Just how powerful had he become? Robert, however, still had eyes only for the blood spheres. He licked his lips and grinned as he finally saw faint cracks appearing on the blood spheres. "What are you all looking at? Attack those spheres!" he commanded, taking another step forward. Whatever was inside was going to be his, and this time he was going to completely dominate the guild and finally put an end to the old man who no longer belonged in this world. "You can go fuck yourself, my beloved grandfather." He licked his lips again as he once again banged his trident on the ground, this time using 100% of his strength. An even more enormous shockwave erupted and icy lightning scattered everywhere, instantly draining the health of many. Robert couldn't care less about whether anyone dies or not. His gaze was now on the central, bigger blood sphere, which finally showed signs of cracking. "Attack! Now!" he shouted. One by one, all of the guild members immediately started attacking without holding back. The effect was instantaneous, as the blood spheres now started directly breaking apart. Robert let loose one final attack, which completely sealed the deal and blasted everything right open. Mendoza grinned in glee. "Robert, you did it! Even these blood spheres cannot hold out against your power. Boss, you are amazing!" Thankfully, Robert was present here. Because of this, we were able to easily find and deal with these red spheres. "Tanks, everyone, protect Robert. He needs to be protected at all costs. He's our main offense." The guild members quickly began preparing for whatever steps out of the blood-red orbs. At the same time, they made sure to sing a lot of praises about the guy who no doubt one day was going to rule their whole clan. Only Nevin remained solemn as his eyes locked on the central big sphere, which all of a sudden started vibrating. Then, with an unexpected explosive force, the remaining fragments of the sphere burst open as a figure stepped outside from within it. Shockingly, it was human. While everyone was staring dumbfounded at the scene, a familiar voice rang out amidst the storm and the blizzard. "What are you all yapping about? Isn't it just dry husks? What's so great about breaking apart a few dry husks? All you did was disturb my really good nap."
Damon flashed his eyes open, and for a moment everything was a haze. All he could hear were these idiots fawning over another idiot. But then, All of a sudden, it all came crashing back to him. La Rocha, or whoever the fuck that was, what the hell happened? Damon looked around hurriedly and at the same time commanded the mana in his body to gather in his hand, prepared for anything. However, all around him there was only snow and more snow and the endless frozen lands. There was no metallic fortress, there was no mana field, there was nothing. Snapping him out of his thoughts, someone groaned near him and he turned to see Mark, Kate, Aurora, and Silvara gently stirring awake. All of them were in some sort of bloody mess, a blood barrier of some kind. As he stared at them, the final memory of him reaching out to encase all of them in a protective bubble came to his mind. That was right. 1 second he was absorbing all the mana he could take, and the next second some sort of unimaginable power coursed through him. It was his, and yet it was not his. He absolutely had no control over it. He couldn't do anything with it. All he could muster with the last bit of will was to create protective barriers for himself and his friends. Damon quickly sensed his body, and there it was, the mana core. His eyes then darted to the blood spheres, and everyone seemed fine. The metallic fortress was gone, and La Rocha probably with it. Damon did not care anymore. It was fine. He had already given his all to the place, trying to get at whatever treasure that might be inside that fortress. It was fine that he lost. You win some, you lose some. That was life. At least they were finally out of the whole mess. He was just about to let out a small sigh of relief that the whole thing was over, when his gaze darted to the last 2 blood spheres. Wait a second. Mark, Kate, Aurora, and Silvara were here, then who was in those last 2 spheres? La Rocha? Behind him, the people gathered were asking all sorts of things. Robert and Mendoza were barking something loudly. Damon ignored them. His entire focus was on the bloody mess in front of him. His pulse quickened and he immediately prepared for what was coming next. The blood spheres were already broken and there was nothing he could do about it now. Whoever was inside was coming out any second now. Without hesitation, Damon immediately summoned a crimson fire lance. This one flared bright, a lot stronger and powerful than anything he had conjured before. His mana core was off the charts. He could feel the power pulsing inside his body. His power had exponentially increased. But Damon knew none of that was enough to deal with La Rocha. That man was a true monster. This might once again become a total mess, and they were all probably going to get wiped out, but he did not care. If he was going down, he was not going to go down without a fight. The bloody mess moved, and Damon almost threw the fire lance at it when he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Instead of the lunatic he had faced in the metallic fortress, there was someone else. Damon froze. Out of the bloody mess, a slender woman slowly stood up, her long green hair messily falling over her completely naked body. Damon gulped. His eyes went wide as he saw the pale woman pop out of nowhere. She was absurdly beautiful, and her seductive body was perfect with all her enticing curves just the right size. Even with her long green hair almost covering all her private areas, one could still see how breathtaking her figure was. Suddenly, her emerald eyes flashed open. She was looking right at him. She took a few steps towards him and then cocked her head slowly to the side. She silently stood staring at him. The next moment, unexpectedly, a system notification appeared in front of him. Ding! World Spirit Azuna wants to initiate a binding contract with you. Ding! Do you wish to accept the soul-binding contract with World Spirit Azuna, YN? Damon stood frozen, fire lance still pulsing in his hand, and his thoughts completely scrambled. What the hell was a world spirit? What was it doing inside his blood barrier? And more importantly, why him? But then, those were things that he could think about later. Whatever it was, this couldn't be a bad deal. World spirits sounded powerful. He was just about to talk to Blood Rain when a weak voice sounded in his mind. "Accept it, my liege." Damon nodded. He was going to do that anyways. He wanted to ask more about her to Blood Rain, but it looks like the weapon spirit was extremely exhausted.
His best guess was that this woman, or this world spirit, was probably someone from the metallic fortress. Perhaps when he broke out of there, he must have saved her too. Then what about the other blood sphere? Was La Rocha in there? His gaze quickly shifted to the last one, even as he accepted yes. If La Rocha was in fact in there, then binding with this world spirit might become a key factor in the fight that was imminent. Looking past her beautiful appearance, he could tell that the world spirit was extremely powerful. Damon immediately turned his attention to the last bloody mess and once again conjured another fire crimson lance. But to his surprise, there was nothing inside it. He looked closer and kicked around the blood fragments, and there was still nothing inside it. Well, there was actually a small something golden. Damon walked towards it and picked it up. A golden crystal, a very simple and plain-looking golden-colored gem. It was nothing special, except a system notification popped up the moment he touched it. Ding! You have discovered the artifact Null Sanctum Sigma 9. Ding! Do you wish to bind to the artifact YN?
What the? Now Damon was even more confused. Yes, he kind of answered, wondering what the hell it was. Probably some treasure he had managed to snag at the last second? The good thing was, this meant that there was no La Rocha waiting to wipe him out. He looked around and even focused with his senses and confirmed that there was no one around for miles and miles. That was that, and the chapter was over. He had even managed to come out on top from the whole disastrous exchange with a world spirit and some sort of artifact to boot. The moment Damon accepted the artifact's binding request, a wave of unfamiliar golden light washed over him. The chill of the frozen wasteland receded for an instant, and time seemed to pause. Ding! Artifact Null Sanctum Sigma 9 has accepted host Blood God. Ding! Establishing partial access. Ding! Error. Ding! Error. Ding! Error. Damon frowned. He then had a thought. Usually, when binding a weapon or other types of artifacts, the method of using a drop of blood to form a connection was common. He glanced at the golden crystal in his hand and then pricked his finger with his nail to let a single crimson drop fall onto the surface of the crystal. The moment it touched, the gem started pulsing violently. Ding! Attempting to establish partial access. Ding! Error. Ding! Error. Ding! Success. A low hum reverberated through the frozen air as the golden gem glowed brighter, its smooth surface fracturing for a brief instant like cracked glass before sealing back together. A small tendril of golden light extended upward from the core, wrapping briefly around Damon's wrist like a curious vine before fading into his skin. Ding! Partial access granted. Access level. Peripheral control, rank 1. Bound user, Blood God. Then another window appeared. Ding! Primary core remains sealed. Full synchronization requires restoration of the item spirit. Item spirit? Damon immediately thought of something but quickly rejected the idea. There was no way that something like that could possibly be true. As he was mulling over it, Azuna, who was silently standing near him, spoke up. Master, may I initiate the binding ritual now? However, before he could answer, a bolt of crackling ice came at him, almost impaling him right in the chest. Even though he was immersed in his thoughts, Damon noticed it and dodged it easily. As for who threw that at him, Damon's eyes turned cold as he turned to look at the two guys walking towards him, or rather, towards Azuna. He did not like the look on their faces, with their eyes glued onto Azuna's body. Their gazes betrayed the thoughts running in their heads. Damon immediately took out a spare set of gear and threw it at her. Wear this. Give me a couple of seconds. It looks like I have to deal with some pests before starting the binding ritual. Azuna cocked her head weirdly at the clothes, but she looked at others wearing them and started to put them on one by one with an amused expression on her face. She looked like someone who was seeing these things for the very first time in her life. How is that possible? Damon wondered.
but at least she seemed intelligent enough to know how to wear it. Robert and Mendoza gritted their teeth in annoyance as they watched the interaction. Their eyes never left Azuna, now glowing faintly in the dim white light of the frozen field, her aura foreign and enthralling in a way that even the most beautiful women could not match. "Dibs," Mendoza growled under his breath. "Shut it," Robert snapped, stepping ahead. "What do you think you're doing, vampire? A guest of the Frozen Throne need not wear such cheap clothes. I have here the best robe suitable for our esteemed guest." Robert flashed a handsome smile and politely offered a set of clothes for Azuna. Just from a glance, everyone could see that these were epic-tier items and perhaps even formed a full set. Many guild members gaped in shock as they could only dream of possessing such a full set. However, Robert casually handed it over to Azuna as if it was nothing. Azuna blinked slowly, her fingers pausing over a pant leg as she turned to Robert, inspecting him with the curiosity one might give a talking rock. Her gaze wasn't malicious, but it was eerily blank, like she didn't see a person, just noise. She tilted her head to the other side, the half-buttoned shirt slipping off her shoulder again as she blinked twice. "I already have clothes," she said softly. "Master gave them to me." The simple statement struck like a slap across the icy wasteland. Robert's smile twitched. "That man is not your—" "You interrupted my ritual," she cut in, still staring, voice still gentle, but something behind her words made Mendoza take a step back. Damon took that moment to walk forward. His bare feet didn't even crunch the snow anymore. His mana pressure had become so thick, it repelled the cold itself. The fire lance he held shrank down, condensing into a swirling orb of blood-red flame that hovered lazily beside his shoulder. "I'll give you one warning. Leave, right now, while you still have the ability to walk." Robert's eyes gleamed with a cold arrogance. "You really think we're afraid of you?" A cold aura seeped out of him, and the trident on his hand started glowing. Just his mere aura made all the guild members standing around them tremble. However, Damon didn't even flinch. One side of his lips pulled upwards into an arrogant smirk as he stood calmly. "I guess you're not taking my warning, then." His gaze then briefly landed on Silvera, who quickly scrambled out of the bloody mess she was standing in. "Robert, stop it right this second. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you openly attacking our ally?" Robert didn't even glance at Silvera. His gaze remained locked on Damon, the smile on his face twisting into something colder. "You think I care about some temporary alliance with a bloodsucker? I don't know what happened here and how you all got here, but I saw these blood spears first. It doesn't matter what the contents of the sphere are, they sure as hell won't be handed to a stray like him." Damon's smirk vanished. Azuna, who had just finished pulling on the mismatched gear Damon gave her, suddenly stood taller. The air around her changed, becoming denser. She stepped slightly in front of Damon, barefoot and glowing faintly gold and brown, her gaze never once leaving Robert. "You insult Master," she said, her voice clear now, like the ringing of a temple bell. "You insult me." Robert raised his trident, but before he could respond, a ripple of golden-brown light flared from Azuna's body. Robert's trident suddenly dimmed. He staggered a step, stunned. The next second, before he could do anything at all, rocks started erupting from deep under the frozen lands, and they surrounded him on all sides like a prison. The same thing happened with every single person who had assembled there. One second they were standing outside, and the next second they were encased in jagged earthen pillars that jutted violently from beneath the ice. Robert's face turned unsightly. "They are just fucking rocks! Break out of them!" he shouted as he banged his trident against the rocky walls. The same powerful shockwave erupted once again, but this time it barely left a scratch on the rocky wall. Clearly, they were not surrounded by simple rocks. His trident barely left a scratch,
Sparks flew uselessly, and a deep thunk echoed each time the weapon struck, as if he were hammering against a powerful weapon. Azuna smiled. The faint glow around her had deepened into a soft earthen gold, veins of molten bronze flickering under her skin. She lifted one hand, and the rocks around Robert twisted, tightening with groaning pressure, the trident in his grip clanging to the frozen floor of his makeshift prison. Robert gasped as the pressure around him intensified. His arms trembled, not from cold, but from the sheer elemental force bearing down on him. Meanwhile, Azuna simply stepped back beside Damon and bowed her head. "Master, I have taken care of the pests." Damon nodded in amusement. What was going on here? Whatever it was, he was quickly becoming a huge fan of the world spirit. Seeing that Damon was pleased, Azuna's smile widened. "Master, may I take us someplace else where our ritual will not be interrupted and we can bind together in peace?" Damon's eyes widened at those ambiguous words. "What are you talking about, woman? Why are you saying as if this were some sort of mating ritual?" Wait, was it really? Not that he minded something like that. It was all for becoming more powerful after all. Behind him, he could feel the stare of many pairs of eyes on him. So he quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Azuna, do you mean to say you are able to teleport me and my friends somewhere else?" "Yes, Master, I can do that for you." Azuna gave a sweet smile, which formed small dimples. Damon smiled in return. "Okay then, I'm afraid I have to trouble you once again. The easier option would be to kill everyone right here and now and just get the ritual over with in the same spot. But he still owed something to Artemius, so he did not want to do something unnecessarily. "You can release them after we leave," he added, and then gave Silvara a nod. Silvara could only smile bitterly in return. The next second, small glowing teleportation circles started appearing under everyone, one after another. Mark, Kate, Aurora, and even Silvara had one, but Silvara already understood Damon's intentions, and she herself stepped out of the teleportation circle, shaking her head. "I have intruded on you too much already. Good luck with your ritual," she smiled and said, even though the bitterness in his voice was abundantly clear. Damon did not push her. For the Ice Queen, her clan would come first, today and probably always. There was nothing wrong with that. No hard feelings. Damon waved goodbye, and the next second the group disappeared. Silvara silently watched as all of them vanished in the blink of an eye. The green-haired woman was truly not someone simple. As it is, she had already witnessed Damon's power firsthand. She could only imagine how powerful he was going to grow in the future. She let out a sigh as she turned her attention to the other members of her clan. The rocks around them had already started to fall out, many of them free to leave. Silvara decided to apologize on Damon's behalf. It was only Robert and Mendoza who were out of line, and there was no need to punish everyone. But then again, who was going to reason with the truly strong and powerful? Damon could do what Damon pleased, and there would be no one to question him. Only the weak had to be understanding and forgiving. Besides, these people had come for their aid when they needed them the most, so she did not want to treat them badly. "I am really sorry. Please accept my apology on behalf of Blood God. That man always acts rashly." She smiled softly, though there was some sadness in her eyes. "And thank you everyone for coming to our aid, despite the overwhelming odds against us." Nevin hurriedly tried to speak up, but before he could say anything, Robert coldly snorted. "You fucking bitch! Stop with all of your nonsense! Why are all of a sudden acting like a saint now? Didn't you stand there when your fucking bloodhound took all of our treasures and that woman just like that? What are you opening your mouth for now?" Silvara didn't respond right away. She simply looked at Robert, whose face was flushed with fury, his hands clenched into white-knuckled fists. The other clan members shifted uncomfortably, some glancing away, while others seemingly agreed with him. Robert sneered. Why are you even standing here still? He didn't take you with him? You should have maybe opened your legs wider for him. If you had done that, he wouldn't have left you here. Or, who knows, plowing into you was probably like plowing into a corpse, and he threw you away in disgust. Robert's voice rang through the field, raw with rage and humiliation. His pride had been shattered, his body restrained by someone who should have been on his side as his woman, and now even Silvara's soft-spoken apology grated against his wounded ego. "That's enough. Shut the hell up. Just shut up. How dare you speak about her like that when she was the one who helped you even get your damn A-rank class?" Nevin could not remain silent any longer. Robert was running his mouth as he pleased, and no one else was doing anything to stop him. "Nevin," Silvara sighed, brushing her hair behind her ear as if this were just another passing storm. She didn't look angry, just exhausted. "You don't know anything, Silvara. These people did not come here to help you. Everyone here accused you of hoarding something for yourself and not sharing with the rest of the guild. Not one of them was grateful for all of your sleepless efforts and the amount of time that you have spent on them. They all only care about the hidden dungeon they came here to run. Newsflash, there is no fucking dungeon," Nevin shouted, completely losing it. Silvara closed her eyes for a moment, letting the cold wind wash over her face. She would be lying if she said that this did not hurt, but then again, she had always been an outsider from the beginning. She let out a sigh and then opened her eyes again, only clarity remaining in them. "You're right, Nevin," she said, voice quiet but cutting. "And maybe I was a fool for thinking that loyalty could be earned by sacrifice. That if I just worked harder, if I just gave more, someday you'd all understand." Her gaze swept across the group, lingering on the faces of people she'd fought beside, bled for, and believed in, and yet now none of them would meet her eyes. "You didn't come here for me, you came for yourselves, for the hope of hidden treasure or a shortcut to power." Silvara stopped and smiled, a very lonely and sad smile. "But you all came here together, and that's all that matters. In the end, our guild is still united and still stronger. However, I know my limits. After things have come this far, I will not continue like this anymore. I don't want to hold our guild back. From now on, I will effectively step down as the guild leader." She then touched her wrist, vanishing from the sight of everyone, returning to the real world. "Silvara!" Nevin called, but she was already gone. "You people don't deserve her!" Spitting out venomously, Nevin also pressed his tattoo and got out of the game world. For a few moments, no one moved. The snow continued to fall, wild and unruly. Mendoza shifted uncomfortably. A few others exchanged awkward glances, their bravado from moments ago suddenly brittle. The guild that had once stood proudly behind Silvara now looked like little more than a scattered collection of selfish, embarrassed strangers. "What the hell just happened?" someone muttered. "She really left? No way she actually stepped down. Nevin was not wrong, she only helped me get my class." A few people started speaking, and Robert's face changed. "What are you all yapping about? Don't forget those two bitches lied to us and brought us here for their own agenda. Something important happened and they completely hid everything from the guild. Now those two have simply gone to rat us out like little bitches to my grandfather, to poison him more and more against me." Robert's words rang loudly. Even though it was difficult to accept, he was still telling the truth. Many people had conflicted emotions on their faces. Robert, pleased with this development, continued, "Silvara is a shrewd little witch. She might have said that she was stepping down from the guild master position, but she is definitely plotting something to take us down. An outsider will never care about our clan like we do. We cannot trust her. In fact, all of this might have been some sort of drama to get us away from the Black Pool, the real treasure for our clan." Mendoza cleared his throat and quickly added, "Let's get back immediately. We need to protect that trial area at all costs. You all know how much you have gained from that place in just a few days. Imagine if we monopolized it for weeks and months. Come, let's forget this nonsense and return to what's important." The group agreed, and everyone immediately started walking back to the Black Pool. Robert turned and strode ahead with arrogant confidence,
as if the prior humiliation had never happened. Mendoza jogged over to him and asked, "Are we really going to let this go? What about that strange woman? She was definitely not normal." Robert scoffed. "That blood god can dance all he wants, but soon he'll be shot down like a rabid dog. I have already told them everything that happened here, and Victor was very interested." "You do know what happens when Victor is interested, right?" Mendoza grinned. "That bastard should soon be put in his place. Hey, boss, what do you think about having a little fun with his family while we still can? His sister-in-law especially is just my type. She gave me the stink-eyed twice when she walked past me. I would love to tame that bitch in bed." Robert let out a sigh, shaking his head. "Mendoza, you need to be more focused. Don't always think about women. If you improve your strength, women will automatically running to you to warm your bed. First understand that." Mendoza awkwardly laughed, scratching his head. "Sorry, boss, just an old habit of mine." "Ha ha ha ha. It's fine, just be mindful of it. Now, let's go back as soon as possible. If I'm not mistaken, then Blood God should come there sooner or later, and when he does, we will be ready for them." Robert spoke as he playfully moved a ring up and down on his finger. As he did, a strange mark appeared and disappeared on his chest. Mendoza gulped as he saw the mark. "Boss, there is no way that blood god can stand against you. The world might think that there are only 9 great families with 9 great blessings, but no one knows that you have received the 10th blessing. At that time, even the 9 great families will tremble in front of you if they know just who blessed you." Robert instantly turned and glared at him. Mendoza quickly zipped up his mouth. "Control your fucking mouth. Some things never should be spoken out loud." Mendoza silently nodded, no longer talking back. Meanwhile, Damon, Mark, Kate, and Aurora arrived at a different location. For a moment they were all surprised because the spot they were currently standing on was completely different from the frozen tundra they had come from. They were standing in a valley nestled between 2 towering ice-crusted mountains, but the valley itself was unlike anything the group expected. A tranquil oasis spread before them, a ribbon of lush green snaking through the heart of the frozen lands. The snow faded at the valley's edge, giving way to soft grass, blooming flowers, and warm, fragrant air. Birds flitted between branches heavy with fruit, and a gentle stream sparkled under the filtered sunlight pouring through the misty sky above. Damon froze for half a second before he gasped, his eyes going wide. These are spirit root blossoms, and that star vine, and that sun quartz moss." He spun around, the excitement on his face almost childlike as he crouched down to gently pluck the glowing leaves of a moon-colored plant. "These are all rare. Some of these haven't even been seen in the trade markets yet. What is this place?" He didn't wait for an answer. With a gleam in his eye, he pulled out his spatial pouch and began stuffing it with every herb he could recognize, darting from patch to patch like a treasure-mad botanist. Azuna, watching with a serene smile, knelt beside a small blooming bush, her fingers brushing its leaves. "I had a feeling you might like it, Master," she said gently. "The earth called to me. It whispered of this place, a cradle of life hidden beneath the cold. I only followed its voice." Damon didn't even stop to respond. "Like it? I love it! You might have just saved me weeks of grinding." His laughter echoed through the valley as he vanished behind a cluster of shimmering blue ferns. Kate let out a sigh, dropping her shoulders and finally relaxing. They had been through a lot, and this felt like a much-needed break. She crouched beside a stream, dipping her fingers into the crystal-clear water. "It's warm," she murmured, eyes narrowing slightly. "Geothermal activity, maybe, but how does something like this exist in the middle of an ice field?" Mark nodded. He, too, let out a big breath and directly jumped into the inviting water. The last person, on the other hand, Aurora, was standing with her head bent low at the moment so no one could see her expressions. but the look on her face was not the one of her usual self. Anger, rage, annoyance. Her hands were clenched so tightly that her knuckles had turned white, and her nails bit into her palms. Aurora's shoulders trembled, not with cold, but with seething emotion. The moment Damon's eyes had lit up at Azuna's words, the moment he had laughed so openly with her, every time she called him master, she simply could not take it anymore. Who the hell was this woman, and where did she come from? She did not like it one bit. Blood God was hers, and hers alone, just like how she was his, and his alone. Who was this woman who had suddenly barged into their lives and now ruining everything? She should just die already. Damon suddenly looked at Aurora, sensing the bloodlust coming from her. He frowned and walked over to her after pocketing the herb he had taken out a second ago. "What happened? Are you fine?" he asked with worry. Seeing her tremble, he was afraid that the crazy girl had suffered some sort of trauma. He gently raised his hand and patted her head. He might have treated her badly before, but he was not an ungrateful bastard. He had seen how until the very bitter end, Aurora had fought for him with everything she had. He did not know why or when she became this loyal to him, but it was okay. If she wanted to be his friend, then he wouldn't object it. Maybe because all the bastards in his old life betrayed him, life was throwing all of these wonderful people at him. "Thank you for everything," he murmured, and patted her head some more. The moment he had touched her, the trembling had already stopped, and when Aurora now looked up, she had the sweetest smile on her face. What an innocent and kind soul. Damon pulled her cheeks and gave her a little hug. "You should log out and rest a little." "Why?" Aurora became anxious. "Don't worry. I will go through everything I got from that place and see if there is anything suitable for you. If there is nothing suitable, then you can take whatever you want, but we can divvy up the loot later. You must be exhausted right now. Please take care. Don't push yourself too much." Aurora's smile brightened and her heart warmed up. I will do as you say. You should also log out soon." Her gaze briefly flickered to Azuna, but she quickly used the tattoo in her hand to log out. "Look at that! She also has one. What a coincidence!" Damon chuckled as he watched her disappear. He didn't really think too much about it and moved on to ransacking more herbs and adding them to his personal collection. Finally, after 20 more minutes, he remembered the other important thing he had forgotten. Right, the ritual. "Guess I am still a little exhausted," he laughed awkwardly. Gathering so many precious herbs was therapeutic to say the least, and he had let himself get carried away. "Shall we start now?" Azuna smiled. She clearly did not mind waiting at all. "Yes, master, let's begin our binding ritual. I have already prepared everything." Azuna pointed to the ground where she had drawn some sort of elaborate rune. "Do we need some precious materials for the ritual circle?" Damon asked. He had experienced a fair share of these, and typically that's how they worked. But the world spirit quickly shook her head. "No need, master. Just a drop of your blood and a drop of my blood is all that is required." Damon raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Just blood?" He had expected a long list of items, but this felt extremely simple. "There is nothing simple about a drop of blood that contains a fragment of the primordial bloodline, master." Azuna smiled as she walked over to the center of the rune and pricked her fingertip with her nail. She let a drop of blood fall to the ground. "Master, please do the same." Damon nodded and walked over. The space at the center was a little less so he had to stand pretty close to the world spirit. Kate's face twitched as she watched the duo in action. "It's only for a second. It's only for a second," Damon awkwardly explained to no one. He then pricked his finger again, letting a drop of blood fall in the same spot. Almost instantly, the entire rune circle lit up blood red. Damon gasped in awe as a thick pillar of red light, the size of the rune, shot up to the sky as if it was piercing the very heavens. The beam of blood-red light pulsed with ancient power, sending shockwaves through the valley. The lush grass around them flattened under the pressure, and birds scattered into the misty skies above, crying out in alarm. Azuna didn't move. Her eyes were closed, arms raised slightly, as if surrendering herself to the surge. Somewhere in between all of this, the clothes on her body had disappeared. The same happened to Damon, as he was now standing completely naked. "Master, place your hand on my chest," Azuna's gentle voice sounded in his mind. Damon gulped. He knew this was a serious moment, and he was extremely curious about what was going to happen next. But when he looked at the place where he was supposed to touch, his hands twitched on their own. The voluptuous beauty in front of him had her tatas and her tetes completely exposed, just as the day she was born. Damon's face automatically heated up, and his little general rose like a sword without any restraint. He couldn't even hide it anywhere, as he had no clothes on him. This was his first time seeing a woman completely naked. He was not that mature to rise above the situation, damn it. "Damon, get your head out of the gutter. You're a serious powerhouse with a primordial bloodline. Act like it, damn it!" He reprimanded himself in his mind as he swallowed again and took another step, getting closer to the world spirit. The problem was, if he moved even an inch closer, his little general would be right at the doorstep of the sacred cave, knocking and wanting to barge in. "Master, hurry! I cannot hold it much longer," Azuna urged. Damon wanted to say that she was speaking his mind. But he gritting his teeth and awkwardly bent at an angle as he somehow reached for her tatas. He placed one hand on each of them, and the next moment he was in heaven. What the hell? How were they so soft? He couldn't help but honk them a couple times when all of a sudden a jolt of raw energy surged through him, followed by a mind-breaking pain. "Ah!" He screamed in pain and agony. It was almost he was going through the same torture he had experienced a while back all over again. What the fuck was this ritual? Somewhere in between, Azuna had pulled him closer, and he could vaguely sense every inch of his body touching hers. Her mouth closed around him, and her tongue twined around his. Damon, however, was no longer in the mental space to think about any of it. There was only the burning pain that occupied his mind and soul. Azuna gasped, a soft, almost inaudible sound, as her glow brightened even further, encompassing Damon. Tendrils of red light, like shimmering threads, began to weave between their bodies, connecting them in an intricate and luminous web. He could feel her essence, her thoughts, her very being flowing into him, and his into her, not as distinct entities, but as grudging currents in a vast river. It was an overwhelming sense of unity, a complete dissolution of boundaries. Damon immediately knew that he had stepped into something far beyond his control. What was happening? What was a world spirit? Damon felt a pressure building within his head, as if his mind was expanding to contain something infinitely vast. Visions flashed before his eyes of ancient forests, towering mountains, oceans churning with primordial life, all seen through the lens of timelessness. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to process the deluge of sensations, the overwhelming influx of power and knowledge. He wasn't just touching Azuna, he was becoming entangled with the very essence of the world spirit, and with whatever ancient power she represented. After what felt like an eternity, the pain finally stopped. The pressure in his mind reached a crescendo. He stumbled, but Azuna caught him, cradling him gently, her forehead resting against him. Her voice reached him again, soft but powerful. "It is done, Master. We are bound together for eternity. My strength is yours. Your will is mine." Damon, still panting from the strain, reached forward to grasp her, But the next second, she completely vanished. There was no one in front of him as he only ended up stumbling and falling. But he did not care. There was now only a big smile on his face. He finally understood just what the hell a world spirit was. With the same big smile on his face, he closed his eyes and fell asleep right there in the middle of nowhere. Kate moved softly to his side. She knelt, brushing his dark hair from his forehead and slowly cradling his head on her lap. Her fingers ran through his hair with the tenderness of someone who didn't need to be asked to care. "He must have pushed himself too much again," she whispered, half scolding, half admiring. Then, with a faint smile of her own, she leaned down just a little, watching his calm face. Damon stirred awake in a few minutes, his brows twitching slightly as awareness returned. But he didn't open his eyes. The warmth beneath his head, the soft rhythm of breath beside him, the faint scent of lavender and healing herbs, it all wrapped around him like a cocoon. And after everything that had happened today, he wasn't in a hurry to crawl out of it. He stretched just a little, subtly adjusting his position without lifting his head from Kate's lap. It was absurdly comfortable. His thoughts drifted back through the whirlwind of the past few hours, the metallic fortress, La Rocha, his monocore formation, the weird thing his blood did, and finally this world spurt's binding ritual. There were so many things he needed to process. There was also the thing with the Ice Freaks family. Their infighting were about to break out any second now, and he needed to get his family out of there while everything was still normal. To get them to a more permanent safe place, he needed to up everybody's soul strength. There was also the black pool and the legacy buried underneath. "All right, break time's over." Damon flashed his eyes open with a grin, staring right into Kate's eyes. "Thanks for being my pillow." "Aw, I didn't know you liked me this much," Damon teased her. "You say that like I had a choice. You collapsed like a sack of bricks. I was trying to keep you from drooling on the moss." "Oh, come on," Damon smirked. "That sounds like the kind of excuse someone in love would make." "In your dreams." She narrowed her eyes, trying to suppress a smile. "You should be grateful I didn't dump you in the stream." Damon chuckled and sat up, rolling his shoulders with a satisfying crack. "I'd still count that as affection. You didn't actually drown me, after all." Kate gave him a sideways glance, but her expression softened as she stood. "You're impossible, you know that." "Unstoppable and impossible," Damon said with mock pride. "Want to see something sweet?" "Is this about that woman?" Kate's mood dropped a little. "She is not really a woman, you know." Damon did not explain further, as he pulled up his system notifications one after the other. There were a lot of older notifications he was yet to go through, but he opened the newest ones first. "Ding! Binding ritual complete. Ding! You have successfully bound a lesser world spirit, Azuna, aspect of Earth and life. Ding! World spirit has mutated. Ding! World spirit is undergoing a transformation under the influence of your bloodline. Ding! Lesser world spirit Azuna is now partially evolved to mid-tier world spirit, Azuna, aspect of Earth and blood. Ding! As the first player in Earth Online to bind a world spirit, you have gained the unique title World-Bound Pioneer. Ding! You have gained the trait World's Pulse. Your connection to the Earth element has been permanently enhanced. Passive bonuses to mana regeneration and Earth element affinity applied. Ding! Your soul has been branded with a World Spirit sigil. Access to World Spirit interface unlocked. Ding! Soul strength increased significantly. Ding! You have unlocked a unique companion skill, Azuna's Embrace. Summon the bound world spirit in combat or for healing rituals. Effectiveness scales with environmental harmony. Ding! Azuna's passive ability Crimson Sanctuary activated. While in natural terrain, minor healing and mana regeneration effects apply to all party members who are of the vampiric race. Damon grinned. It looked like one more surprise was waiting for him. "What are you smiling about? Can you just tell me quickly? The suspense is seriously killing me." Kate smacked him impatiently. The guy had been smiling to himself for a few minutes now. "Damon, come on, I hate it when you say you have something to tell me and then you don't talk for the next 5 minutes. Spit it out, you jackass." Damon chuckled. Wait. See for yourself. Azuna, come out." The next second, a soft ripple shimmered in the air beside Damon. The temperature of the valley shifted subtly, the scent of soil after rain filling the space as if the earth itself had inhaled and exhaled in greeting. Light gathered like morning dew and coalesced into a glowing silhouette. Then she appeared. Azuna stepped forward barefoot and radiant, her long flowing hair now vibrant crimson in color. Her eyes, once a serene forest green, now glowed with blood-red hue like fresh blood under moonlight. Her presence was both calming and commanding, life and danger intertwined. Kate blinked. "What? She's real?" she said, taking a step back. She couldn't handle the pressure seeping out of the woman even when she wasn't doing anything. Azuna smiled softly and gave a small bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Kate. I am Azuna, a world spirit bound to master." "You made her a vampire?" Kate didn't understand and turned to ask Damon. "Yeah, I guess I did, but I didn't mean to," Damon chuckled. "Azuna, can we visit you?" "Huh? What do you mean, visit?" Kate was now even more confused. Damon chuckled. "My dear Kate, welcome to our own personal world. You're familiar with Earth, our world? Just like that, this is Azuna, my own little personal world." "What? Are you serious?" Kate's jaw dropped on the ground in shock. Never in a million years had she expected something like this. "This is insane, completely ridiculous, and overpowered. How can you own a world? How did you even get something like this?" Damon's grin widened. "Oh, that is the best part. When I bound with Azuna, I was able to access some of her memories. This, my dear Kate, is a generous gift from our very own supervillain La Rocha, who was trying to capture us all an hour ago." Kate's eyes became even wider. "Yep, it looks like I have managed to steal her right out from under his nose." Damon's voice dripped with satisfaction. That guy had been nurturing her and grooming her from right when she was just a small seed. But it was just an experiment for him. He never really interacted with her or made an effort to bond with her. He was simply testing various methods by which he could generate artificial world spirits, and thereby artificial worlds. Damon explained. "Then is she just a fake one or a real one?" Damon shook his head. "I have no idea. So far, she seems very real to me." "Then how are real worlds created? If she is made in a test tube, who makes the real world, like our Earth or this one?" Kate curiously asked, eyeing the red world spirit from top to bottom. Damon could only bitterly smile at her questions. "Idiot, how do you expect me to know the answers to these questions? I am playing the same game as you. Do you know the answers to these questions?" Kate rolled her eyes at the response. "Yeah, sure, we are playing the same game, you overpowered asshole." She pouted and folded her arms, still glaring at him. "You're out here adopting world spirits, forming your own pocket dimension, and probably evolving into some final boss-tier vampire overlord. Meanwhile, I just learned how to shoot a blood bolt without blowing up my own fingers." Damon grinned. "Progress is progress. I believe in you." Kate snorted. "Gee, thanks, oh mighty blood god." Azuna watched the exchange with quiet amusement, her crimson eyes reflecting the soft, ambient light of her world. "If I may speak," she said gently, "whether born of natural convergence or artificial creation, a world spirit is shaped by what it bonds with. My awakening was flawed, but it was Master's essence that gave me purpose, that gave me self." Kate looked at her, eyes narrowing in thought. So you're saying you weren't fully sentient before? Azuna replied slowly. I existed, but I did not live. Not until the blood of my master stirred something within me. Now I dream. I feel. I wonder. Kate nodded. Damon stepped forward to pat the world spirit. Just as he suspected, the world spirit's mood instantly lifted. He had no idea before, but now he had discovered this super secret move. Women love it when someone pats their heads. Who knew? Maybe this was why he was always single in his last life. Seeing the interaction, Kate rolled her eyes again. What are you doing? Just stop it! She directly pulled his hand away from Azuna. Damon took a step back in surrender. Okay. If you want, I can do it for you too. No need to get angry. He raised his hand towards Kate's head when she gave him a death glare. Touch my head and see what happens. Fine, okay. Damon quit fucking around. He was already happy that Kate did not see the whole binding process and the way the two of them had cough. Otherwise, he doubted that she would act so friendly. Maybe the red beam was so bright that she couldn't see. Yep, he would definitely bet on that. If she had seen even a little of something, he would be dealing with something else right about now. It was best not to tease her too much. He quickly came to the main point. So, can we visit your world, Azuna? Azuna, who was now giggling in amusement, stopped and shook her head. I apologize, Master. I am still growing, and my core is unstable. I need some more resources before you can access me freely. Kate tilted her head. What kind of resources do you need? Like mana crystals, blood essence? Damon immediately remembered. Right, you do have a special system panel for you. I guess that should tell me all the materials you need. Azuna nodded. Damon pulled up the system panel to take a look. Unlike his usual dark, sleek UI, this one was wrapped in hues of rich soil, glowing roots, and veins of crimson crystal. It looked alive. In ... World Spirit Core Interface, Azuna, aspect of Earth and Blood. Status: incomplete. Core stability: 48%. World access: locked. Growth potential: medium world, expandable. Required stabilization materials: 3 primordial soil fragments, uncommon. 1 blood root crystal, rare. 5 verdant heart petals, common. 1 echo of origin, WLO mythic. Optional upgrades unlocked upon full stabilization. Seed of Rebirth. Revive a fallen vampire once per day within Azuna's domain. Crimson Sanctuary expansion. Adds a mana spring and Lifewell Grove for passive training. Terraform node. Allows user-defined biome creation, WLO. At first, Damon became overjoyed when he saw that he only needed 4 items to finish stabilization of the world core. Even though he had obtained this world spirit unexpectedly, she had suddenly become his top priority, since if he somehow managed to stabilize her, then the problem of finding a suitable place for his family would become instantly resolved. However, when Damon looked at the details of the 4 items he needed, his heart sunk. It looked like owning a world wasn't easy after all. Getting these 4 items were impossible at his current strength, no matter how he thought about it. Even with his past life knowledge, he had no idea where to get these things. Azuna's world knowledge was lesser than his, so she wouldn't be of any help. He might have to dig around a bit to find out where to get these things and then some more to actually get them. Unfortunately, this would have to wait. He had other pressing matters to attend right this second. Azuna, do you think that you will be okay for a while if I get these resources sometime later? Azuna sweetly smiled, but this time her vampire fangs were clearly visible. Yes, Master, of course. I should be fine for the next 10,000 years without any sort of resources. The only thing I would need is some blood from time to time, since my current race has now been partially changed. Right, Damon nodded. Master, I would also be able to drink only from you since I am soul-bound to you. Other blood would not sustain me. It would be like pouring sand into an empty glass expecting it to quench thirst. Damon nodded, and then realized another pair of eyes were glaring at him. She's going to be drinking your blood. Damon quickly lifted his hands in mock surrender. Just the test tube style. How about we discuss this later? Are you good on blood for now? Azuna giggled again, her voice light and melodic like wind through spring leaves. Worry not, Kate. I have no desire to drain Master dry. A drop or two from time to time is sufficient, and it is strangely pleasant. Her cheeks tinted ever so slightly. His blood is different. Her explanation didn't really help, and Damon chuckled nervously. All right, see you later. Bye. He quickly dismissed the problematic world spirit. Other things could be privately researched later. There was no need to dot all the I's and cross all the T's right this moment. Actually, I have something very important to do right this second. Can you both please stand by for me? Damon immediately changed the subject. Dude, I'm calling you. Are you done having your fun yet? Floating on the damn river and silently enjoying my misery? Mark laughed. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Damon sighed and gave Mark a flat look. You didn't want to interrupt me while my newly acquired vampire world spirit explained why she could only survive by drinking my blood. That's your threshold for privacy now? Mark chuckled again and lazily floated to the riverbank, glistening wet and looking like a smug demigod with his ripped body and his golden tattoos. Looked like you were handling it just fine. He laughed. Damon gave the guy a stink eye. Yeah, this is totally not you getting your revenge because I pushed you to deal with my family. He pretended not to hear him. Okay, asshole, come here. You both won't believe if I tell you what this thing actually is. Damon grinned wickedly as he took out the small golden gem from his spatial ring. Before he had access to Azuna's memories, he had thought that the world spirit was the most valuable thing he had gained in this whole mess. But boy, how wrong was he! This little golden gem was a lot more important than every single thing in his possession. If he was not wrong, then this piece of gem could single-handedly become his main weapon against the Blessed Ones and even the gods. Damon activated the golden gem, holding it steady between his fingers as a wave of warmth pulsed through his palm. The gem vibrated with a low, thrumming hum, like the heartbeat of a slumbering titan. A moment later, a deep chime echoed in the air around them. Ding ding. Initializing artifact, Null Sanctum Sigma 9. Core authority detected. Access level override. Beginning stabilization. Suddenly, the very air warped around them. The vibrant green valley, lush and peaceful, trembled as space itself was bent and carved. With a deafening clang, a massive circular dome erupted from the ground, silent one moment, roaring with mechanical might the next. Gleaming black alloy panels rose from the earth like a blooming steel lotus, clicking into place with smooth, terrifying precision. The dome pulsed with faint golden lines of runic etching, sealing shut with a clang that sent a pressure wave through the grass. Mark stumbled back, his cocky grin vanishing. No fucking way! Kate gaped beside him, hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. That's the prison. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. They all felt it, the same oppressive weight pressing down on their souls. Damon, on the other hand, stood perfectly still. His crimson eyes narrowed. I knew it. He had expected it to be bigger in size, but it looked like this was some sort of modified version, maybe because the original thing was damaged. "You got that whole metallic fortress? How is that even possible?" Kate stared at him. "You brought back the fortress that tried to brain fry us all?" Damon shrugged. "Technically, this one obeys me now. I think. I am 70% sure of it." Kate's eyes went wide. "Only 70%? She took a step backward in fear as her body started trembling again. Damon sighed a little. It looked like she had been affected quite a bit last time by everything that happened. He wouldn't blame her. It was too much for anyone to handle, and for most people, it was barely a couple of weeks since the game even launched. There was no way they would react well to this sort of thing. How was Mark doing? Damon exchanged glances with the guy, and he was doing a lot better than Kate. His fists were clenched tightly, and he seemed ready for round 2. Damon smiled. "All right, then." He hugged the girl a little, squeezing her with his arm around her shoulder. "Do me a favor, Kate. Can you stand outside this time and guard us while we explore what's there inside?" Are you sure?" Kate stammered. Even though she was terrified of it, it did not mean she wanted to neglect her responsibilities and let Damon and Mark do all the hard work. However, Damon firmly shook his head. "Look around. We are completely exposed. I need someone as the lookout. Can I count on you?" "Okay." This time, Kate did not refuse and nodded her head. Damon smiled and was about to pat her head when he awkwardly stopped and cleared his throat. "Let's go, buddy. I think there might be someone in there waiting to meet us, though I doubt he would be in a good mood." Mark's eyes widened again, but his determination was unwavering. He took steady steps forward, arriving at the doorstep of the dome. Damon stood right next to him. The two of them looked at the dome that was completely closed up on all sides. "Open," Damon commanded, and a door responded instantly, parting with a hydraulic hiss as glowing golden lines flared across its surface. The circular seam split in the center and spiraled open like the iris of a mechanical eye, revealing a corridor lit with soft amber pulses. Mark exhaled slowly. "This feels wrong." Damon stepped in without hesitation. It's wrong, all right." Damon stopped walking, looking at the long, winding corridor in front of them. There was no way he was going to go through all of this bullshit again. He narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed across them. "Come out already. I do not have all day to spend on you." Mark looked confused. The two of them continued to observe the surroundings, but nothing really happened. "Are you going to come out, or should I make you?" Damon growled, his voice echoing through the corridor. For a moment, the sanctum was deathly still. Then the lights flickered once, twice, and a low hum resonated from deep within the structure. Slowly, runes started glowing in various parts of the metallic fortress, and veins of dull lightning started coalescing together. Surprisingly, they all had a small red hue to them this time. Then came the familiar voice, except this time there was no longer arrogance in it. "What have you done to me?" Unexpectedly, LaRoche's entire figure materialized in front of them. The same man who had terrorized them and had almost slaughtered them was now kneeling and looking at himself in shock and disgust. Mark instinctively raised his fist, but Damon did not move. "Don't worry, he is not hostile." Damon grinned. His words made LaRoche flinch, and Damon added, "At least not for now." LaRoche shuddered, completely ignoring Damon's words. "You corrupted the sanctum, you filthy bloodsucker." Damon chuckled wickedly. "I think you need to treat your master with more respect." "Never!" LaRoche screamed, but the next moment he clamped his mouth shut, no longer saying anything. It was almost as if he couldn't. Damon's grin widened. To test if his command indeed worked, he summoned another person, a face that should be familiar to LaRoche. Immediately, a crimson-haired Azuna appeared with a happy smile. LaRoche's face became filled with dread and horror as he slowly shifted his gaze to look at her. His mouth still did not open, but Damon could see the anger and misery in his eyes. His whole body was trembling from top to bottom. "Come here, darling. I have never tasted a world spirit's blood. Do you even have any?" "Yes, master. I do have a physical body, even if I am still growing." "Good, good," Damon laughed, not caring in the least about LaRoche's expression. "Come here, darling. I have never tasted a world spirit's blood. Do you even have any?" "Yes, master. I do have a physical body, even if I am still growing." "Good, good," Damon laughed, not caring in the least about LaRoche's expression. "Come here, darling. I have never tasted a world spirit's blood. Do you even have any?" "Yes, master. I do have a physical body, even if I am still growing." "Good, good," Damon laughed, not caring in the least about LaRoche's expression. "Then how about we drink from each other at the same time? Shall we have a taste?" Damon winked, revealing a crooked, laturious smirk. Still looking at the ugly expression on LaRoche's face, Damon moved his hand across Azuna's body, grabbing her slender waist and then her plump ass. LaRoche seethed and shivered. His hands were clenched so tightly that his entire avatar was flickering in and out. It was clear that he absolutely could not stand what was going on. However, he still hadn't moved a muscle or uttered a word. Damon smirked. He grabbed her ass again, pulling her flush against him, feeling her curves mold to his body. His other hand tangled in her flowing crimson hair, a fistful of silk, as he gently but firmly tilted her head to the side. Her slender, soft neck was exposed. Then, without hesitation, Damon leaned in, his lips finding her throat. The next second, his fangs dug in, drawing blood. "No! Stop! You will kill her! You will kill her, you filthy human trash! How dare an insect like you lay your hands on LaRoche's possession?" LaRoche could not hold himself back any longer, and he shot forward towards Damon, intense balls of mana forming in his hand. They crackled menacingly, and stray sparks from the attack were enough to sizzle the metallic walls of the fortress. However, it only lasted for a moment. The next second, the man froze, and the attack fizzled inexplicably. His face contorted with helpless fury as he strained against invisible chains. His entire body trembled with impotent hatred. Damon smirked. He did not pull his fangs out and sucked gently on Azuna's neck. A flush bloomed across her cheeks as her blood flowed freely. Crimson, warm, potent, unlike any other Damon had tasted, rich with earth and energy. Hers was the lifeblood of a unique life form. LaRoche twisted and turned, his face contorting with rage into something demonic and maniacal, and yet he couldn't speak or even move a single inch from where he was standing. As if condemning his mere thoughts, a surge of energy appeared out of nowhere and struck him like a lightning bolt. And it did not stop with just one. It continued on and on, one bolt after another, striking continuously at the man. Like a mosquito caught in an insect bat, LaRoche could only helplessly twist and turn as he repeatedly got zapped. His entire being screamed in agony and pain. "This is the first time I am seeing someone punished by the system for breaking a contract," Damon sneered as he finally pulled back, licking the corner of his lips as if savoring the taste. Azuna's breath came in slow, fluttering gasps, her body limp but unharmed, supported by his arms. Damon's gaze shifted to her, a gentleness appearing on his face. "Did I take too much? Why don't you go ahead and drink some from me?" "Thank you, master," Azuna whispered, a faint glow blooming across her skin as the bond between them deepened. She bent forward, sinking her small fangs into Damon's skin gently, almost reverently. The bite was not painful. It was warm, grounding, like roots burrowing into rich soil. Damon let out a quiet exhale as her fangs pierced his skin. He no longer touched her indecently and treated her with respect, even adjusting her position on his lap. Azuna did not seem to care about any of it. She started slow at first, but once she tasted blood, she started sucking more urgently. She greedily sucked on his neck, hugging him tightly, moving even closer to him. Vines of glowing green and red coiled faintly along their skin. Damon closed his eyes as he felt pleasure coursing through his body. This was not the first time he had exchanged blood with someone else, but the pleasure he felt this time was on a completely different level. LaRocha, still pinned and spasming under the powerful bolts of the system's punishment, could only watch with twitching, bloodshot eyes. He wanted to scream, curse them, threaten them, do something, but there was nothing at all he could do. Azuna pulled back at last, her lips stained with a faint trace of red. "I feel stronger, more whole. Thank you for this blessing, Master." Damon brushed a stray strand of crimson hair from her face and gently helped her get down from his lap. "I am sorry that I had to treat you this way. It was not my intention to disrespect you. I hope you can forgive me." Azuna paused for a moment and then glanced at LaRocha as she nodded. It looked like the world spirit understood what was going on. Maybe? Damon couldn't tell as she once again responded with the same sweet smile. "I am already bound to you, Master, for all eternity. All that I have and am I is for you to take." Damon awkwardly smiled. "It's not like that. Trust me, this won't happen again. I used you just now, and I will never do it again." To his surprise, Azuna shook her head. "That would make me very sad, Master. It was my privilege to have been so intimate with you, and I look forward to doing it again with you." Damon's eyes went wide. Azuna tilted her head, studying his expression with innocent curiosity, though a playful glint danced in her gaze. "Is that not how humans show affection to someone they are bound to?" she asked softly. "If it's wrong, I will learn better." "No, it's not wrong," Damon muttered, clearing his throat. "It's just complicated. Ahem. We can discuss that later." He again awkwardly smiled and quickly dismissed her. Damon let out a sigh and once again shifted his attention to LaRocha. The man was still getting roasted by the system. "Damn, just how much ego do you have to receive so much punishment? At this rate, your soul will completely explode. Are you sure you want to keep going?" LaRocha gritted his teeth and screamed in rage. "Sorry, I can't hear anything. System's barrier and all that. How about you finish receiving your punishment and then we can talk slowly?" Damon spoke as he sat back down in his chair and leisurely enjoyed the show. "Mark, did you guess yet who this guy is?"